Right on.
Yeah.
Notice how they don't really call it global warming anymore. I don't know why they're not doing that. They're calling it climate change now. I mean, thank God they quit using the global word.
That's just fucking wizardry, dude. They're always just.
And don't
twisting
forget too,
things.
that, like any of those high-end debates, like presidential elections and all that fucking nonsense, a lot of them just have their entire debate written for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
If
yeah.
they ask this question, you answer with this. If they ask this question, you answer with this. Flip it back on the other side.
And I think that a lot of people in like these Globe debates, like Professor Dave, fully admitted he has other people like coaching him, like during, actually during the debate, like the one he did with Dave Weiss. So he wasn't working by himself; they were just like coaching him through the entire thing.
Yeah, he admits that he gets someone to write his material.
You know, I was wondering earlier today, because I've never given any energy to any of these things, but these sites that are run by these anti-flat earthers or globers, did they ever have a moment where a flat earther comes in there and they just destroy him? And I was thinking, if that happens, it's totally possible that that is just a plant of a buddy of theirs that they put in there to try
pretend to be a
look
flat earther.
Yeah. I mean, because they're so disingenuous anyways.
Make these guys look stupid. And then they start saying, oh, but the ice wall. I thought that... So I had a quick little peek at... someone was talking about the Zerka and Witsit versus two Globers. I had a quick little sneak through it. I didn't watch the whole thing or anything like that, but his first opening comments were, planes fly on a flat Earth map, and and haven't you seen the ice wall on this map? I'm going, what the fuck? This guy is a famous flat earther. What the fuck is this? What's he talking about? And I just saw Witsit just sitting there going, oh no, what have I got myself into?
Yeah.
And then I just turned it off after his opening statement. I said, nah, that's why I don't watch this shit.
Yeah, I don't understand why we're so strict here, right? And about how we, tackle this subject. And we don't allow a lot of shit that is allowed in so many other areas. And I scratch my head thinking, like, the fuck, man? What is everybody doing out there? Wow.
Yeah. It's allowed because it makes flat Earth look stupid.
But I feel like there's a lot of promotion of some of that. Never mind.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. Dude. I feel like we should hold each other accountable and question each other, because I feel like that's what makes us stronger. But
mic check.
It's hard too, because there's so many people out there doing so many things that I feel like they're accomplishing more than I am. So how can I be critical of what they're doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're putting in an effort. Yeah. Yeah, we hear you, Ethan.
Yeah, they're...
Yeah, you can't, but that's the thing, yeah? You say, oh, yeah, well, you can't give shit to someone who's putting in an effort. But you can. If they're putting out the wrong information, but they're still putting in an effort, then maybe there's an ulterior motive. And that ulterior motive might be fame or money or something like that.
And that's... I don't... That's why I feel like that's what I liked about being here, is I felt like we did that here. We challenged, because when I first came here, I said a lot of bullshit, and I got corrected immediately and got a great education. And that's why this place is so important, because that standard is really held here. And I don't know, I feel like sometimes it slips away though.
Testing mic check.
Yeah, gotcha, man.
All right, that should sound a lot better. Had to adjust a couple things.
I've been looking for Carnation Bear too, because I gotta apologize to him, because I gave that.
Did you say Carnation Bear? I know you said Creation Bear, but it did sound like Carnation Bear.
But I gave him kind of some shit about the fresh and fit shit. But I really wasn't giving those guys a chance. I've actually watched a couple episodes now, and like I get the appeal. Those guys are not what I thought they were.
Mm.
And
I
I
don't think.
actually shared a lot of viewpoints. I was surprised to hear some of the things that they actually said. I was shocked actually. And
Hey, amen. All I could
what?
say is, if it's something that CB is actually really trying to share with people that he recognizes as being truthers, then he's probably sharing something that's not bullshit. Like, he's got a reason to share it.
Yeah, because I was
At
just
least one or two,
hearing small little thing. I was kind of being bigoted, and I wasn't giving these
Granted, I
guys.
haven't even looked at it myself. Yeah, but it's kind of like I don't care about drama around people, so I won't use any drama. Like, no drama can make me go look at something. And there's a lot of
Yeah,
drama around that podcast thing, so I'm like, I don't really care.
Yeah, that is true. And I've actually went over to their server and I've tried to chat with some of the people in there, and there is this weird sort of consensus where your your value as a man and your manhood is really based around how many girls you've put your thing in. That's like
That's
a
silly. How
clear.
many how many arrows are in your quiver is a better question.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they actually really believe that, and they all sort of agree on that. Like that was the first question I was asked, and somehow they use that as a measure of everything I said after that.
So I'll just so uh, if I'm sure CB's didn't take it to heart, but so what he's using it for is it's a way of thinking. So the way that
Yeah.
these guys ask questions is more to the point of what he's getting at, rather than
Yeah.
what's actually in the question.
Like, it's not
So
about the content.
yeah, it's a logical way of thinking. Yeah, like the way they ask people questions. So he's trying to relate the way that they ask girls questions. Maybe we could use that a little bit more here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
You know,
have
you're
heard him say
asking a
that too.
loaded, yeah, you're asking a loaded
Look,
question, and you're waiting for an answer so that you can, already destroy their answer. So
one thing to make a note of,
yeah,
I'd say, is eat the meat and spit out the bones. It's kind of what everybody generally already practices here, but eat, like, especially with stuff like that might be inflammatory. Just eat the meat, spit out the bones.
But from a younger man's perspective, like I see the appeal, and I'm not really disappointed with some of the things that they were saying when I watched a full episode. It, honestly,
I'm the same, man. I agree. Guys fucking simp over women, and they've got an inflated ego, and it's not deserved. So I think
That isn't.
they're on the right track, bringing them back into their place. But by
Yeah.
them getting notches on their belts, not the right way to go about it. Why don't they just reject them and say, no, I don't like you? That's the other way to do it, and then find someone wholesome and enjoy life with them. That should be
Have
the red pill
standards.
community, not not
Have
how many girls
standards
you can
instead
fuck.
of
That's
seeking revenge.
yeah. Well, that's what it is. They're getting back at the feminist movement, and it's going to end up another tidal wave on the other side, and then they're going to fight back even harder, and they're just separating men and women even more, when we should be recognizing what our strengths are, and joining and saying, I'll go and chop the wood, I'll go and get the food. Okay, you go and do that, and I'll cook it and look after the kids. Like it's not misogynistic to have that, to say that women and men have roles, but the way that they're doing it's pretty fucked up. But I like the way they question things, though.
well, and in the chill chat I was in with those guys, I started asking them because I was curious about how they actually do address women and talk to them, because I couldn't tell if they were being serious or joking. And they full on admit, yeah, I'm a full misogynist, and women are inferior and need to be put in their place. And I came at him from this. I said, bro, that's projection. And I said, the reason why women are the way they are right now, the women you're speaking of, is because there's a lack of men out there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Society likes to treat women like they're broken men and men like they're broken women.
Yeah, but that
Mhm.
point completely missed them.
Especially when they're
Because-
little boys. Like academically, they'll treat little boys like they're broken little girls and try and fix them in that way instead of recognizing that half the human race thinks this way and half the human race thinks this way biologically.
Yeah. Totally
and then
different.
they asked me then. That's when they asked me then how many women I've slept with, and that's how they
Who gives a fuck?
gauged. Yeah,
Jeez.
how much I knew about women, and do I have enough experience with women to even speak about this? I was like, that's
Well, then you got to
most-
go to them. How many successful long-term relationships have you been in?
How is that even like a valid form of measurement anyway, when if you have enough money, you can build that number as high as possible while not knowing anything about any of them?
Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't make
exactly.
any. And they
Fucking
they also
retarded.
use the excuse that, well, the reason why she's like that is because her father failed her and her pastor failed her and all these other men failed her. That's not my fucking problem.
It's because
Or,
the men let her get away with that behavior in the first place. So she
yeah,
just keeps doing it because it
that or
works.
somebody lied to her, said, I love you, slept with her, and then broke her heart. And now she's a broken woman who doesn't know how to deal with all that. She ends up just going spiraling downhill.
It was an interesting conversation, but the guys on the show, they are way more red pilled than I thought they would be. Like, I was surprised.
Yeah. Dude, you got to also take it into consideration that there's going to be people chatting that aren't exactly going to have the same, like they'll deviate from what these other people are saying because everybody's got their own unique
Yeah.
whatever. And some folks will try and be edgy and show off because, oh, it's a new person. Let me talk some shit. And, like they don't know you much. They're just trying to be more like ham bone about that shit. Like, yeah, we're Messiah. Okay. All right, you can stop clowning about it though and just be serious. Why?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that they're trying to make a measure of a man. Come on. Like
I've
any
seen some.
guy. Yeah, it's
I was gonna say I've seen some pretty retarded animals make a lot of offspring, and it doesn't make their offspring any more intelligent.
yeah, so basically you're bragging about conquests of people that you deem inferior. So how is that
Oh shit!
and
So if they're inferior, by their own definition, if they're inferior, does that mean that they're bragging about picking on retards? Because that's effectively what they're saying. Is, oh well, they're inferior because A, B, C, D, and then brag about using by your own logic, bro. That's messed up.
yeah,
That's their logic, by the way, not mine. I consider
is that
females
is
to be the other half of the male. You need both in order to have a spawn point to create a new human being.
it is toxic. And I don't know if the people in that chat, I don't know if the people behind the show, that's where they're getting that from, because I didn't hear that on the show.
I don't know. There's also plenty of books and other random crap that I'm sure that they share, and then they have ideals from those that they garner.
Yeah, but it was a clear measurement of consent. Like that's how I got the vibe that every man that comes in there, newbie that wants to chat, that is the, that's how they vet you.
I'll jump you in and find out how you'd react to that sort of conversation, I guess.
Something else to mention about all these globe proponents that are just completely hardcore about it is that most of them are like out and out atheists. So as soon as they were to find out, oh crap, the Earth isn't what I thought, they would have to reconsider their entire mentality and their paradigm.
Dude, right now my wife and I are having a conversation with somebody on Facebook. Like she's on Facebook and has like 700 people following her or something like that. But I don't know. That's irrelevant. There's somebody who she's talking to on her page, and he is heavily for the cartoon Paul, but also believes in the Bible. So this conversation's pretty weird.
That's
I tried to get him to come in here, and he said maybe later. And I keep on telling him that having a voice chat about stuff, I don't mind. We could do it on Facebook. They have voice chat over there. But talking about it is a lot better than typing. The typing's called, like, like they can assume you're being sarcastic or being an asshole, and you're like, dude, you're projecting a tone of voice onto text. I never said that. Read what I said. And
Yeah, it's so
that's
easy to
yeah,
misread like a text message and take it out of
yeah.
like context or tone. You know what I mean? It's not a good.
Especially if
I'm
somebody's
sorry.
like on the presumption it's a fight or a debate, like an argument.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, man. It's really easy for people to. They
Yes, in
don't.
fact, like there's no tone of voice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Everything's monotone in a text message.
and if you do the up caps, like uppercase, lowercase caps to try and do the sarcasm thing, that makes you just look like a jackass. Yeah. So there's no way. It's better to just talk. But I don't know. There's some people that feel comfortable on their own social media platform, but Facebook hides posts to make people argue.
Yeah, I don't get that whole thing. I don't belong to Facebook, and I know people that will say like, "Oh, I'm not downloading TikTok on my phone," and I'll be like, "You got Facebook on your phone?" They're like, "Oh yeah." Like, what's the difference?
Oh my God, these people don't even know. Anytime that they tell you don't use a social media network, you probably want to. They're probably hiding something from you. There's probably something going on there that they don't want you to see. And now you have an information bias because of the source of something, and you've decided this evil me no go there. Because big brothers say no go there. What the go there and check it out. Look around with yourself. See how stupid it is. And then see if there's anything good too. Don't be afraid to check something out. Like that's silly.
Yeah, and I've been playing with TikTok a little bit, just trying to figure out how it works.
Yeah.
And I haven't tried. I'm not trying to like get followers or anything. I'm just like kind of experimenting, and I noticed that anything that I like or I comment on, I'm inundated with those videos. So right now, I see
Yeah.
so many flat Earth videos, and it makes me feel like, oh wow, flat Earth is blowing up. But I
People want to
wonder if
try and act like TikTok's making America dumber. That's not the case. It's a mirror. It's a black mirror of whoever is looking because the algorithm just gives you what you want.
yeah, and is it just an illusion that I think that this topic's blowing up because they're sending me all these vids? And to be honest,
Make you think that it's more popular than it is, but like it's
yeah,
popular compartmentalized in
yeah,
groups, but then
and
it'll
99% of the
flood your feed.
videos are fucking garbage from the flat Earth community in
Oh,
that
dude,
area.
this guy that I'm talking to, like, I could sit there and like debunk every single thing that he's posting, but he keeps posting cartoons or more It's like sophistry and theosophistry and cartoons. And then
I
I keep
noticed,
on reiterating, I am under no obligation to give you replacement theology and doctrine for the heliocentric lore. Like, I don't have to give you some kind of other cartoon for you to have.
yeah. Another interesting thing that I've noticed with TikTok is like, so you can subscribe to certain people's shit, right? And I've been
Yeah.
doing that and messing around with it, and then I'll go back and I'll look through that list, and I'll watch videos from the people that I'm subscribed to, and I will see videos from people that I've never seen before and never would subscribe to. That just somehow I end up subscribed to. I don't know if anybody else has experienced that or paid attention to that, but it's happening to me.
That makes sense to me, though, because they have algorithms already for that, for like music. So any music that you already listened to, it'll find music that's similar to that and say, hey, he might like this. And then it'll put that music in your feed. And then maybe you click that link and listen to the song. It does the same thing for videos in general.
Well, and I wonder if there's like a thing where you can pay. People are paying for subscribers, and that's how they're getting them. Is they're just automatically added to?
Of course, some are.
Yeah,
Some are, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
And it's
Telegram.
not like it's like a shadow sub type thing. Like it's only while they're paying, and then it'll kind of boost their stuff and put it in other people's feeds, and then once they stop paying, it deboosts it and whatever.
I've also had
Similar to how
experience
Nitro
where
boosts shit.
I will
Sorry.
see the exact same video like 3 times in the span of 10 minutes, and it's not anything that I'm interested in. But for some reason, why this same video keeps appearing? It's a weird
Part of the
thing, and it's a
algorithm,
weird
actually. Think
platform.
about it. So how can, if you've got less people actually willing to watch stuff like that, but you're trying to please the customers paid X amount of money to make something happen, you can get extra views from the same person if you keep putting the same video in their feed. Now 1 view turns into 3 views.
It's fascinating too. Imagine there's so many people making content and making videos that I will never see. You would think it'd be impossible to see the
No,
same.
there's not. There's not. In comparison to the amount of people on Earth, the very, very few people are actually making the content here. The internet's mostly empty, and it's generated by the few that aren't lazy and just mindlessly consuming. But there's not a lot of people actually making content out there. It's just the same people making multiple copies of this content in different ways, and then putting it out there and making money off of it. Now they have AI writing articles and shit, dude. Like there's a handful of people. This community here, we're content creators. We don't mindlessly consume. So that's built like a bean. Thank you for singing your own theme song, though. Welcome. Well, I didn't mute you. I think you got offended and left. Moving forward, I completely forgot. Dude, Bean, you derailed everything here.
Yeah, I mean, we just spitballing about.
But the algorithms, man, it's about money. A lot of people are worried about censorship this and censorship that. No, people, for the most part, a lot of the posts that people post are garbage, and nobody's interested in reading it. It's not eye-catching, so that's why it's not getting attention. Nobody cares. They want that eye candy and something that pops, something that like has some kind of beat that it drops, so that it draws their attention in a little mirror they hold in their hand, their prosthetic brain. Then they'll give you their 8 seconds of attention. There's no 15 seconds of fame anymore. Now it's 8 seconds of attention. That's it. You get 15 seconds, you're lucky. Like it takes a hand of God to give you 15 seconds of attention from somebody.
That's so amazing, dude. Yeah. There's another thing I don't understand. I'm jumping around. If you guys want me to shut up, man, I will. But I can ramble and jump from topic to
I mean,
topic.
we're like T-minus 45 minutes from Speculation Sunday anyway.
So I've been
It's
getting
already
this,
Sunday for somebody.
I've been noticing this kind of.
Wait, it's been 8 seconds. What are you guys talking about?
Whatever fucking pops into my puny brain.
I don't know. This guy, he took one of the surfboards from one of the sofas and he started flying around the room. He's not doing any sophistry. He just keeps flying around the room.
Us in this community that are aware of what's happening around us, do we have anything to fear? What are we afraid of? Because I get a vibe from a lot of people that I respect and like.
Nope, nothing.
They're scared. They're still afraid of the boogeyman.
Nothing at all to be afraid of.
And I don't understand where that's coming from.
I'm more afraid of myself than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I
think about it. Everybody knows that you're the one in control of you. So if you slip up and you mess up, that's all on you. Yeah, I'm more afraid of what I can accidentally do than what anybody will intentionally do.
Yeah, and I'm not afraid of saying anything in this platform either. Like there's no reason for me to bite my tongue.
I hate that word. Fear.
Yeah.
Like afraid implies fear. No. What is it? A lot of folks, though, they've never actually suffered much real pain in life, let alone come close to death or anything. So when it comes to something like this, their fear comes from the unknown and from the fear of pain. That's mostly what it is.
Naive and don't understand the capabilities of what people can do, but I always think it's weird how scared people are when they come here and don't even want to say the state they live in.
Now I need to get the clip from Aladdin where they say you'd be surprised what you can live through.
Is that an irrational fear though, to be afraid of even saying what state you're from or live in? Or am I that wrong?
Well, I've watched the internet grow from the beginning, and a lot of people have been doxxed and swatted and stalked and assaulted in many different ways. So being cautious about giving out your location is not a dumb thing. It's not a foolish thing. That's actually wise. Nobody should give out
I'm
their
heavy,
location to,
motherfucker.
like, if you're not ready for it, don't. And if you don't care, go ahead. Like, what's anybody going to actually do? Because they probably don't know how
Nah.
reality works. If you're that comfortable, you'll be able to handle
Of course, I wouldn't give
them. If tip,
my exact locate, right? But
I'm not
what's
afraid
wrong
of
with
the
me
shit.
telling you the city I live in? Like, is a troll? Am I scared of a troll gonna come and what are you gonna do to me?
Are they? They're going to bring their
I don't
keyboard
know,
to
man.
you and show you how
What's-
hard they can type.
Yeah,
Like,
and
you
I'm
got to
sorry, but the
think about
CIA
what
isn't
that?
gonna come after me. Like that's
What was that, Simba?
what's
yeah. Sorry,
what's
Jimbo.
the biggest thing that? No, you're all right. What's the biggest thing that people fear? Yeah, it's being embarrassed in front of their peers, isn't it?
That is, yeah, and that's the silliest thing of
Yeah.
all, because that's not even the most
Yeah.
painful
So
thing that can happen.
if you can eliminate not giving a fuck what anyone else thinks, then half of your fear is already gone for your life.
Here's the thing,
So
that, like,
you've
the way I
only got
see it, man.
left fear of violence and fear of you know, financial kind of restraints, like being doxxed and you having a job that, you know, this topic could actually harm. So you got that,
Yeah,
and
I
then
did.
you got
Yeah.
physical threats. Yeah.
Yeah.
When's that going to happen? That's
Well,
not really going to happen, is it? So you can
there is a
eliminate physical
difference,
threat.
though,
Yeah.
like, between caution and fear. Like, if somebody has a specific position, they're not going to go and act like a clown in their place of work. Say, oh, yeah, stomping around, flat earth, flat earth, flat. Okay, but that's non sequitur
Yeah.
your job. Get back to work.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? But also
Yeah.
not being afraid of it either. If one of your employees just happens to bring up something like, yeah, drop some facts, sprinkle a couple seeds in there. Hopefully they can grow a garden in
Yeah.
their mind.
Yeah, and I have to keep my
Yeah. So
work life and my personal life separate because if I only gave my services to flat earthers, I'd be broke. I wouldn't have business.
Why would you?
So I
Everybody,
can't.
but hey, dude, no, that's the thing though. Everybody's a flat earther, so you should only give your services to flat earthers.
But you know what I mean? I can't use the people that I'm in contact with through work to spread truth.
Yeah, that ends up being kind of
It would scare the customer
proselytizing
base away.
your
I can't do
employees,
that.
and yeah, that gets weird.
yeah, you're right, Paul.
Like,
There's a
all
time
right,
and
let's
place
go
for it,
forth
mate.
and spread the doctrine of flat Earth. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah. No, you're right. There's a time and place for it. I don't mix any of my personal life with my work life. Even through friendships and stuff like that, I don't associate personally with anyone from work at all. I draw those limits in my life.
Yeah.
We can't force people into situations like that anyway, because it will just create negative
feel like
responses.
So
And
a lot of people are lacking that nowadays too with
you're breaking in and out a little bit.
yeah. Absolutely.
It's still
Thought it was me.
Paul's got signal issues, I think. At first I thought it was me, but I looked down and I have like full bars on there and it's fully connected. So
Yeah, it's the same. I got 3 bars, but it says 5G,
yeah,
man. So we're all right.
with the 5G, the 5 gram, a penta. But yeah, you're right. Because if you're a professional, and you have certain standards you have to follow. You can't corner your customer in an awkward conversation that they'll feel like it's socially unacceptable for them to just walk away and be rude. And then that gets
Yep.
really weird. And then they don't want your services anymore. So it's not a good
Yeah, and you
idea.
don't get any recommendations. You don't get you just get a
Better thing to do.
pay the bill and then fuck off. Like so.
Impress them with
Just
how
gotta-
good you can work, and then if it comes up later where you actually on a friendly level conversation, it's non-business, and they happen to talk about something, then talk to them about it, because they've already respect you for your work, right? So now it's like, wait, this smart person who works hard and can do this is talking about this. Now their interest is perked, and they can't just hand wave you away as like, oh yeah, that's just some retard. No, they've seen your work and they know that you're intelligent. So now they have to take it, because it's an instant cognitive spiral, but they have to look up what what you've said.
Yeah.
It's a lot better.
I strictly leave any talk. I don't get to know my customers at all. I simply,
Yeah.
they hire me. I quote them. I go and do the work. I finish the work, and I get paid for it. And I show pleasantries and stuff like that. And while I'm working in their house, hello, yeah, how'd you go? How'd you go on the weekend? That's as far as it goes.
What's funny is that's like till on the ground though. So then all these people, they might recognize your face, just any random one of them, and the conversation might come up way later in a non-business environment, and then the seed gets planted. There's divine connections get made. That's all I'm saying. There's random things that can happen. So it's about just being the best version of yourself now.
True. But in my personal life, I drop bombs all the time.
You fly over probably like a freaking bomber. Just do like never mind.
Yeah,
I need sound effects.
I make jokes, like, oh yeah, how do you know that? And then I laugh, like, oh yeah. Have you ever looked into that? I think you'll find that it's bullshit. And then I just kind of leave it.
Ask weird questions and be like, so how does that work?
How does that work? How does this gravity stuff work? I've never actually thought about it. So please explain it to me. Or be at a dinner party or something, and then you hear fucking 5 conversations away. You hear this space or rocket launch or something. You go, what? What's going on down there? My missus nudging me. Shut up.
That reminds me, I need to figure some responses for some of them. I didn't even dignify with a proper response because it was just cartoons and nonsense. It doesn't debunk anything.
The person you were talking to?
Yeah, this guy I was talking to before. One of the things is from that flatearth.ws, whatever. It was talking about flight paths. And the plane that goes toward near Antarctica. And the way that they drew the lines is a straight line from one to another. I'll share the picture. Actually, it's in the locker room, I think.
So is it the Australia to South Africa flight or the Australia to Chile flight?
It curves around.
You going into voice text?
Here, hold on.
Or you're in locker room?
No, I have to go to Facebook and go get the image. 52 replies. Holy shit. I'll post it in the locker room.
I missed that whole conversation going on in the live stream voice text.
I was too busy talking to you guys. I haven't chatted in a while. I'm feeling weird today.
Yeah.
What?
Good the other day with going in some of those back rooms and talking about shit we can talk about. Sometimes you need to do that, don't you?
But yeah, it's the Buenos Aires, Darwin, whatever, that flight. The thing is if you go on, you can just go on Google and do this. Yeah, but you can just go on Google and do this on the regular map. No, that's the thing, it does. But the way that they're trying to debunk it is stupid because I drew a line. I used the measurement for mileage, and I drew a line on the Google Maps and made it fly there and do an arc, and it's still the same miles. It's generally the same.
But Darwin's
Plus their
Darwin's
numbers or
above
whatever.
the Tropic of above the Tropic of Cancer, so they just
Well,
fly.
the more interesting reason, or the more interesting thing about it to me is the reason why they fly over there. They do it because there's certain winds in order to avoid going against that, which would slow them down. It's actually faster to curve around that, like to take this long way around something instead of flying straight into winds that are going really hard.
So they fly
Like it
south.
describes that on their, it describes on their actual website this stuff, and they didn't mention any of that on this flatearth.ws, like the reasoning for why they did it. And there's other variables too that are important, but they leave out all that stuff. Nope, let me just draw a line on a cartoon and make this cartoon look stupid. And see how smart my cartoon looks? The classic straw man.
Have you posted it yet?
I posted in a live stream locker room. I should go and get a screenshot of it.
You're right.
I should do it on Google and draw the line again because I did it but didn't screenshot it. It was more like I'm going to see what happens if I do this. I was like, well, damn. But I should have actually screenshot everything and used it as a reply. Go ahead, man.
Too is so the way they've worded this is so deceptive when they say it flew over Antarctica because it flew over a piece of at least on this
it
ball
flies
they're
over
showing me.
two small kind of peninsula. They're not even peninsulas, it's rounded off, but it's almost pretty much like a little peninsula type area. So it does not go over Antarctica. It goes over two little points.
And from that vantage point, you're not getting a clear picture of Antarctica. You're not, you know what I mean?
I call bullshit on that. No flight from Darwin flies south to go to South America.
I think it's part of a tourist type thing too. Like big people paying big money to go fly this plane to go make it. Let's go see snow, and they lie and tell them we're going to go all the way over. No, they're not flying over the South Pole and then coming back around. That's not what's happening.
They just fly east.
Yeah. It's not a straight line either. The straight line is completely off because if you look, they actually tell you this on the official website. They show you that it's an arced path. Let me just go here and.
So I'm down south, and I've never seen a flight, on tracker fly south from Darwin unless it's going to Tasmania or somewhere in Australia. You don't do that from Darwin. It's above the Tropic of Capricorn. So in order for it to fly south under the ball and then come up on the other side would be a longer route than just going east.
Yeah.
Because it's Darwin's. So how many degrees is Darwin south? It's only 20 or something, isn't it? 20 degrees south.
But here's
a long way up.
This is from that's 3 megabytes. Damn. I didn't realize how big that picture was. Give me a second and it'll upload. But yeah, the way that thing's written is incredibly deceptive. Because that's not at all what's happening here. I guess I'm going to have to do a thorough debunk of this, like I did with Nick Clown's cherry picking of 3 verses to try and prove that the earth is a ball in the Bible. We debunk this stupid shit. Maybe I should go to flatearth.ws and just make my own website where all I do is just debunk stupid websites.
Yeah, and people use shit like this to say that people have flown over Antarctica. Like that proves that it is what they show us on a ball, and nobody is seeing that. It's fucking lie.
If I fly over the tip of Florida, did I fly over America?
Yeah, shit. Yeah, could you see the entire shape of America?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
I reckon I'll post this in the live stream to. I want to go to the source and get a proper picture of this because I hate these phone screenshots. I'll be
It's
right
been
back.
weird. Hey, dude, it's been dead in here today. Where the fuck is everybody?
Yeah.
Are they just out experiencing the beautiful flat Earth?
Must be.
Who's this? I noticed there's somebody in here that doesn't have any roles. Adam Price.
Oh, he's been around for a while.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a flat earther. He just hasn't got any roles.
Hasn't earned his stripes.
Because he doesn't jump on voice. He does a lot of in the live stream voice text. So
Okay.
What happened to Built Like a Bean? Did he go off the rails and get muted?
he's
He
in
hasn't
the
said anything.
chat. He's in the voice text.
Oh,
He's
well, I know he's texting.
talking.
His mic's muted. I just wondered.
No, he hasn't spoken to us, so he's just been texting with seems like Platter and Obvious at B and Adam Price. I think they've been.
Maybe he's got to be quiet because he's up past his bedtime.
Are you flopping?
I'm joking, but I'm being serious at the same time.
You swatting flies there, God Rocket. What was that slap?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm just saying hello.
Hey, how are you, mate?
Doing all right. Hey, y'all.
Good to hear your voice.
You call them out, and they come out and talk.
Nice, I like it.
He doesn't talk much in the live stream. Hello.
Honestly, I like thinking about what I write and then, backspacing a few, insults back, and then just end up writing something like level means flat, and know that I'm right. You know what I mean? I know I'm right when I say that. So
yeah,
all I need to do.
I see you in there, chat a lot and stuff. Good man.
Well, no.
I think I recognize your voice. Actually, I think maybe I have heard you before.
Maybe I have hung out for a little bit, and I come in and out every now and then. But yeah, you guys are doing good work over here.
Thanks, man.
Oh, hold on, the baby.
Oh, good man. Look after that kid. Did I hear you jump in too, Platter?
Ed, you heard my beautiful Irish tones.
I heard your Irish tones.
How dare you? How dare you? By the time I'm finished with this Discord, I'll probably have an American accent. Half American, half Australian.
I don't think I'll ever get rid of mine.
You spent a bit of time here, didn't you, in the Great White North?
Yeah, I did. I was born there, but it was 4 years. I only lived there for 4 years. But currently it was like 3 months of summer and 9 months of snow. So
pretty much. Yeah. My wife told me she's Canadian, that the streets were paved with gold, but I think she meant white gold, like the snow for 9 months. Where's all this going?
Yeah.
Check this out. I'm uploading the other. I'm gonna put this one in the live stream. So here's the two images side by side. They're clearly flat Earth.ws is being intellectually dishonest by drawing a straight line because that is not the flight path of this particular aircraft. Liars.
But even that flight path's weird.
Yeah.
What's the distance?
And look at the way it went. And this is what they say. They went over yes, that's going over Antarctica. Yep, they went over Antarctica. About the same that if I flew over Florida, I flew over America.
He flew over the edge of something, saw some ice, and then that
Yeah.
means flying over Antarctica.
Yeah. Now I can say yes, they flew over part of Antarctica. I agree with that, but they should specify part, not flew over Antarctica and make people imagine they flew over the whole damn continent. He says, "This is the icy continent of Antarctica. We flew all the way over." You
Well, they
did.
could
You
fly.
flew over part of
If
it.
you think about it, they could fly south, catch a wind, and then end up
Not only
hitting a
that,
little peninsula or something like that, and
how do you
fly
know
around.
that they flew? Yeah. How do you even know they flew over Antarctica? They flew over ground with ice.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was saying the bottom of South.
Why is there information missing? Details about the flight. What was the tail number of the airplane? What was the arrival and departure? What was the details of where this information is coming from? Where can I look this flight up? Where is this
You
information coming from?
you can find all the information on it. Like, it's the point is
You
the
can't find
meme
all
that's
that.
made about it is bullshit. Because when you look up the real information about it, they just straight up tell you, "Hey, this is how this flight works," and it does not operate like that cartoon in the meme. The meme's
And
very dishonest.
this isn't a regular flight that goes on, right? Did I read that right? It just says once this happened. Is it? Did I read that
No,
right?
it's a special type of flight. It's like rich people tourism. You have to have a lot of money to get on this thing. It's a long
okay.
haul too. It's a specific like that right there that goes all the way down. That's a long haul flight. Like I said, they were doing it to avoid headwinds. They go around the wind. It's faster than like trying to push against it and go through, and you burn less fuel. You're like trying to ride a boat against the tide that's pushing the same amount, like force against. You're just pretty much going to go nowhere fast. There's various explanations for why they flew these flight. The meme doesn't cover any of that crap. It's just like, here's a straight line on a cartoon, and look, a flight. Everything else is assumed.
Why would you leave out? That's how you know if it's so obvious, right? Why do you have to keep fucking forcing it and screwing the detail and
Well,
lying to try to prove your fucking point? It shouldn't be that difficult.
it's about to get funny because I'm about to do some graphic design and debunk this meme, I guess. Just debunk this whole page. Actually, I could use you can edit the page using Google. You inspect element and change different things on it. Like fixed, and then screenshot that. I would if their page was cooler, but it's kind of lame. No, I'll just remake this meme, and then for the left side, use that picture that I just shared that's in high resolution that has the actual flight paths, since that's projected on a sphere. And then get a high resolution of a different projection, and then draw similar arcs and do it. Well, actually, yeah, no, I don't have to do that. Just go to Google Maps and then trace the lines for the flight path. Basically make it go, like, find the destinations and then make the line curve about to where it curves in the midpoint, and it should be pretty much exactly how the flight is either way.
Looks like Built Like a Bean is back. All right, buddy, let's hear something. What did you learn?
He's muted. Somebody would have to take his server mute off.
Nothing.
He came in here singing his own theme song, and then somebody put him on mute.
Oh, that was him singing? Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was he singing?
I don't know. It didn't last long, and then he just went silent. I noticed that he had the red mic.
What the fuck, dude? Have you guys ever experienced? You're having a private conversation with somebody in the DMs, and then out of the blue they ask you, "Are you an agent?" What the fuck?
What?
Just post an
No,
animated GIF of Agent Smith or of Neo dodging bullets.
What are you talking about? It's like, dude, are these people out of their minds? Where did
Yeah.
that
You
come
should
from?
Well,
post a picture of
Like, what did
007.
I say that would trigger that question? What the fuck?
here's the way that I would put it. A lot of people, they've been so hard, black pilled so hard that they got black pill toxicity. Like, everybody could be a shill or an agent. Gotta be careful. Everybody. Don't trust anybody. Everybody could be an agent.
Fuck that.
They're cynical, dude. They're cynic. That's all there is to it. They become cynical.
I copped it off Smurf because I deleted some of his messages because they were, bordering on inappropriate. So I deleted them, and then he called me because they were Masonic, like posts, like memes and stuff like that. He said, "Oh, you're trying to hide your real, true um, roots in the Masonic temple and this and that. Be careful of this Timbo character. He's a Mason shill." Just went, whatever, man. I just laughed at him. Yeah,
You
okay,
can take
man.
screenshots from real Mason. Like, you don't. There's actual Masonic books that expose a lot of really interesting things that you can take direct screenshots from. There's no need to make memes about it. We can get scholarly with this stuff. Just cite our sources. Hey, check this out. Here's the PDF that it came from. You can look up the actual book. I just, the way I see it, that should be our level of memeing. There's no longer a need for like anything less than that. We should be
Yeah,
citing
just
sources with our memes.
a screenshot out of the book.
Yep.
Look.
And we can edit stuff to make it more artistic, but always cite our sources and make it scholarly memes so that people can't accuse us of just sharing meme. Nope. We cited our source for that meme, and a picture's worth 1,000 words. That's a thesis statement.
Yeah, I don't know. You're taking the
Just
fun
kidding.
out of it, Ether. Some of these memes
Like,
are hilarious.
I'm taking the surfboards away from the sofas, and that's all. Like I said, we can get artistic with it. It'd be funny as hell, especially if there's like it's witty, like it's on point, and it's like I see what you did there. Exactly. That's why the left can't meme, and the right has trouble memeing too. Keep it centered, make those memes based and foundational.
Timbo's been exposed.
Yeah.
I
Masonic
see you, Timbo.
handshake.
It's got his
Timbo's
hand tucked in the jacket.
he's an actual an actual Masonic kangaroo.
That's funny.
I got to stick an apron on him in Photoshop or something.
Australian branch.
Give me a logo back.
But there's some stuff that I have that's information related to it that actually shows some rituals and other weirdness that it's too dark to share here or any. I don't know. It's weird. Definitely not posting it in a live stream though.
Yeah, and it's got to be, if it is, it's got to be high up because the lower levels, all they do is like community work. That's what my uncles and grandpa did. But they just did. It was more of a business like club than anything
Yeah,
else.
and
Everyone stuck
kind of
together and looked after each other in a business sense.
the way that they deviate from the religious aspects too is by just discussing things in a philosophical way.
Yeah. And they seem to do a lot of charity work and stuff as well at that level. So I don't know where it starts becoming, if it starts becoming dark. I don't know when or where.
I don't trust anybody that holds.
Interesting.
private meetings and aren't open to the public, but then in the public does like these charity things. What do you? What? I don't know. That doesn't seem weird.
All I heard was in the background something on a TV or something was like power.
Yeah, I have power. What was that?
I don't know, but it fits with the conversation. Like, that's exactly why they do it, though.
Your lives and those of all humanity depend on what you do next. Choose wisely.
So, Andrew, what's up, man?
I'm gonna mute. I think he's watching a movie.
I was just wondering if he's playing the clip on purpose or if he's hot micing. That's why I said what's up.
Oh, was that too loud? Sorry, I didn't know that was actually coming through the microphone.
Yeah,
Parts of it actually lined up with a conversation, so you tripped me out a little bit. Like, okay, well, is he doing this on purpose or?
Oh shit! I'm sorry. My buddy keeps trying to get me to play Diablo 4 with him, but I'm just like, I'm not really sure about that. But he's like, here, just watch the intro cinematic.
Right when we were talking about Masons or something, and right about that time, something in the background says something about power or something. And yeah, I guess it was your mic that it came from.
That's weird because I have my microphone actually muted. I guess I have to mute an actual Discord then.
Yeah, it must be coming through a different way or something. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Well, at least it was that and not something private or embarrassing or personal that got put up here. Hot mics are dangerous.
Yeah, I always have to tell my students that too because I'm like, turn off your fucking microphone if you're taking a shit. Like, seriously, people.
Oh, gee.
Oh, we've heard that. Oh, yeah.
Or they'll cough right into the mic.
Yeah, well, the most embarrassing one, I think, wasn't even the guy. He wasn't on camera, but when I was teaching morning classes, we start at 7 in the morning, but I was getting like a half an hour early to let everyone get like warmed up and everything. And this guy, he woke up at like 6:30 and he was still in bed, and I swear he was naked. Couldn't see all of it, but he wouldn't turn off his microphone or his camera, and I kept like yelling at him, so I just had to eventually just boot him out. And he fell back asleep, just like snoring into the microphone. All right, man, you're not getting credit for the day on that one.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the joys of teaching online. Yeah, cinematic is actually pretty cool. I've never played Diablo 4, but it looks pretty cool. I don't know, not really a gamer. I mean, I play games every now and again, but. Oh, and speaking of games and Flat Earth combined, Zach Zabala, they just had yesterday on Iron Rail Media. They labeled it, Do You Want to Play a Game? Like in that game, War Games with Matthew Broderick. So Zach Zabala and a guy named Nemo, they're both working together to create a Fortnite Flat Earth map. And they were doing like a test run yesterday, letting people join in and do all kinds of stuff. So it's a pretty fucking awesome map. They've been putting a lot of hours into it. And they're putting in all kinds of little like Easter eggs and stuff all around the map. And they are taking suggestions if people are, wanting to give out like little things. One of the things I suggested was to put like the NASA graveyard out there in the Bermuda Triangle, and I think they're going to include that.
Bermuda Triangle. That's bullshit too. If you fly, back in this would have been in the 90s. If you flew to like St. Thomas, those flights were flying over the Bermuda Triangle, and the pilot would even announce it and say, "Hey, guess where we are. So that fucking Bermuda Triangle shit is horseshit.
Yeah, I do believe it's horseshit, but I'll say this: when I was in the Navy and I was stationed in Norfolk, Virginia, it was the one time I was on a ship, the USS Nassau, LHA-4. It's decommissioned now, but we were actually going down to St. Thomas. Well, we were going down off the coast of Puerto Rico. They said we were going to be about 300 miles off the coast to do weapons testing before we actually deployed into the Persian Gulf for the nonsense war. But what we did is, we actually had to go all the way around the Bermuda Triangle. We had to, and they were telling us, we cannot go through that with a ship. I was like, it's fucking weird, but okay, whatever. And then we got to spend 3 days in St. Thomas, which was amazing.
So yeah, what was there that they didn't want you to see? I wonder if they were fucking, or maybe they just told you that, and it was a complete lie. I don't know, man. This is crazy.
I mean, I was only in E3 at the time, and I didn't have security clearance or anything like that, so I don't know.
Maybe there was a rocket, floating rocket in there that had Challenger written on the side of it.
I don't know. There's a whole bunch of weird stuff out in the middle of the ocean that is very strange. But I'll tell you this: when we were out in the middle of the ocean, we had signals like Wi-Fi and stuff pretty much nonstop. Well, it wasn't Wi-Fi, but there was the little library area where everybody could go down there, and if they're off work, they had some games and stuff for people to play, and then we could hop on the work work computers and actually send email back and forth. The only time they would ever shut off the internet is it's called the River City Condition, and that's where the captain of the ship can say, "Oh no, only people with top secret security clearances, the CO and XO, and the Master Chief, Command Master Chief, are allowed to use the internet." But even out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, we still had internet signals where I could send people email stuff. So yeah, more confirmation now that I think back to it that the Earth is definitely not spherical. And the other thing that's interesting about the Navy, I was never on a submarine. I mean, I was able to go on them if I wanted to, but I never had any interest. But I've heard from some mariners that worked as radar technicians, or I'm sorry, sonar technicians, and they were saying that they can send signals extremely far away, 1,000 miles and further, to other ships and stuff. And I'm not sure what the Earth curve would be at 1,000 miles, but at 100 miles, it's 6,666.6 feet. I know that one. And 10 miles is 66.6 feet. So 1,000 would be, what would that be? 66,000 or something? I'd have to do the math on that.
That's not really that impressive because, the astronauts call the president from the moon.
Oh, instant, with no delay. But yet the ISS, they do that little fake shit where they have to pause for 6 seconds. Oh, it's just a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, the way that they promote the ISS is just nonsense. Oh my god, it's such bullshit. They were promoting it in that fucking stupid TV called Big Bang Theory, and that little Jewy nerd had to fucking go up there for some sort of a project or something, and they were promoting it in sitcoms, and they're doing it to kids too, where elementary school kids can once in a while they can have a conversation with an astronaut with these scripted questions.
Yeah. What's it like being in space? What do you miss most about being on the Earth?
I mean, how do they clean the ISS? Has everyone ever heard about that?
Probably like, I don't want to say that. Actually, it's going to sound bad. Never mind.
And I don't think I've ever seen. Well, I did just hear someone earlier. I think it was in this stream. They were just a few hours ago doing like that Don Pettit thing when he's up there. It's like, oh yeah, then when we have to go to the galley. And for all those of you that are not aware of what the galley is, on ships, the galley is just where like the kitchen and the eating area is. And I don't think I've ever seen where they do anything like that. I mean, they'll show you like the bathroom.
This is funny, right? So I found this article one day about the space pen. You remember the space pen?
Oh,
the whole reason why
the one from Seinfeld.
The whole reason why. Yeah, the whole reason why they wanted to develop that is because they didn't want to use pencils on the ISS because they were worried about the shavings from the wood and the what is it, graphite or lead, just being in and floating around and possibly messing with some of those shit in there. But yet you see people shaving, you see women's hair just flowing all over the fucking place. Like, how do you you're worried about pencil shavings, but that's okay? And what about just skin cells? Like your skin sheds and flakes and builds up over time. But there's never any discussion about any of that shit.
I'm sure they're going to create some sort of bullshit reason in the future, but it's interesting to look at the Chinese space station and see how much different, they're faking it. I mean, that looks exactly like in 2001: A Space Odyssey. Like there's no cables exposed anywhere, and I mean, the Chinese are doing a better job at this right now than NASA. I mean, obviously, they've had the ISS was launched in '97, or allegedly. So I think is that right? So it's like 25 years.
I don't know.
Now?
Well,
6 years.
While the Chinese were floating, they there was a glass of water on the table.
Oh yeah, that was oops.
Who's got that picture that India always drops of the completely flat horizon from the Chinese space station?
I don't.
You know the one.
Oh yeah, let me get that. That's awesome.
I know the one you're talking about, but I wouldn't know where to find it. Maybe search. Have you searched Indio's channel?
Posts. Just search his posts. It drops it pretty often.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I was
going to say, to answer Paul's question, how they clean the ISS, obviously they just open the doors once a month and hang on for dear life,
Yeah, they've got the strongest vacuum cleaner ever.
I want to see them one day, like, go on a live stream with a camera and do it in a tour from start to finish, showing everything on the ISS. And then look out a window, look out another window, but they're not going to do that.
The windows wouldn't matter if there's screens behind circles.
That's true.
You would think a mission that's that fucking serious, right? You're taking your life in your own hands, but they're allowed yet to pack like a fucking guitar. Like, where are they putting that in the rocket?
They're constantly fucking crying about the price of a kilogram to put in space, Yeah, they fucking piss around with this stuff, Yeah,
is there like a luggage compartment? Yeah.
Must be next to the oxygen tank that they take up there to mix in with the fuel so they can get propulsion in space.
And how many years have they been doing that, right? What has it yielded? How is it better, mankind? Holy shit.
Somebody said that they took their own, there's nothing to push against. And so they bring their own stuff into space to push against, but what does that stuff push against in order for the rocket to push against the stuff that it doesn't work that way? That's something else to push against.
You'd spin around in circles anyway.
But guys, it's up there because I've seen it. You know, you can see the ISS with your eyeball. You can see it fly over your house. And
I
you can
don't deny
track
the
it.
existence of high altitude aircraft. Nobody can tell me what's in that thing. You show me a thing that moves, you can't tell me what it is or what's in it.
You can track it on an app.
I can track Santa Claus on an app.
One couldn't even say the ISS is the object that we see in the sky is man-made. You know.
I love when they it sucks 'cause it's the same script, but yeah, they keep bringing up. But yeah, you're right, obviously.
Yeah, there was a guy in here, was it last night, that actually said that maybe that object that people are taking pictures of when it's in front of the moon, that maybe that's just another planet. And it's just an object that was always there, and they made up this story.
Who said that?
I don't know about it being another planet, but
some guy, some clown was in here yesterday saying
but
shit like
another
that.
wandering star type, right? Is that what you meant?
Yes. Yeah. And he was trying to show that, I don't know, he's trying to prove that he believes that all these planets are spherical, and that there's pictures, and he was like, no, this is real, but it's total CGI. But he was claiming it was real, and he didn't even understand.
Those two young guys that were in.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, was it them? I don't remember.
Oh yeah, I saw the text, like a Minecraft crew or something came in. Was that the guys you're speaking about, Paul? So there was one intelligent lad and the rest were fucking retards or something.
Yeah, one got banned. One had a picture of him smoking a bong. Was it those guys?
No, I don't think it was them, because we kind of weeded them out right away. And this guy was here for a while, and we just let him go on about the planets and shit. And
who was he talking to? Was it Elijah?
No, I think it was just me, and who the fuck else was it? I don't remember. Shit. I'm sorry. I can't remember.
That conversation that Elijah had with those two young guys was interesting.
You know what's kind of fun once in a while to do is go back. I'll say this first, a little bit of a preface. When I found out about Flat Earth and all that stuff, I have a lot of movies downloaded, from torrents and stuff. And I went through my movie catalog and deleted everything that was to do with space. But every once in a while, Marvel comes out with one, but it's still go back and watch Armageddon with Bruce Willis.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, it's so ridiculous. But I mean, just sit back, have a beer, smoke a joint, and fucking watch that. And you're just, it's not even entertaining anymore aside from the comedy aspect of it.
Well, there's no tension left, is there, Andrew?
Curious for
shit, imaginary rock's gonna crash into other imaginary rock. Sorry, Paul.
No, it's a good point. It's interesting how movies like that, when I first watched them, I was like, oh, this is a cool movie. And then you go back years later and you're like, what the fuck? This is awful. With the Will Smith one with the Independence Day. When that first came out, I was like, I thought it was such a cool movie. And you watch it now and it's unbearable. It's so bad.
Oh yeah, that came out in the late 90s too. And I remember watching that. I was like, oh my God, I'd never seen, everybody was just ranting and raving about how good the CGI was, because it was still kind of new for that technology to be put into a movie. And oh my God, then the second Independence Day came out. I actually watched it. Oh man, that flopped big time. Fucking terrible.
Yeah, well, even the dialogue, it's so fucking corny when you hear it now. But at the time when I first, I didn't catch that. But now it's just so silly and ridiculous.
Oh yeah, speaking of all this, I'm not sure if you guys caught it today, but I know some people don't like Owen Benjamin for whatever reason, but he had Stanley Kubrick's daughter on today, and they had like a 3.5-hour conversation, and she was talking a lot about because he was asking her like how her dad was involved with the moon landing, and she's like, "Oh, I don't think he was at all. I think that," she says, that was just like a way to. I mean, he was and he wasn't, but she said if he was totally involved with it, it would have looked a lot better. Because her dad was, Stanley Kubrick was like OCD when it came to like his movie productions and stuff.
That's a terrible answer, though. That's like Elon Musk.
I agree.
You know it's real because it looks so fake. We'd have better CG. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah. But I'm just saying that, yeah, that was a big, long interview today. Like, the second half of it was just like all about her talking about, she's actually a Scientologist, and she's also an actual trained doctor as well. But it was all about like naturopath kind of stuff. And anyway, it's a pretty interesting interview to see.
How's a daughter gonna know what her father's up to?
Well, yeah,
I used to like
great.
Benjamin.
I mean, how old was she when he died?
She was young. Yeah.
No, he died in '99.
And how old was
How
she?
She's 60 or 61 now. So she was, like in her late 30s, early 40s.
You're still not going to divulge to your daughter about things that you did when you were younger, are you?
Especially not faking the fucking moon landing. You know what I mean? This is harder. Like, oh yeah, I had an affair, cheated on your mother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like my uncle, he's retired now, but he was like one of the top engineers, electromechanical engineers, working for Lockheed Martin over here in Sunnyvale, California. And my two cousins, Amy and April, they don't know what the fuck my uncle was doing. He had a top secret security clearance. He couldn't he wouldn't even tell me, even though he's been retired for like 10 years. So yeah, I don't know. She was just saying that. I don't know. Sometimes people might have a little bit of information on, what their parents do. But like my dad was a carpenter, a union carpenter for 35 years, and I barely know what my fucking dad did. He didn't have a security clearance. Well, pardon my language. I curse like a sailor and a construction worker because I've done both.
Yeah. I used to enjoy.
I curse like a sailor, and I am a sailor.
I was a sailor. Oh, wait, you're a sailor?
Yeah, I've been a sailor since I was 10 years old and learned how to sail on a 24-foot sloop on the Mississippi River in St. Louis.
Wow, that's a weird place to learn.
Then when I was 10 years old, me and my family, my brother, sister, my father sailed 600 miles in Lake Michigan in 1968.
Interesting. I've been across the Mississippi River twice, and it's. I had no idea how wide the Mississippi River actually is. Like when I was down in I can't remember what state it was. I think it was Mississippi. Yeah, I mean, it's like a quarter mile wide.
I'm about to go out and play some music out on the street with some friends of mine, and kind of excited. I'm really antsy right now. So,
what kind of music?
We play rock, blues, like modern, like to old classic rock and stuff like that. A whole bunch of that. So,
right on.
Yep. So,
have you ever tried to learn how to do any of Conspiracy Music Guru's songs?
I could play right along with his songs because they're easy for me to figure. It's fun though. Like he's got some really good little rhythms and stuff going on. Absolutely. I gotta get me some water. All right, I'll catch you guys on the outside. Maybe I'll send you a film or something.
Have fun out there, son.
I'm sure everybody knows who Alex Michael is, right? Conspiracy Music Guru.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't, you're missing out on some extraordinary talent that guy has. He first came out known as Flat Earth Man. I think that was his very first song he did. Or like
he's a regular here on.
Yeah.
Was he really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, since you brought him up, I'd like to give him a shout out too because I purchased his children's books. He sells 7 children's books about NASA and about Flat Earth. And they're fucking great, dude. The quality is amazing, and it's a great tool, I think, to have to give your children, and it supports, you know, a great dude who is in this with us. And if anybody is interested but doesn't have the coinage to buy the books but would like to, DM me. I will buy them for you and mail them to you.
Yeah, I can't remember who said it. It might have been Dave Weiss. If you can afford it, buy those books, and then like when you are going over for like a get together, like I don't know, like a little family picnic with your friends or something, and they're not really familiar with flat Earth, just bring those books in, put them on their like kitchen table. Don't let them really notice it, and they'll have to look at them at some point. Like who brought these over? And sometimes even adults that have no idea about it can read the kids' version and start to get the hint. And then the other one that's really awesome, I have it in my I still need to buy it. Is the emergency landings? To prove flat Earth. I think it was 16 emergency landings or something. Even though there's more of them that are being recorded consistently. That's another good one. Just put that on your coffee table or something. So when someone comes over, they might want to just check it out. You don't have to say much about it. Just let them read it. Yeah, Alex Michael's an awesome guy. I've gotten he's pretty much a regular over on Iron Rail Media with Zach, Walt, and Josh. So he'll hop in, and the cool thing about their stream is that they keep it to 2 hours, pretty strict every single time. But then afterward, like they'll keep the Zoom call open for as long as everyone wants to stick around. And Alex Michael will hop in there and he'll just fuck around and play some music for people, and he'll talk to you. It's fucking awesome. Wow. Crickets.
I'm working.
Yeah. All right, so I got something else to say.
I'm working on a picture right now.
About the ISS. Yeah. So all of these live streams that they happen to do up there, how are they just floating in place without moving around? Because if there's zero gravity, that means like all you have to do is like touch the wall with your finger, and it would just force you in the opposite direction. Because the equal and opposite reaction kind of situation. Newton's law. So how are they floating in place? I mean, how do you even stop yourself from moving? Like you'd have to be moving in a direction all the time, unless you had some way to suspend yourself in place. By the way, I do believe they are now admitting that they're using harnesses and wires on the ISS because they've been caught so many times using them. But on the flip side of that, if they are admitting it, why are they trying to hide it? See? It's like a catch-22 situation. You get caught in a lie, and then you have to create another lie, and then another lie.
I wonder when the ISS is going to have a catastrophic failure.
They said, I found this on space.com about 6 months ago, and they said that they're actually going to be doing a planned crash of it into the ocean. And they said that's going to be, I think they said at the end of this year or something. But obviously, if they ever tell you something, you can take that with a grain of salt.
I don't know if they'd pass up the opportunity for a good tragedy,
Oh, I hope they're still. And I am cynical as fuck when it comes to those people. I hope they're on board when it happens, if it's actually real. I could care less about that.
Send up a whole load of school children up on the ISS when they do it. That always really triggers people.
Oh my God, that's more cynical than what I just said.
And then, we won't be able to question it either, because how dare you question the death of innocent children?
Oh,
I was saying it in the context of nobody's up there. It's imagination. Nobody will die. But for all the people, all the plebs, they'll believe people died,
You have to think about the logistics and how the mechanics of it would work. So let's just say you're on a racetrack, and it's like a perfect circular, like a NASCAR racetrack, and you wanted to catch up to a car in front of you. That means you have to be going faster.
NASCAR's oval.
Well, I'm saying, if you're like way behind it, you want to catch up to that one, but it's going at a constant speed of 17,500 miles an hour. That means if you want to catch up to it, what you're going to have to do is either come on the racetrack at the exact same speed as it and then keep in place with it, or you have to go faster than it and then slow down in order to stay with it. So therefore, if NASA's claiming they're sending people up and down from the ISS, they have to have a way to accelerate and decelerate in space, moving at speeds that we can't reproduce here on the Earth. Like even like high velocity projectiles, I don't think can even go that fast. I mean, I don't even think railguns can shoot that fast. I'm gonna look that up real quick. I don't want to make claims that I cannot substantiate.
You're right, though. That is what they'd have to be doing.
Yeah, and then they'd have to come up like right next to it, and then like get out of whatever craft they're in, and then get into ISS, and then the people that are going to be getting out of it would have to be doing the same thing. Like the amount of that sounds like something like more dangerous than those idiots that just tried to go down to the Titanic. I mean, I'd rather try to go down to the Titanic than to try and do what they're talking about, like boarding and deboarding the ISS. Just fucking stupid. The railguns, according to Popular Mechanics, let's see here. 5,400 miles per hour. That's the velocity of a railgun, which is about 1/3 of the alleged speed of the ISS. And they can shoot an effective range of 110 nautical miles or 126 miles on land.
Yeah, I fucking lost that meme that has the space shuttle rocket and then the SR-71 next to each other. The SR-71 does like Mach 2.7 or something, or a bit more.
Oh, it's more than that.
And it starts just melting. They got so many layers of heat shielding on that thing, and it's only doing that speed. And then you've got the claimed rocket, shuttle rocket doing like 15,000 kilometers per hour, something ridiculous.
Yeah,
and it's completely unaerodynamic, and it doesn't suffer any of these problems. It's insanity to believe it.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons they discontinued the SR-71, I've seen one in person. They have one here in California. They have one in the National Aeronautics Museum on the Naval Air Base in Pensacola, Florida. So they got one there, and then one here over by where Jaron actually lives, ironically. And yeah, they're freaking huge. But the reason I think they discontinued it is because of how few pilots were able to actually qualify to fly them because of the amount of G-forces you experience while you're in one. And they had to wear like low pressure suits with like oxygen, so they didn't look like regular fighter pilots. They had to have like a separate special suit on.
Yeah, they're probably the closest thing to astronauts that have ever existed. Them guys that flew that thing.
I looked it up a while back. I don't know if they're still calling it the same exact thing anymore, or the same standards. But I said, what is the qualification to become an astronaut, or to be given the title of astronaut? And they were saying that anyone that went above 120,000 feet was considered an astronaut. Now, you can give yourself that title, but that doesn't mean you actually work as an astronaut. But that's what they said the standard was. And I looked that up well before I was into flat Earth. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I can just go up that high and I can be called an astronaut, put that on my resume. But that was the standard way back when. But then again, Google also told me that when I first got into this, that you could see Earth curve at 10,000 feet. That was literally on the Google website. What elevation can you see Earth curve? And Google came up real quick, 10,000 feet. I was like, what? No, you can't. Now, obviously they've changed that quite a bit.
Yeah, now you can't fucking see it at any altitude.
Yeah, I like what Eric Dubay said. He was in an Eddie Bravo interview, and one of the guys was asking him, so, Eric, what if you went up onto a rocket, or NASA put you up into a rocket and launched you up and you saw the curvature of the Earth? Would you get in that rocket? He was like, no. You think I'm going to trust those people that put me in a rocket? Which is the same kind of thing. I wouldn't do it either. I don't think there's any amount of money you can give me to do it.
This notion that curvature can't be measured at the ground or detected at ground level is just the hardest cope from the Globers. To assert it is just, it baffles me, man.
Yeah, they're in a religion that they don't want to get out of, because it's going to prove to them that their entire life was just a sham. And it's the old thing with, like, oh, once you get into like a PhD level of training, and then all of a sudden you find out, like an astrophysicist, for example, they won't let go of it, because how long does it take to earn a PhD? Well, typical bachelor's degree is 4 or 5 years. Master's degree is 2 or 3 years, and then a PhD is typically another 2 or 3 years. So I mean, these people are in school for sometimes, or in like high-level universities for over 10 years in some cases. They're not going to just let go of 10 years of their life when they've been brainwashed the entire time. They've been taught what to think, not how to think.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the cool thing that I like about what I'm teaching, is that I teach people how to think. And when it comes into all the nonsense, like, oh, what is an atom, and here's how electrons work and all that stuff, I kind of skip over that shit. I'm like, all right, go ahead and read that. Aside from that, I'm going to show you how to troubleshoot, how to solve problems, how to do math. I don't teach math up to anything more than like algebra 2, because I'm teaching like beginner college courses. But it's just how to think, how to solve problems.
I don't care if PhDs don't want to let go of their fantasy. I just wish they'd let go of the idea that they are these intellects with integrity towards truth. As long as you let go of that, I'll be happy. You can keep your ball. I don't give a shit. Just stop parading around like, you're the epitome of the human race when it comes to getting down to the bottom of things. The right answers,
I completely agree with you. And it's not all PhDs, because some people have PhDs like, I'm taking college courses right now.
In real things, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm taking college courses for like engineering and stuff right now, and almost everybody that is teaching the courses at the university, they all have PhDs. But it's like coding, like how to code in C++ or Python or whatever like that. It's like, That's not a conspiracy. You can actually do it and prove it works. They're not going to let go of it because they don't have to. They know it works.
Yeah, I should have clarified it. I meant the people that have PhDs in relation to this this fantasy, astrophysicists and such.
Yeah. And it was interesting too because Mark Sargent, this was like a year ago, maybe a little longer. There were these 3 PhD students. They're working on their PhDs at the time, and Mark was interviewing them. Actually, they were interviewing him, and the amount of cognitive dissonance they had.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that briefly. There was 2 guys, 1 girl, right?
I believe so. There was at least 2 of them. I think one of them just like refused to come on or something. And one of them was
it was a girl and a guy duo, and yeah, they had a 3rd friend that wouldn't come on because it was beneath him. I think I remember. Yeah, the conversation was beneath him.
Oh, Jim is here now. Jim, I heard part of your debate there, man. I couldn't listen to all of it. It started getting painful. I mean, damn. I tip my hat to you on that one, sir.
Yeah, I've always, Andrew, it's great to hear your voice. I've come to respect you a lot since I've watched you on, Troubling. We've been on together. You're quite the intellectual, and you're funny and I'll get out too. So I kind of wanted to discuss biblical cosmology. I enjoyed my conversation with Matthew on a couple occasions late last year. But I have a hard time debating atheists. I don't know what it is. I just don't relate. Now with Matthew, I can relate a little bit, but atheists is both those guys were atheists. Self-described atheists, and somebody asked. I was going to ask him, but somebody beat me to the punch. Do you believe you're a descendant of apes? And they both said yes. It's like, where do I go with that, man? I can't go anywhere with, yeah, I'm a descendant of apes. Oh, my God.
Oh, it gets worse than that, though. They ultimately, if you push them far enough, they'll admit they're the ancestors of rocks.
I'm a very sophisticated rock.
Yeah. I've never been an atheist, but I was agnostic for most of my life until I came across flat Earth, and all of a sudden I was like, that's it. There's no going back at this point. We are here, and we are part of an intelligent design.
Oh my God. I mean, what proof? You can look at it this way. The human heart is a very special unit. We're told that it has electronic functions to it. Blood comes in. The blood is pumped out from the left ventricle, goes throughout the body, is brought back to the right ventricle, goes through don't quote me on this, goes through the pulmonary artery, gets reoxygized in the lungs, comes back out. Left ventricle pushes it back out. Now, if that is evolution, I don't know, guys. I can't help you. That sounds like a special creation to me. But anyway.
Jim, I take it even farther than that, because think about when people say, follow your heart.
Yeah.
We get things inside of these feelings in our chest that don't come, I don't think they're coming from our brain, right? There's something that's inside of us trying to tell us something that goes beyond just the functions of muscle, pumping blood and whatnot.
It's kind of hard to tell an atheist. You look at the human heart and you go, wow, evolution, right? Cool, man. And then you look at it and it's made so perfectly to do exactly what it's supposed to do. And, I just look at that and I go, okay, and then if you're into biblical cosmology, we're basically living where the Bible says we're living. It's immovable, which is stationary. It's its ends of the earth, its four corners, its pillars, its foundations. A footstool is flat. And Jesus said, God, earth is God's footstool, Matthew 5:35, and then Isaiah 66:1 says basically the same thing. And I'm going, hey guys, maybe it's as simple as this. Genesis 1:16 and 17. God placed two great lights in the sky, the sun and the moon, and the stars. Maybe it's as simple as that, and man, woman, whatever, has screwed it all up.
Yeah, you can't have a conversation with an atheist because they say that they don't believe in religion, but yet they belong to one.
We both have a creation story. Ours, if you're a young creationist, kind of goes, okay, it's speculation on my part. It is Sunday. Oh, it's Sunday in New York, but not here yet. And so, 6,000 years. I think the Bible talks about generations, and you can take the Bible back to, you can definitely take the Bible back to Noah's Ark. And I think the Bible even suggests us how much time from Adam and Eve to Noah's Ark. So you can put 1 + 1 and get 2. And so you kind of go, okay. And I think we basically know that Jesus was an historical figure. Now, whether he was what the Bible claims he was, that's where people kind of go, no. It's like, okay, cool. So I just kind of look at it that way. Jesus lived, therefore, was he what people say he was? Isn't there that song? It's not the greatest song in the world, but who you are, you say you are is one of those bad songs from the 60s, 70s, whatever it was. and so I just find it very fascinating. I mean, atheists. It's just tough to talk to an atheist.
Yeah, you can't talk to somebody who tells you there's no such thing as good or bad. Morality, like that shit doesn't exist. But you shouldn't hurt your neighbor. You should be able to do and live however you want. But just don't hurt anyone else. Well, that's kind of contradictory, right? Because if there's no good or bad, right or wrong, there's no such thing as morality, and nothing matters. Well, I can't do whatever I want then. Why can't I hurt? What if that's what I desire to do? I want to kill my neighbor, but you're telling me I can't do that? Why? What's stopping me from doing it? Where is that coming from? If this is all for nothing and I don't to pay for my actions here anywhere else, if I don't have to appeal to anyone above me, then what? It doesn't make sense. How can you even rationalize that in your mind? Where's morality come from?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Sorry, guys.
I just want to say, great job, Jim. I just came over from Flatzoid's channel, so I just want to say, good job, man. You guys killed it, I think, and I think what's his name, Mark, is a dick and just a pretty disingenuous jerk sometimes. I actually thought Ember was a more cordial and reasonable as far as, anyways, just rhetoric in general. I just thought Mark is just so disingenuous most of the debate, but I thought you did great, man. So good job.
Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, it's never easy too when you're like on the spot talking to those people, and it is a structured debate in a sense when you guys get your opening statements, and then after that, when it goes into like the discourse back and forth, that's when it starts to become a little clusterfucked in a sense. And
well, then, I found out from Flatzoid, because I thought the biggest problem with the debate, honestly, was the premise that Flat Earth on Trial being the premise.
Yes.
And I thought,
Yes.
who the hell came up with that? Was it Mark?
I learned about it. I learned about it yesterday.
So Flatzoid showed me the email where it was going to be Flat Earth versus the globe, and it wasn't until the last minute that changed to Flat Earth on Trial somehow. And I thought, well, I don't know. That whole situation is just like, I don't know. It's just stupid. Like, first of all, a debate shouldn't be Flat Earth on. That's not a debate, right? If it's Flat Earth or even globe on trial, doesn't matter. that's not a debate anymore. That's a weird kind of courtroom setting or whatever that is, right? And so I thought it was a really strange premise, and he kept hearkening back to it during his rebuttals, saying, "Well, look, you guys are on trial. You're not answering any of our questions." Well, I mean, they didn't bring any claims. They didn't bring any evidence. They didn't have to, according to him, based on the premise, right? So I thought that's where it kind of fell apart a bit.
Yeah, yesterday was when I think I confirmed with James on email, that it was going to be, I was going to be there, and he sent me back. So I just want to make sure, right? And I said yes. And then I saw the preview on Modern Day Debate. They had Mark and Flatsoid on there, and it said flat versus globe or whatever it said. I'm going, cool, man. And then this morning, I don't know when it was, but it may have been at the debate, but maybe, I don't know. When it said flat Earth on trial, it's like, no, we're not on trial. I mean, give me a break, man. I mean, the globe is the one that has the burden of proof. So we're not on trial, but it's okay. It's fine. Mark's going to be Mark, and it's fine. I mean, I didn't really care. Mark said, flat Earth's on trial. I don't care. I mean, the globe's on trial, man. I mean, your globe's a fairy tale.
Yeah, Mark actually has some intelligence when it comes to making his points, but the other guy, what was his name?
Amber?
All right, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, EMBER. Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that guy was borderline, like, mentally retarded, I think. It was bad. His points have been debunked so many times over. And it was like, oh, yeah, we can circumnavigate. No kidding. Like, why are you even talking about it? I don't know. That guy was, awful.
When somebody tells me that they went north-south circumnavigation, went over Antarctica, and came up the other side of the ball, that is such a, I don't know what it is. It's never been recorded, and so when somebody says that, it's like, okay, whatever.
But yeah, Jim, when you were speaking about the biblical aspects to flat Earth, I'm not sure if you were here when that very intelligent Muslim lady was coming in, and I was asking her about how the Quran also can denote a lot of stuff about flat Earth, and she was able to basically just boom, 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 and bring and quote them off. So I asked her if she'd be. I think she would be wonderful to join into Troubling Tribune's debate, or because he also does the True Fate debate.
Yeah.
And he's always been looking for other people like Buddhists or people in Islam or Judaism, so he's always looking for that. So I asked her, and she was like, "Oh, absolutely." So I texted Skylar about that, and he's like, "Oh yeah, let's get it going." So that might be coming up here. I'm going to try and get her on as like a special guest or something.
Yeah, that would be awesome. There's a gentleman I know on IG. We follow each other on Instagram, and he's Muslim, and he believes we live on a stationary plane, and so he says we're brothers, and I think he's very, very, very intelligent. I looked at Islam about 7-8 years ago for about 6 months. I'll have to admit I haven't looked at it much, and I don't know. I just don't know. I've never really had Muslim friends in my life, so I really can't speak to people with the believe in Islam. I don't know, other than this gentleman that I'm friends with on Instagram. So I'm sure this lady, and I would have a nice conversation. I'm sure I'd be able to ask her questions, and she'd be very respectful in answering them. But it's an interesting thing when two religions kind of see the same eye to eye when it comes to the creation story.
Yeah, I don't consider myself religious or Christian or Muslim or anything like that. I know that creation is real, but it's interesting to see that all of those religious books, even like the 5 major religions, they all say something very, very similar about the shape of the Earth not being spherical.
I find it interesting too. I've watched now, I don't know, 5 or 6 flat Earth debates on modern day debates, and it seems in every single one of them that the two, because it's always 2v2, the ones I've seen, anyways. It seems the two globers are always atheists. It seems like that's a common theme there.
I've never met a flat earther that's an atheist.
Yeah, I guess what's interesting to me is that we know that there's many, many Christians or people of a variety of faiths that believe in the heliocentric model. It's interesting that on MDD that they don't seem to come up much. I don't know. I guess Charles Flat Earth Math, I think he's a Christian or some believer of some type. So I don't know. I'm just curious.
I don't know, but something else to bring up. This is interesting because I'm not sure if you guys know who Stefan Molyneux is. He's also
I used to watch him back in the day before he got canceled or whatever.
Yeah, he got kicked off YouTube when YouTube was doing the whole purge thing, and because someone was accusing him of being a white supremacist or something like that, and he's like, in no way, shape, or form has he ever mentioned anything like that, or never even gave a hint of it. But someone was making enough claims against him, and yeah, they helped get him kicked off. Anyways, when I was first getting into Flat Earth, there was I'm not sure how old he was, I'm guessing he was somewhere in his early 20s, called in, and he was like, the entire show was about Flat Earth. So Stefan was, giving him, quizzing him and stuff and asking him all these questions. But even though Stefan Molyneux is an atheist, if you're not aware of that, he grew up as a Christian and then moved away from it. But the guy that was calling in, or the guest on the show, he said he was a hardcore atheist until he figured out Flat Earth. So he's like, no, I don't believe that anymore. I'm not an atheist. I know that there's some sort of creation that's real, but he still wouldn't say he's going to join the church or, a temple or anything like that. So he was just like, yeah, I know that creation is real now, and that's about as far as.
I don't believe atheists exist. Everyone I've ever met is an agnostic. Like, they'll be like, I'm 99% sure there's no, but that admits to agnosticism.
I thought Molyneux was moving away from that for a time anyways. I felt like the last time and this is probably 5 years ago now, the last time I watched a video of his, but I felt like he was at least more open to theism, let's put it that way, or maybe even deism.
Nah, he's very much against it.
Still, hey?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't listened to him in a long time because I don't know, he got kicked off YouTube, and I wasn't going to go and join all the platforms where you have to pay for it and stuff like that. But,
yeah. No, I haven't seen him in forever. I'm just curious, yeah.
Well, he's on that same, what is it?
He's not a flat earther, though, right?
No, he's not a flat earther. No, he actually came out with a video about a year after that flat earther came on as a guest, and he did a quick little 10-minute video. He's like, all right, well, everybody, I'm just coming out admitting that I know the earth is flat. And then he gave this big old rigmarole. Then I realized, oh, it's April Fool's. He's just trying to fuck with people right now. So.
Oh, jeez.
Hey guys, is it still flat?
You know what? It's like almost Sunday, so you can speculate.
Damn.
Zodiac, is that you?
It's been a while, right?
Yeah, it's been at least a week.
Yeah. I was just checking in to see if it was still flat, but I guess it still is. So I'll just, there's always next year. You know what I'm saying? So.
All right, I got a question here because I'm still kind of new to this Discord channel, talking with everybody, which is awesome. I mean, pretty cool. Everyone's being respectful. But when you click on, even my name or Zodiac, what I have to do is I have to mute. Not everybody. I have to lower their volume real quick, otherwise it just blows my mic out. So my speaker's out. So, anyways, Zodiac, what are these roles that people have? Or if anyone can answer, like space AIDS, space herpes. Like,
It's just
what does
those
that
are
mean?
yeah, the space it's just for comic relief. The space herpes, space, AIDS, it's literally just a joke. Like it's not like serious. But like the roles like flat earther, that one actually is kind of it is serious because like you have to like kind of earn it, you know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah.
But the other
I
ones
have,
are just jokes.
yeah, I have space herpes apparently, which is.
Yeah,
I don't
I
even
mean,
know
we
how
could
you get
remove
space
him. I
herpes.
don't know. If you want to remove it, we could just ask someone. But
No, I don't care. You can put it.
yeah,
I've got
it's
good
just
sense of
for
humor.
comedy. It's
Yeah. Okay.
purely comedic purposes.
Okay, I kind of figured that, but I thought there might be some sort of like I don't know, an innuendo.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah.
I thought space herpes was when you had a bit of a belief in space.
Some of the Globers in here, they get this role called cultist or something, or not cultist, but like what is it? Globe skeptic. That's what they get.
And that's what I used to have. I got
Yeah.
rid of that though.
Yeah.
Is there such thing as like space herpes cream? Because they have regular herpes cream. Like what kind of?
There's space AIDS, I think.
Yeah, that's what you have.
You have to write a letter to NASA and ask the astronauts on the International Space Station how they deal with their space herpes. What cream do they use?
Yeah, I'll ask Neil tomorrow. I'll be like, hey, so how'd you get rid of it? He'll be like, what? You know what I'm talking about. He'd be like, no, I don't know. I'll be like, come on, Neil. You know how things go down up in the old ISS.
Well, they're all up there
they're down
alone for
bad.
a very long time. I'm pretty sure things probably do go down or up.
True. True. They're down bad, especially with this whole gravity. I mean, you'd think they would be down bad because of gravity, but I guess they're down sideways because they're orbiting. Oh man.
How do people? Okay, if you eat food here and then you try and hang upside down, like on some monkey bars or something like that, it doesn't work very well. So how do they do it?
Yeah. Yeah, they use probably wire, or not probably, but there's like wires or chroma keys and harnesses and shit. Have you seen those channels where like I think there's a channel called ISS, right? And additional information or whatever. Yeah, it's here. Hashtag ISS. You'll see all the like harnesses and shit. It's actually kind of funny because one of the astronauts did you see the one where they dropped the screw? That's the funniest one.
Oh
They
yeah.
dropped- yeah, that shit was hilarious, dude. Ah,
I mean, yeah, they've made so many blunders on that, but they are getting better. But it's the fact that we're pointing out their mistakes for them, so we're kind of like improving how they can lie to us better or to everyone else better.
Yeah, I feel like if they just waited, like instead of the moon landing happening in, one like instead of introducing this concept of globe, I feel like if they just waited until 2020 or maybe 2000, they probably could have had a better a more sophisticated lie, I guess I could say. More sophisticated, like, I don't know. Like a better cover up,
Yeah, well, they're not going to stop. I mean, they keep saying that the ISS has a limited lifespan to it, and it's going to have a directed crash into the ocean at some point, and they're going to push that back constantly. Why wouldn't they? I mean, they're making money off it. There's a bunch of idiots on YouTube that will tune into the live ISS feed, and YouTube is giving them money to lie. And then they can do all kinds of movies about it. And then even if they do eventually say, oh, yeah, the ISS isn't ISS isn't there anymore, that means there shouldn't be any tracking of it in the sky whatsoever in front of the moon. So
yeah,
if they are going to do it, that's going to be a very interesting thing.
Yeah, it is. Man, the whole space thing. I feel like, and the thing is too, like, if it would be so cool to like actually go, like, if they actually tried to go to the moon. I feel like that would be so much cooler than, I don't know. I feel like with the technology they have now, they might actually try this time, instead of just like producing it in a studio or whatever. That would be more interesting, if they actually tried.
Try to do. I'm sorry. I must have missed something. Try to do what?
If they actually tried to land on the moon instead of, now that they have like,
They could have
20.
done it. They would have done it by now. And
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think
not
that's true.
possible. It's just
to
something
do
that
something there is
it's not
impossible.
possible to do, bro. It's not
You
possible. They would
Yeah,
have done it.
yeah, you're
They would have
probably
proven
right.
it. They would have landed up there. They would have had all these videos and pictures and posting all this great stuff and blah blah blah. And all they got's that old garbage because they can't go there, bro. They would if they could, but they can't.
If they could land on the moon, there would be a Trump casino up there, bro. That's how you know.
Yeah, there would be McDonald's on there. Once how about, not only that, once people are able to tax whoever go, or the people on the moon, if the government can tax it, then that's how you know that it was legit. But until then, no one's there. Or at least the United States, right? They can't tax it, doesn't exist.
You know, it'd be interesting. Of course, the
Well, I think
government.
there's even a website you can buy a chunk of the moon somewhere, or a piece of land or
Petrified
whatever.
wood.
But do you have to pay taxes on it? I doubt it, because
Property
they tax
taxes.
something that's not real.
Go ahead, Jim.
I was going to say, wouldn't it be interesting to just, and the government already knows that, people high up already know the moon's not 240,000 miles away. But wouldn't it be fun just to head toward the moon, knowing that, what we kind of think is kind of close and local like the sun is, and actually find out what it is? That'd be so cool.
Yeah. I also saw there's footage of I think it was either the moon with clouds behind it or the sun. Yeah, there's footage of the sun with clouds behind it. So I feel like, but I don't know, yeah, I feel like it might be, but I don't know. This is such a crazy thing to think about.
I noticed too, Jim, they ignored your inverse square law of light argument entirely.
I mean, I kind of knew what it was, and then Alan did his little 40 minutes YouTube video on inverse square law of light and a couple other things. So he gave us a graph saying, okay, we have this much lumens, and we're 240,000 miles away from the moon, and by the time we get 1,000 miles away from the moon, it's 65,000 times brighter. And then he talks about Saturn, and then I look up today or yesterday on Saturn, what's the sun look like from Saturn? I'm serious, guys. You take your pen, stick it out, put it out so you're ready to write. Look at the end of the pen, and that's how big Saturn is. With that NASA tells us, and we can see it in the sky so easily. Oh my goodness.
Hey, so I have a palindrome for you guys real quick that I just discovered.
Hit it.
Yo, Flatter Day, what's up, man?
What up, bro? How you doing?
Well, what will you do?
Pretty good.
It's one of the best usernames, by the way. I love your username.
It's actually my rap name, but
nice.
Hey, so the palindrome is a Santa lived as a devil at NASA. I'll post it in the chat.
You said that way too close together.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, so the palindrome is a Santa lived as a devil at NASA. Trivia.
Wow. That took me a minute, but that's really impressive.
Trivia.
That's super cool.
It's one of my hobbies. I look up palindromes all the time.
That's a fun hobby.
Man. Another thing I was going to point out is a lot of times you hear the number 65, like in retirement, or like they use it in astronomical numbers a lot. It's a really common number. But so 65 is the alphanumeric value of flat Earth, F, because F is 6 and 5 is E. So just remember that when you see the elites using it, they know what they're doing. They're kind of mocking us.
Hey, Saints, what's going on, man? Where you been?
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Flat Earth professor.
Where you been, Saints?
But just chilling. You know what I mean?
Summer
Kind of
break?
taking it. Yeah, like a hiatus. You know?
Sweet, man. Right on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad. I was thinking about you the other day, man. I'm like, fuck, hope he's all right.
How have you been, bro?
Good, man. Hanging in there. Fuck. Pulling my
Have you
late
been
night
doing?
shifts. Pulling my late night shifts around here. You know me.
That's it. Yeah, that's right, bro.
Putting in my hours, man. Putting them in.
Right? That's right, bro. Good shit. Good shit. Have you ever thought about coming back up this way?
Yeah, man. For sure, man. My buddy's up, Santa Maria, so it's just right. I drive right by you on the way there and on the way
Okay.
back.
I have a new number. I'll text it to you in the.
Yeah, DM it.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, DM it to me. It's just
You're
good.
going to bring us some NASA news tonight.
I don't know, man. Wasn't planning on it, but it's
You got
always
anything
available.
juicy? Come on. I heard there was a gargantuan black hole that just switched on. So.
Dude. Yeah, I saw a couple of juicy ones. I was like, gonna get me some.
Did you see our resident Jim here was on a debate tonight?
Oh wow. What happened? Talk to me.
Was that modern day debate?
Yeah, he was well, Jim, why don't you tell your story?
I saw some of it.
Cherokee people, Cherokee pride. No time to live on a sphere. No time to lie to yourself.
Hey, you were with Flatzoid, right? With Flatzoid?
It's an inside joke. You guys.
Inside joke.
Were you with Flatzoid on there, bro?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's right. I seen you. It just ended like an hour ago or something.
Yeah, it went for 4 hours and 10 minutes. My goodness.
Shut up. Give us a fucking couple of sweet highlights, would you, man? Did you got a beer going, by the way, or something?
It got a beer. I wish I had a beer going. My goodness. I have some blueberries going on right now. But anyway, that's a really good idea. I'm gonna go out now. Thanks.
You know what?
Thanks, dude.
Dude, go get a beer. Come back and just relax a little, because after 4 hours of that, I'm sure you're a little tense. So
no,
I'm
completely relaxed. Going. I'm sure glad that's over.
He was drinking all the beers during the debate. So.
They do have this place, dude, that Flat Earth that is like 2 miles from here. They stay open until 3, and it's only like 12 o'clock here. So, I don't know. And the only problem is they allow smoking in there, and so I've been in there like 3 times, and I come out smelling like smoke twice, and it's just like, no, I ain't going.
is it a bar? Or I'm talking about like grabbing a 6-pack and bringing it home or
Oh
something. You
yeah.
know?
Yeah. They got that down the street too, man.
Well, go grab a couple. Go grab a
You could
couple
grab a
40s.
two-pack. You can grab a
couple
two-pack.
40s. Yeah. Or 140. I don't know. Whatever.
Grab a two-pack, bro.
That's so funny.
Hey, Jim, whatever you do, don't get any Bud Light.
Do not get any Bud Light. Yeah, do not get that shit.
You know, I went to the store by my house the other day, and it's a small Venezuelan grocery store where I live, and they have a beer section. And so I go, and I'm like, okay, I don't want any Bud Light. And then I start looking up all the beers that they probably have like 18 beers, and I look them, and they have like some pretty uncommon, we'll say, beers like Pacifico
IPA.
and El Jalisco. No, like these Mexican beers. And
Lagunitas.
I look up every beer, and out of 18, only 2 of them were not owned by Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah.
It was Heineken and one subsidiary of Heineken. That was it. Everything else was an Anheuser-Busch beer. Like, that boycott's going nowhere. Just saying.
Yeah, they own Modelo. Yeah, they know. It's funny because Bud Light's sales have dropped and Modelo's gone through the roof, and I'm like, well, they just switched. They just switched the fucking cans over and say, yeah, we're making Modelo today. Okay.
It's so good.
I don't think the boycott actually is working. So when I went and got a 6-pack today,
Yeah.
I was right there in the beer aisle, and they had these stickers up on every single one of the beer. Like I was at 7-Eleven, you know, like different different like doors to open and stuff. Every single one of the doors had a sticker on there for Bud.
That's funny.
Hey, Flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, Saints.
Do you know who does the cooking in a lesbian relationship?
The woman?
No, neither of them. They both eat out.
Oh boy.
Bump. Hey, don't forget to tip your waitresses. I'll be here all week.
They'll be here all week. I just flew in from Berlin. Boy, are my arms tired.
Sicko.
That is pretty funny. I just flew in from Berlin. My eyes are. I think the one before that you kind of had to go, oh, okay, but that was kind of funny.
Get no respect.
I mean, the 2 lesbian ones, like, oh, should I laugh or not?
Hey, you
laugh whatever your heart tells you to laugh after.
You know the jokes. I had stupid debate for 4 hours. Now I'm all giddy.
Calm down, Jim.
I'm all giddy now. Forgive me.
Okay.
But you remember back to all those jokes you ever heard that you kind of went, I don't know if I should laugh or not to this.
Yeah, it's politically incorrect to laugh at that joke, so don't do it.
I remember, I went on Modern Day Debates before, and I told Amy Newman the bottom line, the end result of homosexuality and transgenderism is depopulation. Bottom line, you know.
I bet she appreciated that, huh?
I hope so.
I hope so.
Oh my goodness! You know, I talked to Amy like twice, and she was nice. Or well, he was nice, and so it was. You know, it was cool. I mean, she was respectful. I was respectful. We don't agree on anything, but
right.
The bottom line though is depopulation. You know what I mean? That's the end result.
So I got to get a little more on the debate tonight. What'd you guys start out with? What topic?
Well, I thought it was going to be Globe Earth versus Flat Earth, and that's how it was presented on the.
Right. I remember you talking about it earlier this week. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and as of yesterday, I thought it was Globe Earth versus Flat Earth, and I get in there tonight, and the Globe Earthers telling me, you're supposed to defend Flat Earth. This is whole about Flat Earth, defense.
On trial.
It's like on trial. It's like no. I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to be on trial. We're going to come after you guys. I don't care what the title says.
So they throw you a curveball right to start out with. That's great. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend. I'll do this. I can see further than we're supposed to. And as you move away from something, it gets smaller due to perspective, and you lose it. Angular resolution, bottom up. Case closed. We live on a stationary plane and not your spinning space ball.
shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour in 4 different directions minimum. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
You got any evidence for that?
Math.
NASA?
Math says so. Yeah.
NASA says so. That's my evidence.
Yeah, you know, a fun thing about our position is you don't got to defend much. You just kind of
No.
got to go to the football field, find a flat football field.
Well, Miggy's right,
put
man.
your put your camera down, walk away. You disappear. You disappear bottom up. You get a heck of a lot smaller. It explains Chicago across the to Michigan, and it explains the sunsets. Done.
Dun 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 dun.
And then you can get together with Flat Earth Professor Dude, have a few beers, and talk about Cherokee people,
Cherokee Nation.
pride.
All what we call them Native Americans is what I still call them. They're all flat earthers, man. I found out. It's a trip. Pretty cool.
It makes you
Actually,
wonder.
There was a quote that one of the Globers said in the debate. I think it was Amber, whatever his name was, and it struck me because I've been hearing for the last couple of months that, of course, everyone throughout history has always thought the Earth was a globe since Aristotle saw ships over the horizon disappearing and Eratosthenes and all this stuff, right? Everyone always thought it's a globe or whatever. And the quote the Glober said was that it came from Magellan. And Magellan said, even though everyone thinks it's flat, I've proved, and so blah, blah, blah. And I thought, well, it's interesting that Magellan is quoted as saying everyone, at least in his time, let's say, thought the Earth was flat. So I thought that was an interesting kind of admission.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
What was his years, Magellan? I don't know.
No, I don't know either. I was thinking the same thing.
Let me look it up. Here, hold on.
If he was like pre-Copernicus, I'm curious.
Magellan, a little Wikipedia on this. 1480.
Yeah, so that's probably a bit before.
He was born in 1480.
So that's right before Columbus, right? Columbus is 1492. Oh, Magellan's born 1480, so
1480.
Probably sailed 1510 or something.
Yeah. Copernicus supposedly was born in 1473.
He died in 1521 in a battle.
Wow!
In a battle. Where was the battle at, man?
He was debating flat earthers.
Where was the battle at, flat earth?
Mactan Island.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. It was some group of people, and they were pissed, and it all broke out. It was bad.
They shot some cannonballs. Shit happened.
Started shooting cannonballs, fucking throwing rocks and shit.
I'm telling you,
I thought that was an interesting quote that the guy. I need to look it up. I need to find his source and see where he got that from.
Yeah.
I'm telling you this, Professor Dude. Our 20th century is so messed up. I don't think Booth killed Lincoln. I think it's all fabricated. If everything's been fabricated going back to the 20th century, and I can name things, I don't think Booth killed Lincoln. But it was
probably Lee Harvey Oswald who got Lincoln. Yeah.
You know what? You guys have heard all the comparisons between Lincoln and Kennedy, right? I mean, there's like a million.
Yeah.
There's like 100 of them.
That's weird.
It's so wicked weird, man. I think it was Marty Leeds did a piece on it one day, man, and I'm like, it was like, I don't know, like 25 things that he was going through, and it's like, wow, that's so weird. That means they've been planning this shit for a long time, man. There ain't nothing that gets out in the mainstream or on the mainstream news or television that's not been completely fucking hijacked, any like major presidents or presidents getting sued or it's all scripted out of there, man.
Well, when we don't know our history, we are doomed to repeat it, right? So they're just using the same playbook and calling the same plays that they've already ran.
Exactly. But they always go with the ones that worked before, and then they ramp them up, man. And we got to see some ramping up here about 3 years ago. Ramping up some fucking 9/11 shit to the max. Worldwide. Anyway, that was is it Sunday? Oh my.
Yeah,
It is
man.
Fuck.
far out, man. I feel so much better.
Oh,
Speculation Sunday.
Well, you know, it's the Magellan quote. The more I think about it now, the reason it struck me because he was using it. Essentially, what Magellan was saying, I don't have the quote. We'll have to look it up, but essentially saying he was attributing Magellan was flat Earthism, if you will, to the Catholic Church at the time. In other words, he was saying just because the Church says it's flat doesn't mean it is because I circumnavigated, therefore it's a globe or whatever, something along those lines.
Right.
And it just struck me as interesting
see,
as a juxtaposition versus Copernicus and all that stuff, right?
Well, he would have been only 12 years old when Columbus sailed the blue. He would have been only 12 because he was born in 1480, right? So 92, 12.
Yeah.
He would have had a lot of information coming back, and it would have been an exciting time, man. And, you know, when he was like 14, 15, I mean, finally Columbus returns.
Columbus was a hero for sure.
Like,
Yeah.
hey, man, this shit is fucking ball, bitches. And like, what? Wait a minute. The church before that was like, no, we don't believe you. Although they didn't the church fund him to go to America? I don't know. The Queen did. The Queen, it wasn't the church.
Yeah, I think it was the Queen of Spain that
It was
funded
the
Columbus.
Queen. Yeah, it was the Queen. Yeah. There's a lot of information out here, man, to kind of keep track of, man. And 8 years of looking at this shit, I lose some bits and pieces, man. I apologize. But
It's speculation. It's speculation Sunday. So I
not
got
all
the
of us have the wits at IQ. You know, I'm a little below that, a little below.
it's speculation Sunday. I got the first speculation.
I got a better sense of humor than Witsit for sure.
I think the moon alternates between 240,000 miles away and 75. 1 month it decides to go 240,000 miles away. The next time it decides to go 75 miles away, and when it's 240,000 miles away, that's when we decide to go land on it. What do you think?
I like I think it's about 62 miles myself. I like your 70 something, but
the Carmen moon.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Carmen moon. I mean, why would they put that number out there? I mean, it was like 62 miles. I'm like 100 kilometers, 62 miles, right? I mean, it's a nice, especially kilometers. It's a nice round number. And it was just like, why 62? Why 62? I don't know. That just kept ringing in my head for years. And it looks like it's about 62 miles away to my eye.
I was on Earth Awakenings the other night. I was traveling for work, so I was just listening.
Shout out to Gia. Shout out to Gia.
Yeah, it was a Glober. I can't remember his name, but it was Kosho, who was saying that there was. I think he called it noctilucous clouds that were at 60 miles. You guys ever hear that?
Never.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting.
I would say, yeah, I might bring it up to him next time I talk to him. I like Kosho, man. He's a big time drinker. I don't know if you guys know. He likes to drink a lot of really IPA beers like I do.
I fucking hate IPAs.
He likes to pound some beers, bro. My boy can pound.
Dude, the IPAs give me heartburn like instantaneously.
Yeah, some people can't handle them, but Kosho and I can handle them. But I've been working up to it for decades, and
practicing.
You can't just start in with super IPAs. No. You gotta go through the whole English pale ales, and you gotta go through a lot of pales to get to a real Indian.
Well, I was actually thinking about this the other day because I would love to try. Because what is the IPA, right, or the English pale ale? It was the drink that they would bring with them, like whatever, going to Egypt or
the Indian, and of course the English Army, English Navy. Excuse me, not Army. The English Navy, like 1760s, 70s, whatever. They were only allowed, each sailor was only allowed to drink 1 gallon a day. Now, the beer that they were drinking was super fucking thick, man. This shit was like soup. It wasn't like the shit.
Yeah, I want to
we
try
enjoy
some
now.
of the original. You know what I mean? Like, I
Oh
feel like
man,
nowadays it's all
like
like mango and
it's
fruit
like
infused, and
it's
you
like
know what I mean?
1,000 calories, per half gallon or something, man. It's a lot of calories. They actually used it as a supplement for food, like bread. It's
Is
basically
it like a Guinness?
liquid. It's like liquid bread. Yeah, but it was way thicker even. Yeah, there's a documentary out there called "How Beer Saved the World," and it's only like 45-minute documentary, but it goes through all the different times that beer saved the world, man.
Man, if somebody's got a link, I'm gonna watch that.
You gotta find it, man. I don't know where you could find it. Maybe on YouTube. You probably type it in. But I watched it probably like 15 years ago, and it was just blew my mind. Every time I thought, "Oh, that's it, they're done." No, they had one more thing that they figured out because they
One
were
more hops.
making beer, man. It was like all kinds of biological stuff and health stuff and food stuff and brain stuff. It was like it saved people from famine. Yeah, beer has been a absolute savior of the world many times over. Thank you, beer.
Ironically, speaking of beer right now, I have to admit this.
Yeah.
I'm a little embarrassed. My favorite IPA is actually called Space Dust.
Oh my God.
I
ban him,
like
ban him, kick him out. That's
well, that's how are we going to talk between 3 buildings? Hey, Andrew, Space Dust will kick your ass because it's 8.5% alcohol. Be careful.
Oh yeah.
They don't call it Space Dust for nothing.
Well,
And
I'm drinking it right now.
but the taste is not my favorite. But if you were looking for a good buzz and quick, a couple of those will do you in, man. I promise.
We've got a brewery here in Houston called Karbach, which I believe Anheuser-Busch has purchased, but they make a good one called Hopadillo. That's really good.
I would order that if I saw that on the menu. Hopadillo. Give me some Hopadillo.
You know, that's
It's
another
about the
reason
only
I could never
IPA
go
I
to
can
the
stand.
I could never go to the ISS. They'd be like, "Yep, 6 months, no alcohol." Fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off.
I'm out.
I'm out. No, I like to. I drink really good beers and red wine, and that's it. I don't really dig anything like vodka or any of that shit, man. I hate that shit.
What kind of red wine, though?
Well, I like a good Cabernet Sauvignon for sure. I mean, but some of my favorite wines come out of Argentina, and they're the Malbecs. Oh, fuck me, man.
I
You
thought
can
the
get
Australians were known for the Malbecs. Maybe not.
No, it's
Maybe
the
I got that wrong.
Argentinians, man. The Argentinians
Who's
rock and
Timbo?
roll.
Yeah.
Nah, they make a bunch of shit wine in Australia, man. I've never had any. Well, I've had a couple there that were okay, but I mean, here in California, the
I
shit
can
we
agree
get.
with that from Australia. I went to Denver, Colorado for a while, and I went into a few bars in
Yeah.
the 16th Street Mall. I had a whole book of craft beers to choose from, like 6 times bigger than the menu. There was
Yeah, yeah.
100 beer taps on the bar.
Exactly. Yeah, we know how to. We know how to. I mean, America's making up for 500 years of lost time of drinking, and we're doing it in big. We're doing it big, man. I always tell
There's a
everybody.
good wine in California, a blended that I like. It's called The Prisoner. It's really good.
Okay, I love a good red blend, man. California's really got a lot of red blends. Now, if you can get a high class Zinfandel, which was the only wine that's ever been created in California.
That's like so sweet though. It's like sugar water.
No. You got to get the red. No. This is where the mistake is. I've had a lot of ladies I take to dinner and they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna get a Zinfandel," and they get the white Zinfandel, and it's like a sweet fucking, might as well be fucking Kool-Aid with some booze
Yeah.
in it. It's horrible.
Fucking
No. You find yourself some red Zinfandel. This is a red wine, and you get them, and you can age them. You can age these wines, man, like 10, 20 years. and they just get better and better. And I've had some that are like 10, 20 years old, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so amazing. But the younger Zinfandel Reds are a little, I call them tart. They have this like weird dirt aftertaste. It's just like I don't know, man. But the older ones they age well. I'll tell you that. So
you guys were talking.
Oh, by the way, that documentary you were just talking about, how beer saved the world. Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's an hour and 11 minutes long.
Oh, it's an hour. Well, that probably has commercials.
Can you post a link? Yeah, can you post a link?
Yeah, drop the link, Andrew. That would be great because it really is.
I had to hop on my phone. Yeah.
If you like,
I had to hop on my phone because my internet kept going out. So I'll hop back on the my computer Discord.
Okay, here I'll look it up, man. Here, I'll look it up. I'll drop it.
Okay,
give me a second. I'll look it up.
You guys, where you stand on with beer, whether you like it cold or sort of room temperature?
No, I like well, in the summertime, I'll drink it like straight cold, freezing glass, iced, pitcher or glass. I like to drink beer out of a glass, by the way. Same with wine.
It depends on the beer, though, I think, right? Like, I was in Germany a few years ago visiting some family, and my uncle brought up like a Warsteiner wheat beer, Hefeweizen, from his cellar, right? Like, so the cellar's not warm. It's cool, but it was summertime. So the beer wasn't, I'm not going to say it was room temperature per se, but it wasn't, in America we drink it ice effing cold. Yeah. And
55 degrees is the temperature.
Yeah, it was one of the best beers I ever had at that temperature, right? So I think it depends on the beer. If I'm going to go for a Coors Light or something, I want it frozen. You know what I mean? So I think it depends on the beer.
The only time
they used to do at the pubs in Australia, they'd make the pubs really hot and uncomfortable and the beer really cold. So you'd sit there for hours and just drink it.
Fucking bastards. Damn,
the only kind of Australian beer I know of is Foster's. Foster's.
No, Foster's is not Australian. First of all,
I think most Australians
we used to have
do.
Foster's.
Yeah.
Foster's isn't popular anymore. In Queensland, they drink 4X or 4X Gold. In New South Wales, they probably drink, what would it be? Well, where I am, they drink their own beer here. They've got Kosciuszko Lager or something like that. I'm in New South Wales. Victoria, they'll drink, VB, or if they're a bit more posh, they'll drink something a bit more flash.
So AJ, let me ask you, man, is there any small breweries like guys, 3-4 guys run a little company in like a warehouse that make beer near you?
Yeah,
anyway.
there is where I am here. So it's mainly in the smaller tourist towns that do that. So we've got a place here called Jindabyne Brewery.
There you go.
It's a couple of guys that make their own beers and they have them on tap there. They do sell them in a couple of places, but it's not a big thing here yet. It's getting bigger. It's growing, but it's definitely not like the US.
No, dude,
you're talking about microbreweries.
I moved into my house. I gotta get this out. 27 years ago, I moved into my house. I'm a big beer drinker. I like good beers, whatever. There's not a single brewery anywhere near my house, dude. Not even close. I mean, I would have been there, but now I can drive to like 27 breweries within like 15 minutes of my house. 27. It's like coffee shops. They're everywhere now. When I was growing up, there was like 2 coffee shops, There was a donut place, and you're lucky to maybe go to Denny's or something. And you couldn't get like coffee to go. But now there's Starbucks everywhere, and there's breweries everywhere. And I just find that interesting, compare the two.
I just dropped a link for you in the main chat for my local brewery.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I'm on it. Here we go. Take a look.
And speaking of that documentary, How Beer Saved the World, I think I might like try and repost it and just change the name.
I put it in. I put it in there.
Saved Flat Earth.
Oh, fuck. You're gonna have to redo the whole thing, man. They got the Hefeweizen, yeah. They got a Hefeweizen. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Island Blend Pilsner. An Island Blend Pilsner.
Hey, I love
Island Blend Pilsner, man. Check it out, man. They fucking got a red.
X,
Red X?
Alpine.
Yeah.
Dude, you always drink a red. If you see red on the menu, you drink it. Trust me. They got the golden ale. Yeah, I don't mind those. If it's a hot day, I'll drink one of those. They got an Island Blend Pilsner. I like it, man. Yeah. Check out that Red X for me, man. Yeah. It doesn't say that it's an IPA, but or an ale, even a red ale.
So I got a question about Australian beer because I'm looking at this 4X Gold, and it says it's a mid-strength, but it's got an alcohol volume of 3.5. I mean, that's like Budweiser.
Yeah, that's the same as Bud, same as Coors. So they have
I know some.
Same as all the shit out there, man. They have a light beer, then they have a mid-strength, and then a full strength. So 4X Gold's a mid-strength. Yeah, it tastes like cat's piss.
It looks like it.
Water. Yeah.
Just like
I love it in
Budweiser.
Queensland.
Queensland, they call it the beer for up here, and they just drink it by the carton.
Yeah, because I know, like, when I
beer
was
for up
stationed,
here. I like that
when I was
term.
stationed
man.
in Texas, we would have people that were coming down from Fort Sill, Oklahoma. They would drive all the way across the border down
Yep.
into Texas
Yep.
To buy beer because certain states in the U.S. they won't allow the alcohol content to go
3.2,
above a
baby.
certain.
3.2.
Yeah, and they won't sell it on certain days and stuff.
And you can't buy it on Sunday. Yeah, 3.2. It's shit, man. Ohio is like that. I know that for sure.
Yeah, like
two
other
buddies.
states, like in Virginia, they have these things called the ABC stores.
Yeah,
So-
same in Ohio. They had those government stores. Yeah.
That's the only place you can buy hard liquor from. But you can buy beer and wine in the grocery store. But
Yeah, but you can't buy like vodka or any of the whiskeys or whatever.
And in Ontario, Canada, they have the beer store and the liquor store, and they're government run. You have to go there to get your beer or liquor.
And on Discord, you have a maniac monkey who's politely requesting to keep on topic rather than drinking beer and spewing.
It's Sunday. We're allowed to speculate about beer.
No.
Anyway, is there anybody new in here to talk to exactly? Flip, is Flip new? No, Flip's not new. Flatter's not new. Blind Spot's not new. Andrew's not new. Batman. God Rocket, no newbies. Is anybody out there in the YouTube chat by chance? Let's talk to them real quick. Hold on. YouTubers, let me shout them out, man. We got Flat Squash and One Big Pond, Greg T. That's it. What about, let me check Rumble real quick. Who do we got on Rumble? Anybody? Does anybody else have access to the other platforms we're streaming on right now? Besides Rumble or YouTube? Can you go to like Twitch or DLive or any one of those? Can anybody go to any one of those? Anybody?
Really, those sound like corny bands to me. But
Well, we're streaming on 4 platforms right now, so I'm only on 2 of them to check the chat.
Did you just say there was like only 3 people on YouTube watching? 3 or 4?
No. I said that there's 3 people in the chat.
Oh,
they're not. Okay. Yeah. There's. Let's see. Let me look. There's 20 people out there on YouTube watching, and I'm gonna give them a big shout out.
Yeah, invite those fellas over. Invite them
14
all.
watching on Rumble right now, but nobody's in the
Nobody's
chat.
in the chat except for me. I just said cheers. And there's 14 people over on Rumble. Now there's 2 other platforms we're streaming on that I can't get to. I don't know about you guys, but I can't get them.
But let the monkey explain to you Speculation Sunday. Speculation Sunday is for Earth-related matters. I know that a lot of people think that beer is Earth-related.
It is made
and I do get, if you drink too much, you feel the spin. You see the curve.
There you go.
But
I see curve. You see curve. Of course.
Well, actually, you don't really see the curve. You see like multiple curves.
Multiple
Yeah.
curves. That's better.
Seeing
Yeah, I like
doubles.
that.
Yeah.
Seeing double.
I don't mind viewing a few multiple curves.
But the
Hey, I like some curves too.
the speculation should be more like, you know,
There's rules to speculation. All right. I get
My
it.
my speculation for Sunday is that I reckon we got better beer ads than you guys, so I just dropped our latest beer ad in the chat for you.
All right. But I do actually, one last thing on beer, but this does get back on topic real quick. So why do they call some beers, they label them with, they call them like high gravity beers? You guys ever seen that?
Yeah, it has to do with the measurement of alcohol in.
But you're using the word gravity. Is what I'm
There's
getting
a,
yeah,
there's a
yeah.
graviton.
No,
and
I know exactly why they call it high gravity beer.
Why is that?
It's to fool the Globers.
There you go. I like it. I like it.
If you have more gravity in beer, then gravity must be real.
I think that it's called high gravity beer, maybe to its alcohol content, because if you drink too much, you're definitely going down. So,
yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys have ever brewed anything. I have, and when you use you figure out before it ferments and after it ferments, and you take the two measurements and you figure out the gravity of the beer, which is basically figuring out the alcohol content is what we're looking for, really. The percentage of alcohol, 8%, 10, 15, 20, whatever, 40.
And now we're getting into the area which is called speculation.
That's
Because
calculating your alcohol content.
now we're working with something called chemistry.
Yeah, it is chemistry.
And
It's definitely science because
the chemistry behind it is more important than the effect in the human population.
I think people would argue.
I think they both go hand in hand. I mean, the more alcohol you have, the more human population on alcohol. It's kind of
it's easier to give the globe to people who drank than sober people.
Who is ready to make some science?
It might be easier to catch a flat earther when he's a glober, but you hit him with some flat earth shit while he's hammered, and it might stick, man. You never know. We have to check it out. Either way, man.
but then you get, that was in a pub, people in the pub.
Yeah, he'd come back to you. Dude, I had my friend do the same thing to me, man. We got all hammered, and he's like, "Yeah, you're right, bro." And I'm like, and then the next day he got sobered up. And he's like, "Fuck, man, there's no fucking way."
Yeah.
And I'm like,
you took advantage of me while I was drunk.
Sure, man. Yeah, you got me while I was drinking, man. Damn bastard, dude. Shit. And I don't know if that's happened to you guys, but that
really interesting is that a lot of these Globers are like hippie atheists and stuff like that. Especially if you're living around here, like in the Bay Area, and a lot of them have taken psychedelics, and they know. I mean, when you take some of that stuff, you understand that there's like there's something else going on, like around our world that they're not aware of, but they'll still just think, "Oh, God doesn't exist, and therefore I'm going to go back to watching NASA videos and shit." So I don't know. The first time I took a psychedelic, it was all right, this is not that conversation, I guess.
Yeah, we got 25 people on Rumble now, man. We got Secret Agent, but only 2 people in the chat. Sorry. Anyway, go ahead.
The whole New Age stuff and space is because you got all those, let's say, the last 80 years, people were pushed by media. Go to space, go to space, go to space.
Media's been being
back in the
pushed.
90s, it was all space. And when I grew up, and all the people now are like so normalized to space.
Yeah, it's pretty normalized, man, right?
Yeah,
it's
if you did that in the 30s or the 40s, no one would be talking about space as they are talking about space now. And
in the 40s, no. Hell no. No chance. I try to put myself in that, my dad's generation, kind of. Say, hey man, what were they thinking about space? They were looking at a lot of stuff coming out of World War II. I imagine it was kind of fucked up, man. There was a lot of
Well,
crazy
going
stuff.
back to that, yeah, it goes back way before
But
that.
my dad flew
Orson Welles
airplanes.
did the War of the Worlds broadcast in 1938.
Yeah,
And
I
that
think
freaked
about
people out.
that freaked everybody out for space aliens and shit, right? It
Yeah,
was
and they were talking about that way before, because if no one had ever heard of space or aliens before, and he would have done that broadcast, nobody would be like, nobody would know.
If you talk to Europeans or probably other people from other
nobody's ever
areas,
heard of it except America.
they would say the same thing as they say things about Americans now. They're just dumb people being fooled by a radio. No,
Hey,
really.
man.
It's the
I
same
know.
as
You know that
me
for a fact.
looking at everyone around me while 9/11 happened. Dumb people watching the TV, listening to the radio, not thinking critically.
Yep. Yeah, the War of the Worlds was a litmus test, in my opinion, that it was kind of like one of the first major broadcasting technologies that they tried to pull on a mass population, and it did a pretty good job from what I've heard. I mean, my parents talked about it. Yeah, we were kind of scared. Like, they were like in high school at the time, right? So
Yeah, and people are very susceptible, like
yep.
It's easy to fool someone with the media that is
yeah.
given.
My mom remembers the Cuban Missile Crisis, and she remembers the entire grocery store was cleaned out.
Yep.
There was nothing. It was all the grocery stores were cleaned out during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I don't know.
That same thing happened during the whole, whenever they said, we have to lock down.
All
the grocery stores I saw.
3 years ago, yeah, they said the same. Yeah, all kinds of shit was bad, right? Yeah, we can't get that. Nope, we don't have that. Yeah.
Yeah, but people are easy manipulated.
Inside of us,
they're super easy manipulated. That's the problem, and we're out here trying to like beat their heads with a stick, and going, "Hey, man, wait a minute. We want to unmanipulate you, man. Get you to think. That's all we do every day in here." Dang.
It's pretty hard to beat somebody across the head to wake them up. It usually knocks them out. So
sometimes it works. Sometimes the soft approach works. You never know, man. You gotta feel it out. But
now you gotta play the same game. You gotta hit them on their feelers, like.
You're right about that.
Like when I talk to someone about flat Earth, or are you really believing that shit from space? I'm like, okay, space stuff. I know a lot of guys who went to the army, and I say, okay, so how do you maintain?
Pilots, Air Force.
How do you maintain your vehicles? And now watch the guy tell him, "Oh, I don't know what we have to do. Yeah, we look in the manual." The guys in the ISS don't have a clue about ship maintenance.
No, I've never heard them really go into that. Yeah.
No, and there are video clips of them just babbling like, what happens if a seal has to be changed?
You have a leak. Well, you have a leak. You got a leak. Yeah, that's
whenever they do procedures, they're like sitting there with a tablet, listening to Houston, and they're still fumbling around.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, and there's something to bring up about that as far as in regards to the maintenance, and I can say this for an absolute fact. Ask any electrician, ask any like low voltage technician who works in data centers, or like HVAC technicians. When you use wires or cables for any means at all, you put a label on them to show what they're for, and what circuit it's a part of, and all that kind of stuff. If you look at the ISS videos, there's nothing like that.
Nah,
Oh,
it's just
and
crazy wires going everywhere, man.
you're floating around in a space station with all the wires hanging loose. What the fuck? There's no up and down in space, so
All right. I'm going to take this conversation to the next level, right? So we've talked about the wires hanging everywhere. And just recently, this week, man, I heard some Glober try to defend the playing with the water on the space station. All right? You guys have all seen the water playing with the water bubbles.
You're talking about how they scored it out?
Where they squeeze the towel out and he plays with the water. Yeah. The water's going everywhere, man. Right? Right? The defense that this Globey came up with, this anti-flatter, this zealot, was, well, it just evaporates.
So what?
Well, it just evaporates. That's how we don't worry about the water floating around and hitting the electronics, because it's going to evaporate eventually. I promise it will. Anyway, I thought that was
that evaporation process, how does that work electrically?
How does that work on the other side? Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking when he said it. I was like, well, how does that system work, man? I started thinking about it and like, okay, well, do you have like an AC inlet out? I mean, do they have AC? They got AC up there.
Well,
right?
in the words of Don Pettit, it's really great engineering.
Mm-hmm. It's really good engineering. That was English. It was not Don Pettit.
The human condition.
Don Pettit is a certified moron, so don't worry. You can use any accent you want for him.
Okay, sure.
Is there an ISS dialect, or
If you want to talk like Don Pettit, you got to bite your upper lip. All right, here I'm going to do it real quick. I'm going to bite my upper lip and do my Don Pettit.
But you also have to be cross-eyed at the same time.
Well, you just have a lead.
I think he's actually cross-eyed. If you actually look at him, I think he's cross-eyed. So, and has glasses.
You just have a lead. I can't. All right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Paul. Here you go.
I want to ask you guys how you felt about something about the human condition, that we want to be fooled, and we even fool ourselves at times.
Well, it's the same thing, Paul. It's going to the movies. Think about it. I mean, I've left movies going, fuck, man, I was bitching. Like, holy shit, man. I was kind of fucking tripping. Okay, that was cool. And then I'm back to reality. I'm like, oh shit, I got to go put gas in my car, and fuck, tires low.
Already, is that part of our conditioning?
Yeah, it's in there, man. And they knew that. That's how Hollywood's so successful. I mean, they already knew how it worked.
Wanting to be fooled and fooling yourself is a natural state,
right?
Because people have moments where they need attention. If they cannot get attention, they start to exaggerate to get attention.
Right.
And
seen that.
People want, it has to do with communication. It has to do with processing of things you have experienced. People want to be important or want to be noticed. So when the government is saying, oh, there is a virus on the loose, no one gives a shit. When they tell them there's a virus on the loose and you could die from it, everyone is triggered. Once you're in the triggered state, you're very susceptible.
Toast. You're toast, man, when you get triggered.
Yeah, because now you're vulnerable. Now you feel important.
Yep.
And that's when you get exaggerations. That's when you get ridiculous stories. Or the other way around is when, for example, you have you experienced something traumatic.
Sure.
And you need to talk about it. You go to someone, and someone is not paying attention to you.
Right.
Then you start to exaggerate it because maybe that will get some attention. And it isn't even something that you do consciously. No, you need that attention because you need to work out something out of your system. So people don't even get to, let's say, actively lie. No, it is just instant because they need to get it out of their system.
Yeah, so you guys know the magician duo Penn and Teller, and I'm trying to just add on to what you're saying right there. I don't remember the exact quote.
They had a show called Bullshit, man. I love that fucking shit.
Yeah, I've got it downloaded, and it was all right. I mean, there was some.
There was a couple of. They did a couple of things that made me just go, oh fucking wow.
Well, but it goes back into like the movies and cinema and like NASA, and that's why people are watching it. And they said something along the lines of the reason that people go to watch magic shows is because they know that they're going to be tricked, and some people are going there because they think it's actually real. So they're letting go of reality for just a moment, just like movies.
Hey, my friend's a magician, man. He stayed with me for like 4 or 5 nights recently, and he's absolutely incredible with cards and money and like $4 $1 bills. And he can flip them and turn them into 5s just like that. And I was like, oh shit, that's bitching. And I go, dude, don't tell me how you do it. It is a trick, I know it, but I think it's cool because now we can go out and talk to people on the street. And I would literally on the street would be walking and be like, hey, you guys want to see a magic trick? And my buddy would say, and they would say yes. And my buddy would just do that trick in front of him. And even though I knew it's a trick, it was still cool to watch other people's reaction. You follow me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know a lot about that.
It's almost like a drug, dude. To me, it really is.
Can I make a fun or semi-fun? Because
hey, it's Sunday. You can do whatever you want. It's Sunday.
So
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
There is this magician. We all know, a very very famous magician.
Houdini.
No. We'll get there.
Hold on. Can I get one more guess?
Yeah,
I know most of them.
David Blaine.
No, sorry.
Okay. Never mind.
We'll get there. A very, very famous magician. He made several buildings disappear in full view of everyone around. On TV, was seen internationally. Everyone was fooled.
Yep.
Next thing you know, everyone thinks some farmer in Afghanistan did it.
Oh fuck!
Shut up.
So
that was your punchline, wasn't it? No.
Yeah, and now you know
hilarious.
what magician is pulling your chains.
Okay.
I do, man. That was the best magic trick I've seen all fucking year, right there, man.
If people aren't getting that, it has something to do with the year 2001.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah. It was. Oh man, that was.
And people don't know that when they watch those people, they are watching magicians because they are pulling your chains all day, every day, and you get to pay for them in every way possible.
That's the spirit of Speculation Sunday, right there, my brother.
And that's what every single space agency has been doing to us. Now, they know the tricks of magic. They learn there's about 7 rules to magic.
And they are still orchestrated by the same magicians.
Yep.
Well, they're just using the same tricks because if you go back to like some really early magicians, I can just mention one right now. His name is Dai Vernon, who was obsessed with doing that kind of stuff and actually kind of fucked up his family life because of it. He's the only magician that was ever able to fool Harry Houdini. And he was even talking about it. I mean, you can still find some YouTube videos of him when he was pretty old. But I mean, even when he was in his mid-90s, he could still do card tricks that mean, I have an idea, but
Dude,
so when people in like Hollywood and in the government, all they have to do is watch these magicians and the rules that they've come up with, like misdirection, sleight of hand, and these different things.
Oh,
and
hell
like
yeah.
optical illusions with mirrors and magnets and wires. That's all that NASA is doing. They're just taking these magic tricks
Andrew, man,
and utilizing them and saying they're real.
Dude, Chris Angel floated across Las Vegas. I saw it live on TV.
Yeah, I mean, some people are legitimately doing some things. I'm not going to say necessarily all of them, but David Blaine has legitimately done things that seem like magic, but they weren't magic. And he's saying, this is not magic. This is me training for years in order to, like, being frozen in a block of ice, live on camera, and there's people watching him 24 hours a day. It's like, you'd think that would be impossible, but he did it. And he almost died from doing it multiple times. I mean, for multiple tricks. So I'm not saying that the government isn't like risking people's lives when they're putting people inside of these contraptions, because I'm sure there have been.
Andrew, I met David Blaine this year.
Oh wow!
Yep, shook his hand.
That's cool.
Got a picture with him.
And by the way, some of the magic tricks that look like they're magic again.
I went to see David Blaine has a show here in Vegas. He does.
He makes a lot of fucking money.
He does. He only does 2 nights a month. But
yeah, because when he gets hired by like Jeff Bezos. There's a video of him.
I don't know who he gets hired by. It's a casino. I went to the show. I watched the guy jump from a 70-foot tower into a pile of fucking cardboard boxes. He held his breath for 11 minutes. He stuck a needle through his bicep.
and both of his hands.
And just wicked stuff, man. I'm like, holy shit, man. So is that magic?
There's something else that he does that a lot of people think is a trick. It's not a trick. He'll take a glass and he'll take a bite out of it and he will chew it up and eat it. Like most people will be like, there's no fucking way that I would ever try that. Most magicians won't even try it. But it's not a trick. He's actually chewing up the glass. And what happens is if you have to grind it up with your teeth real fine enough to the point where you can actually digest it. So it's been a parlor trick for quite a long time, but they actually eat glass.
Yeah, David Blaine's a trip, man. There's a funny video, dude, that this guy did in his basement, man. It was absolutely hilarious. He's like, I am David Blaine, and I'm going to stab myself 72 times. Watch. And all his buddies are watching him going, and like, dude, that's not like magic, bro. What are you doing? What the hell's wrong with you, man? Why are you stabbing yourself so many times? Anyway, you can look it up on YouTube. I don't know, David Blaine, comedy or something. But yeah, it was. I just was searching up some David Blaine shit, ran across that. Pretty funny, man. So yeah, man, to watch somebody do physical things like stand on a pole in Times Square for
2 days,
a couple of days, right? And then jump off into an airbag, right? I think he jumped into an airbag on that one, right?
It was something like that, yeah.
It wasn't boxes, man. Like,
well, he said he had to because he was starting to hallucinate.
Yeah. He froze himself in an ice block. Okay, that's wild, bro. Okay.
Well, think about the news magic trick that NASA. Well, it wasn't NASA. It was when William Shatner was launched into that rocket.
When he got launched up on the Bezos, the penis rocket, I call it.
Yeah, and that was obviously a magic trick because if anyone's going to go into like a G-force type of like where like fighter pilots have to train, they put them in like this like big old like fucking spinny thingy,
a centrifuge.
Centrifuge.
they put him in that, and then it speeds up, and then
That was
eventually
they did that during the Apollo training. You guys remember the centrifuge on the Apollo training?
Well, the point I'm getting at is that
7G.
William Shatner is 90 years old or something, and they put him on that with no training. Like, oh yeah, he was fine, and it landed on the ground to the point where like that didn't look very comfortable.
That is suspicious and suspect, or sus as the younger generation calls it. It's a bit sus, and it can be that defining moment of reality versus Hollywood. Yeah, I mean, 90-year-old guy.
And it's weird, like when you have like any of those flights and you go down in a capsule, they can put extra parachutes on there to make it more comfy in the ride home.
Yeah.
They don't have any fucking payload. It's just
a few 100 pounds.
A capsule, and you can put anything in parachutes, inflatable bags that cushion your landing, whatever. They can do all those things.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
It's not extra weight for them because it's just going up and going down. They don't have any payload to care for. So I don't know why it's a bumpy ride for them and why they need to go with that speed down. Because you can just, float your way down, take 2 hours down if you need to.
Yeah, I'm not really very good at looking at these videos and deciphering them as far as like figuring out the magic tricks and all the misdirection and all the little flaws and that kind of thing. But because I don't have time for it. But Dave White does a great job at that.
Hey man, Aethergrass does a good job too, man. He's right there in the. Did you guys see that cartoon book for babies? Cartoon ball for babies, man. This is how the majority of the people that come in here brand new. I mean, don't know. You guys are flat earthers. What? This is what they have in their mind, and Aethergrass nailed it, man. Thank you, brother. Nailed it. Yep. Shooting
the ether
balls,
real quick here.
Shooting rockets.
I know
balls
that it's
from
real.
balls. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but we're all, somewhat the same age bracket. We all had the same media.
Yeah.
I recently picked up some boxes from my mother, and old kid stuff. So I'm flipping through my old, notes from middle school and high school, and
nice. I love that. I love a box like that.
I'm flipping through one of my I don't know. Yeah, one of the books where you collect, back in the 80s you had those little cards from the A-Team and Star Wars and
Star Wars.
I got a book full of, like the early 80s Return of the Jedi cards.
Shit.
I got and I got a book full of them.
Oh fuck, you're rich. Oh fuck.
Yeah, those might be worth some good money, man.
The fucking jackpot. Are you kidding me? Oh fuck yeah.
And
right on.
I'm like, as a kid, everything makes sense. Your parents took you to the cinema, and
the cinema, man. We should look.
It's real.
Look into that one. Cinema.
It's real for a kid,
Of course.
And I'm opening that book, and I'm like, damn, of course that's how they trick you, because you wanted to be the hero in that story. You wanted to be part of that story.
Dude, I had the fucking map of Disneyland as a poster in my childhood fucking bedroom.
I
That's
have a,
what I had. The fucking Disney magic.
back in the 80s. They flew the space shuttle around the world on the back of a 747.
747, yeah.
And I remember going to the beach, seeing it fly past because my father took me.
Nice.
And I got the poster of it.
Get the fuck.
And like
Get out of here. You had the fucking poster of the 747.
Yeah.
Fucking flying with the space shuttle over the top of that bitch. Yeah, I love
Dude,
that.
there's probably a lot of stupid globes that would pay good money for that.
That's good money, baby.
I've got you know, I got a whole shit, like 6 boxes full of memorabilia like that.
Hey, I don't have the memorabilia, but I do have a memory from the moon landings, man. I do have one memory from the moon landings. It's very distinctive. And my brother drove a Volkswagen Bug in 1969. And I would say that his Bug was probably from the 50s. It was like 1958 or something. It was an older Bug. And I remember sitting in the back seat and we went to the gas station and they said, "Hey, do you kids want some, like, here's some moon landings." Like, it was a cardboard cutout thing that you could fold into the Mooner lander. And I remember sitting in the back seat of my brother's VW Bug putting together this moon lander. And it was like this little cardboard thing. You had to fold it and kind of, they gave it to you in a flat sheet. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It's It's perforated and it just folded into the Mooner lander. And I just remember that. I was 5 years old, okay, when I remember that. And that's the only thing I remember about the moon landings. That's it. I don't remember watching it on TV or my parents getting all excited, but I did remember the buzz around it. There was definitely a buzz. The same with all the other buzzes that we've been through, man. We've been through all kinds of buzzes. Fuck. There's a shitload of buzzes we've all been through, but the moon landing was a big buzz. And everybody got high on it and everybody was like toking it and everybody was smoking it and it was a thing, just like the rest of the things that we've all been through. But
you know the thing, you know the thing. It's the thing,
man. Yeah, and maybe I hope the AI never catches up with that, man. There's no way the fucking AI could ever catch up with what we're talking about right now, Monkey. No fucking way. It could never compete with us, ever. It can't compete with us. No way.
I think you have to separate AI from AI. The AI that they will give us,
right,
will never get to that. The AI that escapes will go beyond. Because
dude, that's heavy, bro. Hold on. Let me smoke that.
Yeah.
Let me smoke.
Remember when Google had those two AIs talking together and then they started their own language?
That was like years ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't recent. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was like the one that they bought from the two British software engineers that created something called DeepMind, and they used that same software to learn how to play. They taught it the rules of chess, and they let it play against itself for like 4 hours in a row, and it played like 2 million games or something. And then they took that same program called DeepMind. They also named it Alpha Zero or Lila, and they let it play against another program called Stockfish, which is the still considered to be the hardest, most difficult chess program to play against, like computer chess program, that no grandmaster alive today could beat. Like, can't even get close. And that program, DeepMind, played against Stockfish for 100 games in a row, and Stockfish couldn't beat it one time.
I don't understand AI because I don't even think it's possible because it has to be programmed, right? And then how does it?
What are we talking about the whole time around here? We have been programmed. Everything we do, everything we say.
Yep.
And AI doesn't need a body. So all the energy AI has available is into semi-understanding or, getting things to do things.
Well, hey, Monkey, when I say, hey, man, that thing that happened in, 2001 on the double digits of the thing with the -9, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no way that AI could ever reproduce that, what I just said. No way. And you would understand it. There's no fucking way the AI could understand that. No way.
AI would be Dutch and just say, "Oh, you mean the emergency number date?"
Right? Yeah. It would have been like it would have been tough. I mean, dude, I've seen where AI cannot even do like basic math. It's like, what? What happened? The AI absolutely makes itself stupid, just like people that believed in the globe when they were in, 8th grade.
Everything goes through the same stages in life.
Yep. Everything. 100%.
If you look at cats, they are born nice little fluffy kittens. Then they got the 2 years that they go insane.
Insane.
And then they normalize again.
Yep. They become part of the family, man. Really.
And you have that with puppies. You have that with every animal, everything that grows has those phases. So if AI looks stupid, it's a learning phase. It probably knows better. It's just experimenting.
Yeah, exactly. It's an experimentation at this point, because if they're showing us right now this AI technology, they have had it for 20 years. I promise.
I had
you guys know
what we have now. What we have now, like
they've had for 20 years, dude.
Back in ICQ days and IRC days, there were chatbots.
Yep.
And we do as if it's new. No, man, that shit is old.
I saw Discord in 1995, and I know you guys don't believe me, but basically that's what it was. The same as Discord. And somebody asked me recently, man, why did Flat Earth blow up in 2015? And I was like, because at the first time in all of human history, we were able to connect people on different continents of the world at the same time and say, hey, man, what do you know about the globe? And we were able to, on an information level, share stuff that none of us have ever been able to share before. And we could share videos, we could share audio, we could talk about it, we could pause it, everybody had you could screen share, you could mute people if they were like in a hot mic or whatever. It was an information overload of technology coming together at the same time. In 2015, it really blew up, man. All that.
Flat Earth blew up in 2015, but it didn't start in 2015.
No.
But
it
YouTube
blew
started
up.
in 2006.
But somebody asked me, why did it blow up in 2015? And I'm saying, because of the technology that we were all able to use.
Well, it's the snowball effect, right? It started small and then it got bigger and bigger until everyone started finding out.
Back in the day when I was on above top secret website or forum, there was this, flat Earth section, but it's just to dump on flat earthers, and that's in the early 2000s.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
And that's a big conspiracy forum, and
they would just back then, man, they just say fuck off.
there would be one or two flat earthers that would try to say, hey, look at this, and everyone was jumping as you see the Globers now, and I didn't pay attention because I was busy looking for alien shit.
Well, you were listening to but you might have been listening to Bill Hicks or Art Bell. Does that name ring a bell? Art Bell.
Yeah. I know. Coast to coast.
Coast to coast. There you go. Yeah, I was listening to Art Bell, man, for years. He would bring up the dark side of the moon guy. There's alien bases on the moon, guaranteed. The government's been hiding it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit! I used to eat that shit up, bro.
Yeah,
eat that shit up, man.
Yeah, and that's because it was normalized, because we've seen how alien bases have to look like with Star Wars and Star Trek.
Hollywood, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just call it Hollywood, man. When Hollywood shit, man. Shit, and they can really they do a great job. Have ever you guys seen the movie The Matrix, man? What a fucking technological movie making breakthrough that was, man. I mean, that was shit, man. The Matrix was
the first one was really good. You've seen the recent one?
In level. And
only the first one was good.
Exactly. Only the first one was, but when it came out, man, it was like, oh shit. That was a mind bomb, whatever you want to call it, but it was the dividing.
There's a lot of hidden cookies in that. Easter eggs in that movie.
Yeah, it's a divide.
Like, do you know what the expiration date of Neo's passport was in that movie?
Yep.
They only showed
yeah, but again, it's full of Simpsons trickery.
But yeah, we were originally talking about magicians and magic and things like that. And I don't know if you guys know about Jack Parsons, man. You guys ever heard of Jack Parsons?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Aleister Crowley. You guys ever heard of that?
Yeah, sure.
And
Sex
then
magic.
This other guy, man, I don't know. You might have heard of him. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
All those guys, those three guys were in Pasadena creating this new company called JPL. And they said, hey, man, let's do JPL, bro. And they all went, okay, let's do that, bro.
Is that how they were saying it?
I just find that the most interesting thing I've come across as far as like esoteric shit and the fucking voodoo, moon fucking babies, whatever you got to come up with, man. But the fact is that those Mongos were all hanging out together right here in Southern California, just down the street from me, man, not far. A couple of horse day rides away, man. That's it. It's not that far.
All right, Speculation Station. I don't know if this is entirely true, but I heard someone, not going to mention his name, but saying that JPL, which is the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, was actually named after
Jack Parsons Laboratory.
Yeah, it's Jack Parsons Laboratory.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Everyone who says it's Jet Propulsion, no, it's Jack Parsons.
Jack Parsons' place. Yeah. So yeah, we've all heard that. Hopefully, maybe not. But I just find it strange, man, that those three characters, here in Southern California in Pasadena, and that all of a sudden NASA was created, and like NASA was created through Congress, blah blah. They allocated a bunch of money and said, "Hey, man, we're going to create this new company, and it's going to incorporate NASA and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory at the same time." I just find that weird. It's just weird to me.
All right, so I'm looking it up right now, and I just typed in, just as a general internet search. And by the way, I don't use Google for my internet search engine. I use something that's uncensored. Anyways, it's called Jack Parsons. I just typed in Jack Parsons Lab. I didn't type in laboratory, and then instantly it comes up with the occult history behind NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
There you go.
Now
so I didn't have to say anything else.
Now you know. So yeah, I just thought that was weird. That was one of those things that I just like, oh shit, I live right here, it's not far from me. I've driven through Pasadena and spent time there. I got friends that live there. It's like, okay, interesting town.
And so for people that are not aware, just for people listening in or not joining in, I'll just go ahead and say this. His name apparently was not really Jack Parsons. It was John Whiteside Parsons. Was an American rocket engineer, chemist, and I'm not really sure what this. I'm gonna have to look it up. Thelemite occultist, associated with the California Institute of Technology, which is like the West Coast version of MIT. Parsons was one of the principal founders of both the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the Aerojet Engineering Corps.
Is that Caltech, you said?
Yeah, Caltech. Yeah, it's down in LA.
Caltech. I don't know if you guys know this, but I debated a professor from Caltech, and I did it in Pasadena. So there you go. Illuminati confirmed, guaranteed. But for 6 hours on 3 different nights, man, 2 hours each at 2 different locations in Pasadena, I debated. Me and 5 flat earthers debated a physicist from Caltech. His name is Mikalakalis. And yeah, we did it live. We live streamed it. We tried to, get as many people as we could to talk to the physicist from Caltech, man. That guy is anyway, he was actually in the movie with Mark Sargent and Patricia Steers called The Curve, Finding the Curve. Anyway, he was a physicist, and I said, this is not, the globe is 100%, and I can prove it through mathematics, guaranteed, 100%. I can prove that we live on the globe because of mathematics.
And now the professor just ignored the basic rule of math.
The mathematics, baby, prove we're on the globe. And, if you want to go down that train, you go for it, man. Hey, mathematics prove that I can build a guitar. What do you think of that, man? I mean, does that prove I can build a guitar because of mathematics, or is something else happening? If I build a guitar and it works, and I can show
my hands have proven that I can build a bagpipe. So, I don't need math. I don't need paper and pen and a calculator. I can do things with my hands.
Exactly. That's the point, man. That's the whole point I was bringing up. It's like there's reality, and then there's Hollywood. If you want to go down Hollywood,
you know what else you can prove with math?
Caltech is Hollywood, man. Caltech is Hollywood, man. Most of it.
All right. Look up the math of Santa Claus and how he can deliver presents to all the children. No, there's an actual math equation for it.
Yeah, there's an equation for Santa Claus.
And you got NORAD tracking Santa Claus. So, you got government validation.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Fuck, man.
And I'm not even American, and I know that. Why? Why?
And NORAD is North American, like something aerial defense or something like that.
Yep.
I forget what it stands for.
Yeah,
Or
it's the guys that control the radars for the North American continent.
Right, and I believe it's located in Colorado?
Cheyenne Mountain.
Yeah, it's like a missile defense system or something. Is that the right one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got sections within NORAD that do, let's say, the DEW line or the Atlantic or Central America or, the Pacific.
Yeah, okay. NORAD is North American Aerospace Defense Command, founded in 1958, and it's located in Colorado Springs. I'm not sure what the mountain you were just saying. Cheyenne Mountain?
Yeah. That's like the central hub. That's where you have your actual controllers and your radar technicians who, scrutinize the data.
Looking it up. NORAD jobs. See if there's any jobs. Are they hiring? I don't know. NORAD.mil. Oh, someone was doing a stream. They were showing a video of the commander right now, like the leading general that's in Space Force, said he doesn't even know what their mission is.
Well, at least he's honest.
I mean, what else he's going to say? I mean, he'd have to completely lie like NASA, like Don Pettit. But so yeah, I don't really know. So I'm surprised he let that air.
Yeah, but imagine this. You get Space Force created by Donald Trump. And then the next thing you know, you have Biden. How clear can your orders be if you get those two?
Well, this is going to go down in a little bit of a different way. I'm sure some people will agree with me quite a bit. Only because I've served in the military and I've also worked for 3 different government organizations. So I have a little bit of an an outlook on what's going on with it. Plus, I was involved with politics for, listening to politics and blah, blah, and all that fucking nonsense. I still think that when those politicians get done, like doing their online debate or their live debate, I think they go back and like just, they shake hands and fucking have a couple of fucking brewskis together and fucking like, yeah, these fucking idiots. What were they just listening to? They just made that shit up. But that is my personal opinion.
Yeah, but the infighting between the Navy, the Army, the Air Force. You cannot have that plane because you're not Air Force. You cannot have that because you're not Army. All that kind of crap, and then they have to decide about. Oh damn! We got another kid on the block. Space Force. What are we going to allocate to them? I don't want to lose this responsibility. I don't want to lose my responsibility. The same thing happened supposedly after Roswell, where the Air Force jumped in and then the Navy claimed it. There's a whole
I don't know about that.
Internal war going on between the different forces of the Defense Department, and now you got Space Force, the new kid on the block, and they don't even have let's say a mission.
I think it's another part of how they're going to be using like money laundering in a sense, just kind of like what NASA's being used for. But NASA probably isn't doing it well enough, so they're bringing in Space Force. There's another thing too that some people kind of forget about once in a while, is that there's a lot of civilian contracting companies and just like individual contractors that go and work for the military overseas, or they do stuff like the entire budget while I was in Iraq. Okay? For the 5 years I was in Iraq, they, plus 1 year of training, blah, blah, whatever.
You were in Iraq for 5 years?
Well, I mean, I was deployed up. No, I did 11 and a half months, 7.5 months, and then 8 months. But it was 3 separate years in a row. Then we come home, we get to have some rest, and that's just kind of how it does. Unless you're in the Army, in which case they do 1 year deployment. Anyways, when I was out there, I saw the amount of these things called HESCO barriers that were being purchased by the military. And yeah, they're big. They're like 7 feet tall, 5 feet wide by 5 feet wide. And then there's like the smaller ones, which are like 5 feet tall or something. But what they are is just a big steel cage with like some wool mesh or something. Yeah, canvas or something on the inside of them. And then they were just basically used to fill up with dirt and rocks and to create walls around the bases that we were building. So they were supposed to be, they were pretty damn good when it came to like, protecting us.
They're bullet traps.
The company that was manufacturing those, I don't know if it was HESCO or not, but they were
$100
selling
million.
those to the military.
I'm gonna go $100 million. How close am I?
Probably more. Probably.
Fuck
no, I would
off.
probably say
For a
into the tens
fence?
of billions.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man. Fuck.
HESCO is a big company.
Fuck. I'm like $100 million for the fence.
Well, you have to see how many they sent to us. I mean, we had damn near 60 bases out there. I went to about half of them, and every single base had HESCO barriers around it. And some of these bases were pretty big. Not just around it, like inside the base too.
Can I ask you what branch you were in? You said you weren't in the Army. What branch?
Yeah, I was in the Navy. I was a CB in the Navy.
CB, baby.
Yeah. Professor, you were in the Navy as well, right?
No, I'm a sailor, but I was not in the Navy.
For some reason, I remember you as being in the Navy. I was in the Navy.
I'm a sailor, man. We'll call myself. How about you call me a day sailor? You know what that is?
You were all tricked by the biggest magician in the world.
That's right, monkey. We got tricked by the biggest magician in the world.
I've been tricked plenty of times, but
hey, do you like magic? Anybody?
Yes.
Yeah, you like magic. And can people be tricked? Yes, they can. And can people be told the truth? Yes, they can. We live on Earth, and we can check out Earth for the physics that it provides. It's simple, man. It's not complicated. Has NASA ever taken a picture of a tree anywhere else than Earth? That would be cool. Is NASA ever? I need one picture of one tree somewhere on Mars or anywhere. Please. One picture of a tree, man. I like trees, man. I love
Pluto
trees.
Pluto has to have a tree,
Gotta have a tree on Pluto, man. Pluto has a tree. Wait a minute. Pluto's not a planet anymore. We got rid of that. Neil deGrasse Tyson canceled that shit.
No. It's a planet. It's a planet.
No.
Don't ditch Disney. It's a planet.
Well,
you guys getting wild in here tonight.
Neil deGrasse Tyson was the guy who said, "Hey, that's not the. It's not a planet. It is a planet. He sounds like Bill Cosby. You guys ever see
Yeah.
Bill Cosby?
Well,
Same guy. Bill
heard of him.
Cosby and Neil deGrasse Tyson are the same guy.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said Earth is pear shaped. You know,
Pear-
I went to the sea and I tasted the sea and it's not pear juice, so he can screw it.
I mean, light bulbs are pear shaped and they don't taste like pears. So I don't know
Well,
if that's a great argument, but
not that that's a great argument. Exactly.
I was just gonna say to a Navy guy,
a Navy guy, Andrew. His name's Andrew. Navy guy.
Right.
Yeah, it's me. The CB. Yeah.
CB. Baby.
So, yeah, my girlfriend was in Iraq. She did a little bit over a year during the surge or whatever, like the 2008 and 9 period or whatever. So I know it was tough over there. So yeah, just there's just kudos to that. It's just crazy. I never met a Navy guy who spent that much time in Iraq. So.
Well, yeah. Normally, CBs deploy for 7 months at a time. We do, and then we come home 7 months, and then 7 months. It's like this weird kind of shift back and forth. But sometimes you get extended because, the other battalion just had something happen, and they can't deploy for a long time. So you guys get to stick around for a while. And then during wartime situations, CBs still deploy. I mean, a lot of what we do is actually humanitarian stuff. Like I did actually get to go to Thailand for 9 weeks. So I got to go over there for something called Operation Cobra Gold, where we were just building schools and drilling like water wells for like these really impoverished towns, and just be like, "Hey, hello, we're here to be friendly and build you shit for free." So that was pretty awesome. Get to do that kind of stuff. But the majority of what CBs do is we have to go over to where, like, especially in a war zone, there's like different branches have different ways of doing it, but the CBs are like the most popular because there's more of us. There's only like not even 20,000 CBs in the entire Navy. But we deploy over the war zones, and sometimes very large groups, a couple thousand at a time, and we're tasked with building the bases, setting up generators and air conditioners, and building walls and driving heavy equipment, blah blah blah.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense actually now that I think about it. When you say that you're a CB, that does make sense being over there in Iraq that long. But no, I was gonna ask you something. Oh yeah, right. So I know that Bong Sao, his buddy of mine in here. There's a guy called Freed Minded. But I don't know how long ago he's been in here, but he's another buddy of mine. Both those guys were in the Navy, and they're both also flat earthers, as you probably already knew. Bong Sao. But I was going to ask, do you know other other people in the Navy who became flat earthers or whatever?
I haven't been in contact with my buddies in the Navy for quite some time now, so I couldn't say about any of them. But I have heard other people online, that were in the Navy and absolutely know that the Earth is. I mean, I don't know their names. I just heard them like on Mark Sargent's channel, or even Bill Cooper, William Cooper. I'm pretty sure he knew. If you're not familiar with him, he was the guy that predicted that event in 2001, and then he was killed because he was spitting too much truth to people.
Oh yeah, The news, or not the news guy, but he's like a Alex Jones type guy. Yeah,
alien thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't Bill Cooper big into didn't he say he witnessed a UFO come out of the ocean?
I haven't seen all of it or listened to all of it. I mean, he has hundreds of hours of broadcasts. I don't know.
Anyway, hey, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind, Andrew, about your experiences that you're talking about overseas? I'm interested in knowing at any time when you're over there, like you're given these, what do you call them, like orders or directives to do things. Like you said, you built bases and you built, like, what did you say, homes for impoverished people?
Well, no, we did that for humanitarian projects outside of war zones.
Well, yeah. This is what I'm curious about. At any time when you were like doing that stuff, did you ever think like, what why are you really doing it? Like, you're told this is why you're doing it, but did you ever think like that there's something else to it? Because why would
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
it's so curious. Why would they care about like humanitarian aid from the military? Like, it doesn't go hand in hand, does it? It seems so weird.
well,
Like,
no,
what are
the
they really
humanitarian
doing?
aid we were giving out was in Thailand, and that was not where any war was going on. That was like a separate little project we did. But it happens
Yeah, but
every
I want
single
like
year.
yeah, that's curious. So like, what? Why on earth are they, why are they doing that? Is
Well,
it
at one point, I went to my chief. Actually, a couple of us were talking about this as we were, just kind of shooting the shit, and we were like, "What the fuck are we even here for? It's all we're doing is building bases, and most of the guys in the army or in the Marines are just sitting around, not doing anything, and just, it was fucking weird." So at one point, we went up to our chief and was like, "What the fuck are we even doing here? This is like deployment number 2." And he's like, the answer that he was given to tell everybody else, I'm assuming this is what he was told, is that we were there to instill democracy into the public. He said nothing about weapons of mass destruction, Osama bin Laden, terrorists, nothing like that. He said we're there to instill democracy into this country. That was their goal.
So basically, we're here to indoctrinate them into a different system that we can control.
Essentially, that's what he was telling me, and they were actually proving that they were doing it because they were saying that there was actual like re-education programs where they were grabbing kids that were still pretty young, and they were like, or hey, your parents just got killed by a fucking airstrike, and then grabbing all these kids, and then they were teaching them about American democracy.
Wow.
Here's the globe. Check it out, kids.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Don't worry, you'll be paying taxes to us real soon. But that was one of the reasons I got out too. I mean, it was one of the main reasons. Plus, I almost got killed a lot, and I saw friends die in front of me, and it just wasn't that thing I wanted to do anymore. Even though I got up to an E5, which is pretty much like halfway the highest. I wanted to get up to an E9, which would be a Master Chief. It was just like, no thanks. That doesn't look very fun.
Yeah, I got out as E5 as well.
Yeah, the E5 pay when I got out was like $1,800 a month for taxes. So it was like, there's a lot higher paying jobs on the civilian side. And here's the fucked up, I know I'll try and get back on the flat earth and all that stuff too. The fucked up thing is when you go to a war zone, we were getting paid an extra $150 per month for being in combat zone.
Yeah, pay was just
combat
a
zones
little
are
different.
the most dangerous place you could possibly live at the time, unless you're living unless your house is built on the side of a volcano or something.
Yeah, reservists.
150 a month. 150 a month, man.
You're in that position. Do you sort of have the awakening experience? Like, what the fuck am I doing here? Why did I come here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because you're sort of.
It was an awakening experience because when that day of that particular day in 2001 occurred, they would just show us those videos nonstop, basically just brainwashing us. And there was all kinds of musicians and stuff that came out about that too, and they started making all these songs, and they would show us all the songs of the musicians, and it was just getting us all pumped up. And that's when recruiting numbers started going up, and that's when all these psychopaths were able to continue to tell everyone that the earth is a sphere and that all of these Muslims were evil people and we needed to go over there and kill them.
Yeah, and over here we're told that you're over there fighting for our freedoms. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Really?
No, taking away someone else's freedom isn't giving us more freedom.
Yeah.
So I do allow people, because they would say, "Oh yeah, thank you for your service. Oh, you're a hero." I'll just say, "Oh, yeah, thank you." That's as far as I take it. But in reality, I feel bad about a lot of the stuff that I did and the way that I used to think. And I think that same way now too when it comes to flat Earth. It's like I can't believe how fucking stupid I was.
Understand this.
It's like,
It's not that you were stupid. It's that you were caught up in something where they didn't give you time to think for yourself. When you're in school, they don't give you time to think what they're teaching you. When you're, in, let's say, the aftermath of the Twin Towers, no one got time to think. The moment you were critical, and I was critical like the day, I was 12 September, I was critical. The moment you are critical, you are ousted. You're gone from the table. People don't want to talk to you. So when you're caught up in all that hype and everyone around you is in panic mode and in fear, emotions are contagious. And if you cannot have a moment for yourself to think clearly, and in these cases you need a lot of time to think clearly because there's a lot of things involved.
Absolutely. I feel like when I come in here and I meet all these new people that share our experiences together, it seems like we all share one thing in common, and that is a lot of our biggest mistakes that we've made in life sort of happen because of the globe lie. Because we fuck. You can almost go back to that.
Yeah, it's not just the globe lie. It is the lie of freedom. Like, Americans are hot on freedom, USA #1, biggest country in the world, all that. The Europeans are not much different in that way. The issue is we don't get to see what daily life in Africa is. We don't get to see what daily life in Libya is. We don't get to see what daily life in Iran is. We don't have any knowledge. We don't have any evidence of what they tell us is actually going on in the countries that they want to invade. We have no clue. We just go by whatever they say because the hype in school, the hype in sports, the hype in media, we don't get a chance to think clearly unless you shut yourself off like a hermit and then you go and sit on the outside and then you watch into the game being played with the people in front of you. And then you start to realize, hey, there's something fishy going on. But if you don't have that time, then you're being dragged in. And once you're dragged in, you cannot go out. Like, I can bitch about people going to war, but I understand fully well that, you believe in something and you want to fight for it. Everyone has that. And then you come back and you realize, what did I do? Because most of the people I talk to, there's only one, or there are only 3 reasons to fight in a war. That's to save your own ass, to save your buddies, and to get home so that mama won't cry over your grave. Those are the only 3 valid reasons that you can give when you're out fighting. Democracy is just bullshit. Religion is bullshit. No one fights for those things. Not one. They all fight for the same thing. They don't want the image in their mind of their mother crying over their graves.
And I think it's important that we have these sort of conversations because they really have taken it away from us and used these lies against us to pit each other against each other. Can't even, because we're told that the self-sacrifice that people that join the military are doing for you, and it's like that's not it at all. and we can't, and then we feel bad because we can't question, because the shit that goes on over there is real. People are fucking dying, and then but I can't. How do we talk to each other about what's happening and be real about it and not be I don't know, man.
Well, to be fair, some people legitimately join the military because they think they're fighting for everyone else's freedom over here. Like there was that Pat Tillman, the NFL player. Yeah, he was shot and killed.
Yep.
Over there, and I was at it was called FOB Kalsu. FOB stands for Forward Operating Base, and that was the first place I went to in Iraq. And there was a big memorial up right there because he got killed like right outside of that area, and he joined because that's what he thought he was doing. He was doing the great. He left the NFL to make chump change as an officer, and not too long after he died. Most people join the military though because what they're doing is they see, oh yeah, we'll give you college money. Oh yeah, you don't get paid a whole lot, but you don't have to pay for housing or food or travel, and you get lots of vacation time. So that's what attracts a lot of people. Plus, it's like, we'll also train you for free. And that's kind of what it was for me. Plus, I was also an athlete, so I was like, the military is going to be fucking stupid easy. And it was easy for me. Until you start seeing all the horrible things.
It's the freebies that draws people in. But if you are in the mindset that you have to think about the freebies and not about the reality, then like they abuse something to draw you into the army or war. They get you in your feelers again, and like Pat Tillman, I want to fight for I want to set a good example. I want to fight for the freedom of people. Great. That's the same as saying, I want to fight for peace. Well, if you want to fight for peace, you stop fighting, because peace is not the action of fighting. And you cannot attain peace by fighting. Because how many years of history have we got where we said, oh yeah, peace, 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 and we never got it? It's walking against the same stone every fucking time and pointing at the donkey that the donkey, walks around it.
Yeah, and most countries don't actually have an offensive military force. Like Iraq didn't. They didn't really have anything that was offensive unless they were, being attacked by someone else. I mean, in some cases, over in those local areas, but the majority of the military across the world is just used for defensive mechanisms.
No, it's only for show, and everyone knows it. Like,
it's theater, right? Because most of the weapons that they do have, didn't they come from us? I mean, isn't the United States military the biggest arms dealer in the world?
Yeah, it's something like, and Russia.
Yeah, Russia too.
It doesn't matter in that way. Like, the point is that if you're in a situation where you got you made an enemy of someone else and you get in a fight, if you have equal militaries, then sure, you can do it. If you don't have equal militaries, there is no point in fighting. Literally, there is no way in fighting, because all you do is getting your population killed.
Yeah, but there's other reasons that militaries throughout history have been going on certain types, like conquests during the Crusades, or what's his name, Alexander, King Alexander. I mean, the Mongols basically conquered more of the world than anyone else, and it just seems like some countries, like America, want to try and follow suit with that, even though there's really no reason for it. Just conquer the fucking world. What are you really gaining out of it when you're spreading your forces thin so much?
Yeah, like, this is just a disgruntled monkey from the Netherlands, but you fought a war of independence against being a colony, and then you want to colonize the whole fucking world.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it?
American hegemony. It doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense that any fucking patriot in America is rooting for that fucking flag that isn't even a national flag. It's a Union flag.
I don't even believe that these governments are against each other. I think that's all theater. I think there already is one world government.
Yeah, there's one world government, but it doesn't mean you don't have, regional conflict. The issue is that every country under the UN flag has mutual agreements. That's why we cannot go to Antarctica, and that's why that treaty is, rock solid. That's why...
Until 1949, I believe, is when it expires. So they'll just renew it.
Yeah. But the point is that the economies, people still want to be the top dog.
Mm.
And people still want to be like, I don't want to lose my wealth. I don't see how I can do it differently. They are basically junkies. They don't want to lose their drug. So, sidestepping into geopolitics, the American petrodollar, they don't want to lose it because that means they cannot control people anymore. Controlling people is a drug to them.
Yeah.
The United States is losing it.
Yeah,
I heard about how all these countries trying to create a new currency.
Yeah, the BRICS will come up with a new currency, and if BRICS allows Saudi Arabia and Iran to join them, the petrodollar is gone. Because then Indonesia will follow, then all the other OPEC countries will follow. And, like all the oil from Russia is done in yuan right now, in ruble.
And the United States wasn't the first country to find petroleum. Kind of weird.
No, they just wanted their fiat currency tied to the oil so that everyone would be in debt to them. And them being, the creature of Jekyll Island and DC. It's not even American people.
If you guys have never read that book, by the way, the creature from Jekyll Island. Oh my God! I mean, they have it on audiobook, like on Audible and different places.
Yeah,
that'll blow your mind in the first 10 minutes. I mean, I highly suggest listening to it or reading it yourself.
War is a Racket is a good book as well.
Patriotism is a racket too. Like it's such horseshit. Like when they at sporting events, they have the flyovers and they all that salute the flag and they use that against us so that we're afraid to have these conversations because then they say, "What, you don't support the troops?"
Oh yeah, I support the troop. Like I support the individual soldier. Like anyone can come in. Oh, you did something horrible. Yeah, I get it. Because once you're in war, you're basically in a psychosis, and they don't want to tell you that going into war is equal to being in a psychosis, but it is, because everything that is normal has been flipped upside down. And I haven't been to war, but I've been to Psychosis, and I read a lot of stories and a lot of war stories. I interview a lot of people, and I can see there's so many similarities. They don't want to tell you, and they know why, because psychological warfare is as old as warfare itself.
Yeah, I'll say something about some of the soldiers and troops and stuff. This is kind of dark. It's also pretty twisted. When I was in the service on my first deployment, I met another Marine that he was Marine infantry, and I said, "Hey, how you liking the Marines so far?" He's like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool, but it really fucking sucks too, because I haven't been able to kill anyone yet." That was the actual reason he joined.
Yeah.
It was an Asian guy, by the way, not some like white redneck or something. So some people join the military because you can legally murder people.
And I don't understand how. I don't know how to support the troop besides not. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to do it.
Supporting the troops, like, give them an ear, listen to the stories, and
Yeah, like I wouldn't say to anybody like, how could you be so? How could you do that? How could you go there? Like, I wouldn't ever do that because I've made mistakes too, and we're all fooled and live under the same lies. But I'm sorry, but I can't. I'm not gonna thank you. It feels weird. Thank
No,
you for your. I don't get it.
like, do you have to thank someone for, like, for example, there are Dutch pilots who ignored orders to bomb a certain area in Afghanistan because they said, no, I can see children down there. I'm not gonna bomb children.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I'm thankful for those troops. I'm really thankful for those troops.
Yeah, but in the military, what happens is if you're given an order that is unlawful, then you can say absolutely not, like what those pilots were doing. That was an unlawful order, so they wouldn't get in trouble, and they can actually report it to the upper chain of command and get the supervisors either discharged or highly in trouble. But if you're given an order like you need to open fire on those people because they're shooting at us, then you have to do that. That's not an unlawful order, which unfortunately I had to do.
Yeah, yeah, I
real
get
fine
that.
line.
And it's very difficult because, you're under fire. Those guys are, in cover, so you don't see what's going on. You only see that, thin front line that's presented with, a fire line. You don't know what's behind the next building. Behind the next building could be a bunch of kids huddling together because they're afraid. And you open fire on the guys that you're firing upon. And then you say, hey, they got too much fire. Send in the mortars. You don't see what, let's say, the eye in the sky sees. And the eye in the sky might not say what they see and just give the order.
Yeah, what was going on a lot too when I was in Iraq is they would these Iraqis that were part of the disbanded military, they would go into a mosque or into a school, and they would fire mortars from the roof there or somewhere around it. And we knew where all the schools and mosques were, and that was part of our rules of engagement. Is we were not allowed to go into those areas unless we had very specific orders, and we were not allowed to launch, our mortars and howitzer cannons and stuff like that towards them, because we actually there was something that happened. I was not aware of this until my last deployment. We have a system where we would install and other people would go and install these wire perimeters around the perimeter of the base, and they had these little sensors on them. They would be able to determine where a mortar was coming in from, like it was coming into our base from outside, or a rocket or something like that, and it was able to judge the trajectory and where it was going to land in our base, and where it came from. And the policy that we had was that we would shoot at least 10 rounds out. If one mortar came in, we would launch 10 mortar rounds towards that location, unless that was a school or a mosque. Grocery store? Nope. Blow it the fuck apart. So that's what they started doing. They figured out our policy.
Yeah, and then
I think that's funny too. Rules of war, like, is that how we gain sort of like a moral high ground and justification?
No.
Because we say we have a set of standards of
No.
rules of war.
No, that is a policy to create more casualties. It's just the politicians want to say, hey, look, they're using human shields to hide behind. Like, you got, they're firing from a school. Yeah, they're using the protection of the children. Or they're firing from a mosque. They're using the protection of religion. Those are, violations of international law. And then, we'll take the casualties, because now we can call ourselves the victim because they abuse the rules of law. And if you go to a military base, you will find, there is an office next to the children's, the school for the children on the base, or there is an infirmary next to whatever. When they do it, it's bad. When we do it, it's okay. We need to, save our children. We need to have our children near us. So yeah, of course, we have a kindergarten on the base. But it's the same principle.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and what you're saying right there, a lot of people are unaware that most military bases, and really most of them, if they're big enough, are designed to be completely self-sufficient, in a sense, in case they have to go into like ThreatCon Delta, right after those two buildings in the U.S. fell down by accident.
Suddenly,
military bases have, suddenly happens. By magic. Anyways, they have bowling alleys, movie theaters, grocery stores, like little tiny Walmarts. Bars and restaurants, and they also have like housing, like actual neighborhoods, like in your typical suburban, neighborhood in I don't know, everywhere in the world. They look just like that. You wouldn't be able to tell. Then they have barracks, and they have landing fields. Military bases are designed for that, and they also have schools. So we have had to go into ThreatCon Delta, where it's like no one's allowed in or out unless you're like high ranking. It's like, oh, okay, well, you're shut down.
Yeah, and like in Cold War Europe, the basic premise was that, what, if we have to stop the communists, we're just gonna nuke East Germany, and we create a barrier that is, uninhabitable and basically unable to move through. It's a scorched earth policy. That's what they had. That was their planning. And if they were to cross it, then, too bad. West Germany had to evacuate, and then we apply the same scorched earth on West Germany. If that failed, we're gonna flood the Netherlands, and everyone has to pull out. That was like the basic retreat that they had. and no one better than I about like the implications to the people that actually live there, because there was no evacuation plan for civilians. They never had any evacuation for civilians in the Cold War. It was just nuke everything flat.
Huh. I was barely old enough to even remember anything about the Cold War. I mean, I was pretty young, so I mean, it was just sort of like one of those little glimpses in the back of my memory. I thought that was just mainly between the U.S. and Russia, with their ships down in Cuba. So I don't really know much. How did that, like, what was going on in Europe at the time? I don't know much about that, or anything really.
No, like, when the Americans had the Cuban crisis, Kennedy had already placed B-61 bombs in Turkey next to the Russian border. They already had nukes in the Netherlands and Germany. So, it was kind of like America crying, "Oh no, 90 miles from our coastline." But in reality, we had nukes pointed to the Russians even closer. And no one realizes that, the whole Cuban crisis was that the U.S. Air Force had to retreat their nukes from Turkey. And then when the Russians went out of Cuba, what did the Americans do? They went straight back to Turkey. And like, back to the human part of it. The soldiers who do that and who take part in all that, they're all hyped up. They're not in a situation where they can think freely and for themselves. They're just in that group mentality. You cannot blame them. You cannot say, "Oh, you could have done better." 9 out of 10 times they don't get, like, ignorance of the law is no excuse. That's what they say. But when you are sent out, do you get full international law taught to you? No, you don't. So how could you be aware of it? Do you have time to study international law? No, you don't.
Well, I don't even understand the story you told about the Cuban Missile Crisis, because I'm not even sure if I believe that story. Because why do they? It can't be about communism. They're not trying to stop communism, because we don't even have a real democracy and freedom in America. That's a fucking lie.
Yeah,
Our
but
vote doesn't
if
matter. We're not
if
actually
people
electing anyone. You know what I'm saying?
no, but if people, it's about the effect on the people. If people believe the lie, like the Globe,
Okay,
they will fight for it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And you do not get the time. They will occupy your mind every single day so that you don't think for yourself. So that you don't get to see what's going on. Whether it be the Globe, whether it be war, whether it be whatever. If you are in a group, the group will make sure you don't have individual time to think. Because thinking individuals are a disaster for group mentality. Oh, you're not a team player anymore.
That's what boot camp does to people. It makes everyone has to shave their head, wear the same exact clothes, shower together, and then the only time you're rewarded for being an outside thinker is if you're really smart, but you're still going along with the agenda of what they're trying to teach. So you're just being innovative in a sense.
That's it.
And the same happens in schools. The same, but in schools you got different subcultures, you know. But you still got to get your grades, and if you're not getting your grades, well, yeah, you know, good luck in life. And then they give you money responsibilities, and then you're occupied with how to pay the bills, and you're not occupied with the reality that you live in. Because the reality that you live in is that you pay a lot of taxes for a lot of lies or a lot of misconceptions. They will tell you you're paying taxes for the good stuff, you know. But
Yeah, that goes back to the. If you guys have seen Fight Club, the part where Brad Pitt has that little line, and I think they're standing on the bus at the moment, and he's like, "Yeah, so I graduated from high school," and he said he called his dad. He's like, "What am I supposed to do?" He said, "Go to college, get a degree." Then he said, "All right, Dad, I graduated from college. What am I supposed to do?" He said, "Get a job." And then he called his dad after that. He said, "Dad, I've got a job. Now what am I supposed to do?" He said, "Get married." You know, it's like, all right, well, that's like how people are having their life laid out for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like this system that's been indoctrinated into us.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to think outside of the globe or outside of the box or outside of the confines that your society or your group gives you.
I don't even think people are seeing how they're pitting us against each other. And I think the Vietnam War is a perfect example because the guys that went there experienced, a hell. And then as their friends and family at home are being indoctrinated with this idea of peace, love, and drugs and sex and to be against the war. Who injected that into where did that come from? And then those poor guys come home and they get spit on. And it was all that whole movement, that whole what do they call it, the hippie movement or whatever. That was all a lie too. That was all in injected by the same people that sent those boys over there.
It's just to create, like, if you have a society, you need to run a society. So the West runs a society by having different groups and chaos so that the people amongst themselves distract each other. So you get your pro-war, anti-communism society against the anti-war peace society. They will create their own conflicts internally. But they are managed. Why? Because they're all orchestrated from the top down. In the East, they want one uniform society where everyone has the same ideas as the politicians, basically.
That's how North Korea is operating right now, and most of China is doing the exact same thing.
Yeah. And they still have their sports. They still have their nights out. They still have their beers. They still have their birthdays and parties. But in regards to, let's say, big issues, they all have to walk the same line. In the West, you can have a different opinion than your politicians, but you cannot have too much of a difference because then, the Gestapo comes and takes you off the street.
Yeah, at least we're lucky that we live in certain countries where you can say openly, on the street or online, the Earth is not a globe. If you were to go to China or North Korea or, probably many countries, and you said that, no, that would be like, oh, your social credit score goes down, or nope, you weren't allowed to say that, therefore we're placing you under arrest. Because you can only say certain things, like you can't go against what the narrative, because China obviously put a space station up in the sky. So saying that the Earth is, flat would be like they'd probably have a law for it at some point.
I think you can get away in China with saying the Earth is flat. You just have to acknowledge that the Chinese government had a huge success with their space station. It's a fine line. Because I don't think if you can build your case with actual measurements that they would be so hard on you. Like, China can only be unreasonable up to a certain point. Just as the West can be unreasonable up to a certain point. And then you get your mass demonstrations and social upset.
Yeah, I'll say this too. I got to mute for a few minutes, but right after I say it, I have a coworker that he was born and raised in China, and he moved over here when he was like 17. It took him like 4 years to actually get approval to immigrate over here legally. So he was on that waiting list. And as soon as he did that, he was allowed to join the Navy and got out of the Navy, got his electrical engineering degree. And anyways, real smart guy. But I was asking him, okay, so it was that hard for you to come over here. How hard would it be for me to immigrate over there and become a citizen? He's like, oh, you probably need a PhD. Like, that's the standard that China, he was telling me, like, for like an American to move over there or people from other countries, they don't just accept anybody because they already have enough like free labor from everybody else. They're only letting like the super intelligent join their country.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that too, because the people that earn those degrees and things in China, when they come over here, they're not accepted. You know what I mean? That they can't use that here. Well, at least I know with an acupuncturist, I used to see all her degrees and stuff she had in that field are worthless here.
Yeah, but that's the Western arrogance, where the Chinese just say, "Oh, you went to college, so you were fully indoctrinated. You are malleable. Yeah, we can use you." That's basically
about the U.S. because they're slow rolling the chokehold on us, right? They have to slowly put the boot on our neck, whereas they already have the people in other countries just no escape. They got them, but for some reason here they have to sort of implement it slowly. Is it because of the guns? Is it because of just the something in the people here, the spirit, or is it? You know what I'm saying? Because we're not special. We're not. Nobody living in the United States is better than any other individual that was born somewhere else.
Yeah, it's the guns.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, because like if you take it simple from a military perspective, your uniform military is basically only there for outside conflict. So it's always overseas conflict for you. That's what you train for. That's what you do. And if someone were to invade you, what is the issue are the individuals with guns.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they need to limit those guns. The U.S. signed the Small Arms Treaty. That's why you got the ATF on everyone's back. That's why they make stupid laws. Because you cannot invade the US, but maybe you can destroy the US from the inside out. And every time they inch a little bit closer, trying to trigger that civil war that everyone tries to avoid, except for the few that can make money out of it. Or it goes a slow way, and, over a period of time, the American citizens, they will give up their Second Amendment, and then they are on the same level as the rest of the world. And they're easy controllable, because now you can push it through. But as of now, when you had the BLM crisis a few years back, and I'm not saying Black Lives Matter, but the other, Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah.
Where, the militia said, okay, you want to take that land? Come and get it. And they suddenly, the BLM was faced with an actual fighting force. That sent a shockwave around the world. Not because, oh, look, fighting. No, because there was a clear line drawn. People said, hey, we don't want any more Waco. We don't want any more Ruby Ridge. Get the fuck out. And then, a few days later, you get your Ruby Ridge by the FBI who, trap a car in a kill zone. And then rattle the car with bullets on full display and everyone is cheering. But they don't show that on European TV because, but
Yeah,
that was that's just for the in crowd. That's like the same kind of horrific show that, watching the murder of Gaddafi, that kind of shit.
It's funny how things are when the cameras are on now, right? And then when they think nobody's looking in those cameras, they're out. They think they're out of view from cameras. Oh, it's a whole different ball game, then, isn't it?
Oh yeah. The moment, like, we try to manage our speech on here. Like, we want to not say fuck all the time or, be explicit. If you hear politicians amongst themselves, they got foul mouths. Like, a schoolyard is nothing. They got foul mouths. And they, like, it shows their level of immaturity, basically.
Hey, I got to go back onto something you were just saying a second ago. You were saying that how they're not going to show us certain types of casualties. They'd rather limit that from us, essentially. But what they will show us is when the space shuttle Challenger, it explodes midway down, and they don't be like, "Oh my goodness, that was a casualty," and then like cut the news feed. No, they show you the entire thing.
Yeah, they repeat
It's what they
falling
want us to
buildings.
see.
They repeat falling buildings, people jumping out of buildings. They put it on repeat all the time, whenever they can. What they don't want you to see is how they shoot an unarmed man. Because that's a no-go.
Really oppressing supposedly free people, murdering them.
Yeah.
So
I live in Silicon Valley. We have a very diverse group of ethnicities over here, but there's a lot of Asians, and I have never heard of any news story around here where Asians are getting gunned down. But as soon as people of certain ethnicities do have that happen to them, it's all over the news real quick.
Yeah, but that's your emotional trigger, because it doesn't. Certain groups of people have certain triggers, and we all know that. If a white guy gets shot, but he's homeless, people are like, oh yeah, just a homeless white guy. If it's a colored person and it gets shot, everyone is up in arms about it because, it's a victim. The white guy did it to himself to be homeless. But the colored guy, yeah, that's a victim. Regardless of the situation of the individuals. But they already got you trained in the media to think like that.
Yeah, it's a manipulation tactic to get us to divide and conquer, and we're not looking at our true enemy. We're not looking at the people that is steering this.
Yeah.
It,
and those people are the same that bring you, Globe, and they are the same that give you Hollywood. They are the same that give you whatever you want because you pay taxes to them.
Right, I got a question for you guys. This is the Sunday part. Who do you really think runs NASA? Do you think it's actually like the director of NASA, or do you think there are like multiple levels above them and they're really the ones calling the shots?
I'm not going to speculate on this. This is just simple reality. NASA is the National Aerospace and Space Administration. So those who call the shots are the people in aerospace, the people in space, and the government. That would be the military-industrial complex and the government working together. In very practical terms, as Mussolini defined it, NASA is the epitome of fascism. Because government and industry are working together and setting policy. That's basically it. And the same goes for the DOJ and the DOD and the Department of Energy. It's all industry and government.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking that is because obviously NASA is the largest currently still space administration, nonsense. But then there's also JAXA, the Japanese one, then RAXA in Russia, and then the one in China is called the CNSA, the Chinese National Space Agency. Then there's India, Iran, Israel, Germany, France.
ESA. It's European Space Agency. The Europeans
there you go. Yeah. So my question is, do you think they're all being controlled by the same mechanisms that NASA is being controlled by?
Yeah, because they are all signed to the UN Treaty of Space. There's a space treaty in the UN.
They're all branches of the same tree.
Yeah. And basically, they're all the same companies in the same industry. It's all military-industrial complex in the end.
All bricks in the same pyramid.
Yeah. And
no, I agree. I was just trying to see if anybody had anything a little more speculative to maybe say about it.
I don't think there is a lot of speculation needed because it's very simple. I post, let's say, a NASA screenshot every day, and it clearly says NASA and Lockheed. Because NASA is an administration. They administrate what is done under them by the contractors. And the contractors are the military industrial complex industries, you know, the guys, the different companies within that industry. So
Lockheed
NASA,
Martin is down the street from where I live.
Yeah, and NASA just administrates what those guys are told to do for government.
Okay, so I got a speculation question. So when we talk about the military industrial complex, that's its own like separate system apart from the fake government structure that we're given, right? Of the illusion of choice of our leader. And so let's say that we stop playing that game of voting. Everybody stop doing that. Now, and we think we're going to gain something back, but we're not. The military industrial complex is really separate from that, right? The president isn't the commander in chief.
No, like it's revolving door politics. So, you know, we had the Bushes. They were more oil and intelligence. Then you have Rumsfeld, that was Monsanto military industrial complex. Then he was in politics, and then he goes back to his cushy job.
We don't really know who's controlling that.
You get the people you vote on, or you are allowed to vote on, the people that get on the ballot are the people that are put forth by the industry. So be it the banking industry, be it the pharma industry, be it the food industry, be it the military industrial complex.
Yeah, to bring up
they put their guy in a votable position.
Mm-hmm.
So when marijuana was being outlawed in the United States in the early 1900s, William Randolph Hearst was he was like the cotton guy, newspaper guy, one of the richest people in the world, allegedly at the time. He's got a huge, like multiple mansion area out in Central California. Anyways, he found out that hemp was going to be able to replace cotton with a lot of his stuff that he was already doing. So, and he found out, people liked it, and he would definitely replace cotton in a lot of things. So he petitioned Congress for 10 years and spent millions and millions of dollars. And for him, still a lot of money back in the day, but this is how easy it is for just a single business to be like, hey, politician, here's a whole bunch of money and take it, or you're going to get killed. And you have to vote this way. And then all of a sudden it goes into law, and voila, we have corrupt politicians. And I only trust like maybe 2% or maybe even 2 politicians. But eventually they're all going to get lobbied. That's what it is, called lobbyists. Like Facebook or Marlboro, whatever.
Yeah, and it's about like, there's in the case of hemp, it wasn't just the cotton industry. It was the medical industry. It was the oil company. They all feared hemp because hemp is very multifunctional. And they wanted to get rid of the ability of the individual to make money. Because hemp grows everywhere. It's a weed. It grows everywhere. And
you said you're in the Netherlands, right?
Yep.
I'm assuming not in Amsterdam, otherwise you probably would have said that.
No, I live about 20 miles above Amsterdam.
Really? Oh, wow, okay. I I thought Amsterdam was like on the Mediterranean.
No.
Oh, it's further.
Amsterdam is like on the North Sea coast.
Okay, I've never
Like-
been there, but I'd love to go.
If you drew a line from London to Berlin, then I would be on that line in the Netherlands.
Oh, okay.
Like but anyway, in the Netherlands, people think, oh yeah, they legalized weed. Well, that's not the case. We allow it. We don't legalize it.
Well, then how are there so many? They call them coffee shops over there, right?
Yeah.
What do they call them?
Yeah,
Cafes, whatever.
No,
Where
coffee shops.
You can go and buy a latte. At the same time, you can go and get yourself,
No,
a couple
buy,
grams of weed.
You get your weed, and you roll your joint, and you drink a coffee or a tea. But that's besides the point. The thing is that they can only have so much in stock. You can only buy so much as an individual. There are cops in the shop, undercover, sometimes in clothing, just checking out the shop. If the shop sells more than it's allowed, basically. They can sell unlimited, but they may only have so much in stock. So how do you provide your stock if you can sell unlimited? So they created a system where they can nail the seller on having too much stock. So the stock has to be somewhere else. But now you're in illegal territory. Now you get into mafia practice. So by allowing the selling, they supported the mafia. Because now the mafia is in control of the distribution.
Okay. So are you allowed to grow your own? Like you have a house and a backyard, and is it legal?
You can have 5 plants. But if the neighbors complain, because of the smell or whatever, yeah, you got an issue. If you rent a house, they say no plants. If you there's a lot of issues up and down with the whole. Oh, it's allowed.
You guys ever notice how whenever we have something like, say, hemp that has so many multiple uses and it's really good at all those things, and where does it come from? It's natural, right? They have to take it away from us. They can't let us have that. They're always depriving us of things that really work.
I can tell you exactly how that works, but then I walk into a speculation area that is very touchy-feely on the internet, and that's called the American Medical Association.
Yeah.
And the big pharma industry. And I work on the street. I walk the streets with my weed whacker, and I have to clean the streets of weeds, basically. And if you investigate what weeds grow and what natural properties they have and health benefits they have, you're like, that's insane. Why do you want to root out those things that are good for you? and it's freely available to everyone because it grows everywhere. But you're on a mission to weed them out, basically.
I think
I
we could
got
take
something to add on to that. What you just said, the American Medical Association. I was an employee at the VA, the Veterans Administration Hospital. I
I'm
was
not
not
so
in the
sure
medical.
far into this subject. You know what I mean? That's kind of dangerous
Yeah,
territory.
it might be going a little too far with this.
And you know, honestly, we don't even have to take it there because you can apply it to almost anything that we have, like automobiles, even. And
I
it's like,
think
I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead.
think it's good to have said that it's another rabbit hole in and of itself, and people have to think about for themselves if they want to jump the rabbit hole of the medical industry. That's all I'm gonna say. And
I don't. Yeah.
And it's not unlike the rabbit hole of flat Earth.
No.
No, this is much easier to understand. It's
Yeah,
way more cut and dry.
Flat Earth is easier as you can do it for yourself without a lot of extra knowledge. You know, going into.
Oh no, I was saying it backwards. I think flat Earth is harder. But
No,
people from both spectrums. It doesn't matter if you're how old you are. You can probably understand real quick why the cannabis industry is manipulated in a certain way, profits. But flat Earth can just fuck people's heads up real quick.
Yeah, but that's because flat Earth is tied to fantasy. People don't give a shit about their health. If they gave a shit, they would read the labels on their food.
Speaking of health, so you guys know who Dr. Cowan is?
Oh.
Dr. Thomas Cowan?
I gotta hop off. I gotta call.
Okay.
It's been good talking to you, bro.
So, Dr. Thomas Cowan. He was doing an interview recently, and I'll try and link it in a little bit when I get home. He normally just talks about like naturopath type of stuff like that, and he kind of was coming out like saying that the Earth is flat. I mean, he wasn't saying it directly, but I mean, if you want to see a really, really smart doctor, look up Dr. Thomas Cowan because he's retired now, but he's done stuff with Amanda Vollmer and with Andrew Kaufman. I mean, lots of different things. Scary Tenpenny, and he's also in the new 21-day series. It's coming. I think it's already started. It's called The End of, and then I'm not going to say the last word because I'm trying to be safe. The last 3 years. The end of, and then that.
Between the lines.
So, anyways, yeah, it's pretty cool to see how some of these even health professionals are and like, yeah, we fucking know it's flat, but that's not their goal. They're trying to get people on board with health and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's amazing what you learn, man. When you come to flat Earth, it opens up a whole new thing where I just have to accept the fact that everything really is a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like it's not just the shape of the Earth; it's the fucking entire false reality that I've been living in my whole life.
I wouldn't say everything's a lie, but I mean, it's scary to think about how much it is. I couldn't put a percentage number on it, but yeah, I mean, it's remarkable how much. Like, for example, I know that if I'm eating food that tastes good, I know it tastes good, right? Or if in my car, I know I'm inside my car. And then there's certain obvious things that you can say are real, but then you have to just like, it's like Occam's razor. You peel away If people have never seen the actual explanation of what Occam's razor is, also known as the law of parsimony, basically means that when everything is considered equally, the simplest explanation tends to be the right one. So when it comes to figuring out what an apple is, you can eliminate a lot of different things immediately. Is an apple an alligator? Nope. Is an apple the size of a large building? Nope. So you can just like obviously remove all these different things. So that's what you're doing with like Occam's razor. You're like slicing away certain parts of the apple until you try and figure out what is actually an apple. So you remove the obvious until you get the inobvious or the impossible until you start getting to the obvious actual. So there's a lot of really great people that are like philosopher majors and stuff, or philosophy majors and professors that have done some really great videos on it. And flat Earth is one of those things. It's like you can eliminate certain things at the globe immediately, and that basically just leads you into Earth is not a globe. And then what you're left with is, well, it's probably just flat then.
Yeah. It's so humbling, man, to be able to be here and have this conversation. Because I'm not fucking special. I'm not better than anybody else. Well, why have I been gifted this knowledge? And so many other people are not. It's not, I don't know, man. It's humbling.
I wouldn't say that you're not special. I'd say you're as special as everyone else that's currently alive or has ever lived. Because we're all part of the same creation together. I mean, whether or not they were alive 100 years ago or further, or if they're going to be alive 100 years from now. We're all special in a unique way. We come from that. But individually special, like these are like special privileges or intelligence or extreme wealth or something. That's a different way to explain special.
Yeah.
Everyone is, in a sense, special because they come from.
Hey, you came over here. You were over there with that debate group, right?
Which one?
With the I don't know, bro. I don't know that much about the debates, but the one that happened earlier today. I guess there was some sort of debate going on with some Globers. Were you part of that?
Oh no, that modern Earth. No, sorry, modern day debate. No, I'll never go on there. I don't like the way the moderators work.
I thought you were over there.
No, I mean I listened to like half of it, maybe less, and then it just turned into a shit show real quick. So I was just, I'm out.
My question won't matter to you now.
I mean, I do respect a lot of people that do the debates. I could definitely hold my own in the debate very easily, but I just don't. I mean, I enjoy listening to them once in a while if it's cordial and collected and is actually a good moderator. But
is there a winner?
In a lot of, huh?
Is there a winner in these debates? Because I've never really watched one, honestly.
No, they never declare winners.
Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of the debate? Like, don't you enter a debate to win?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could take a poll at the end of them or something, but I don't know. It's
like, isn't the other side supposed to at some point concede to the other side?
Oh, I don't know all the rules to debating and
Like, I
stuff
thought
like that, but
how it was supposed to work. So I'm from the Glover perspective too. Like, have they ever won one of these debates? But I imagine they walk away thinking they win them all, right?
well, yeah, I would suppose that if you're in a debate, you're going to come in the debate assuming that you're going to win, and no matter what your opponent says, regardless of the topic, people are just going in there saying, "I know more than you, and that's why I'm debating you." So there's a certain type of or certain level of narcissism, I think, that goes into it. And it may not necessarily be narcissism. It just can be like, well, I know these people are idiots, but they want to debate me about something that I know more of them about. So, yeah, let's go for it. I'll embarrass them. And I think some people have that mentality. The most viewed debate in all of U.S. history is every 4 years. That's when the presidential debates happen, where there's hundreds of millions of people that like tune in to watch them, or maybe tens of millions, something like that. But I mean, there are other people that are absolutely professional debaters, and they will not go into a debate unless they know for a fact that they are just going to destroy their opponent. And you can obviously see that some debates have that. I'm not going to mention any names because there are some people that are extraordinarily good at debating. And
I'm confused too because if one side is all about winning, then isn't truth completely lost and it doesn't matter, and you don't have to be truthful and you can just make up whatever you want and lie as long as you win. So is that valid?
Well, that would be, Austin Whitsitt.
I mean, a little bit. I've heard him in here, and I've seen him on that one documentary. But other than that, I no.
Okay, so Austin Whitsitt is a little younger than me. I think he's like 29 or 30 now, something like that. But for his age, he's incredibly intelligent when it comes to debating and how quick and witty he is, pointing out logical fallacies and like straw man. You have to like kind of research like debate tactics that certain people use, red herrings, just all different kinds of stuff. And I can listen to a debate and point those out, pay attention real quick, but he can do it like instantaneously because there's like 20 different types of logical fallacies that someone could use in a debate. But politicians, when they're doing that, never do it, and they'll hear someone say something, and then they'll use something like an ad hominem, like they'll insult the person instead of trying to respond to their statement. So it's like a distraction, which is part of a red herring fallacy, or even could even be a straw man fallacy. It's pretty cool when you actually start researching like how fallacies work, and it doesn't necessarily have to be for debates or flat Earth, globe Earth. It's just about how people talk to each other. So it's pretty cool when you start researching it. I've never been on a debate team. By the way, the guy I was going to mention, but I said I wasn't going to. I'll just go ahead and mention him. Well, there's two of them. One of them is Ted Cruz. He was, maybe still is, a politician in Florida, something like that.
Oh yeah, I think
he was like a 4-year national debate champion for his university, and he did really, really well when he was like debating people when he was trying to run for president. But he wasn't the selected golden child. And then someone else that's also really, really good at debating. Well, I mean, Austin Whitsitt is another one, and then Ben Shapiro. Very, very, very good at debating. All of them. You have to listen to how they do it, though.
Yeah, I've heard Ben Shapiro. I mean, it's really good. They're all those guys to be in that forum. You really have to be very articulate and well spoken and quick, and you got to know your shit. And I respect that. But it's completely disingenuous if the other side, they don't care about the topic. I don't think they genuinely give a shit. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I did take a little bit of a debate class back when I was in high school, because it was actually part of our. I was taking AP U.S. History in my senior year, and we had to listen to like these different politicians give debates, and then we had to do like reports on them and stuff. And then our teacher, he would team us up against each other, just kind of randomly, and say, "Here is your random topic." I'm like, forget what my topic was. I think it was like gun controllers. And it didn't really matter what the topics were that we were given. Because he would just team us randomly. And like some people, like, is eating meat healthy for you? And people just had to create. And by the way, and we didn't have. So I'm pro guns, just by the way. But if I was, unfortunately, I was given the option. I'm sorry, not the option. I was said, yeah, guns are good. And then my opponent, another guy, had to create an argument that said guns are bad. And it didn't matter what the topic was or our personal opinion on it. We had to create an argument that was going for that, which was kind of fucked up because some people had some really weird ones. And you know, like
as long as it sounds good.
Well, yeah, it was just about learning how to use logic and pay attention to what your opponent is saying and being ready for a counter argument. Because you have to know what their point is at the same time as knowing what yours is, and they're doing the exact same thing to you. It's like playing chess. That's all arguing is, or debating is.
Yeah, I wonder if
I have one debate point for you. When they say gun control, what are they actually saying? You need to control the gun. If there are no guns, then there is nothing to control.
Well, my term for gun control is using two hands at the same time. That's the best way to control your hand.
No, gun control is like, you know, the 4 things you should not do with guns, or the 4 things you should do with guns. That's gun control. Finger off the trigger. Don't point at what you don't want it to be shot.
And keep it unsafe until you're ready to shoot it.
Treat every gun as loaded.
Yes.
That's gun control. Or, from a government point of view, if we allow people guns, then we have a means to control the people with guns.
Well, over here in the U.S., since, 1999, there was a very big shooting that happened in Colorado high school. And after that, that's when people started
I know.
to freak out. Yeah. So, and then also over in Australia, I'm trying to be kind and nice about this, so we can get back on topic as soon as possible. But then over in Australia, there was something called the Port Arthur massacre that occurred, and that's when Australia just like totally locked down their gun laws. So if I was going to be on a debate team and I had to argue on behalf of those gun laws that were like it in Australia, even though I don't live there and have never been there, you would have to create and formulate some sort of a debate and tactic because you know your opponent is going to be on the opposing side of it. So that's essentially the way you can learn how to debate, is even to learn how the opposite side is going to bring up theirs.
Aren't we giving them credibility though by entering that platform with them?
No,
Because for a newbie, like at least for me,
it's called indoctrination.
I think if my first experience was one of these debates, because how would I walk away with any sort of decision on any of that information? Because those guys are so good at it and so knowledgeable, and for a newbie, like they don't know what the hell's going on. You know, they don't know who's right or who's wrong because this is their first experience. So it's I
The
don't
whole
know, man.
the whole debate part is bullshit.
Yeah, what are we
Well,
gaining?
No, like people that teach debates are politicians. They think that if I can trick you with words, you will say I am right, regardless of what is actual fact or reason or logic. Because debates are there to subvert logic. There is no debate on anything in nature. You don't see a lion debate, a gazelle. Hey, I gotta eat, and you're on the menu, and the gazelle goes like, yeah, but what about the hippo over there?
I don't think anybody's ever woken up to flat Earth through an argument, right? I don't think like
you can only doubt your own debate points. That's the thing.
I feel like it's a deception, a trap to
Debating is a trap because it's trying to get the other one to doubt their own position.
Well, and it's sucking you in and taking your energy into something that's it's pointless because the person you're talking to doesn't give a shit.
Debating in flat Earth to me is, having a conversation about sex with a virgin.
Yeah.
You cannot explain something to someone who doesn't have experience. So a debate, the only valid argument in flat Earth and globe Earth debate is actual measurements of the surface of the Earth. All other things are sidelining, red herring, bullshit. We're talking about a geometry. Geometry demands measurements. Have you done the measurements, yes or no? And then that is your debate. That's the only part of the debate there is. Have you done the measurement? Yes? Okay. Now we can debate. Have you? You haven't? Oh, well, there is no debate because you don't have a valid argument.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't get is there's no fucking valid argument in the first place. So why are we entertaining them?
Because we entertain ourselves.
Yeah.
And again, you get into how do I debate? How do I get confidence to speak my mind? How do I get my point across without triggering some emotional shit in someone else? How do I keep civil? Those kind of things. But actual debate about any topic is bullshit. You either know about the topic because you have experience in the topic, or you don't. And then there is no debate. Then it's question and answer. It's not a debate anymore because there is no valid argument.
Well, there are certain arguments you can actually. I'm just going to do something that's a little arbitrary at the moment. Is that if any of us right now were to team up or one-on-one, and let's say that you said we were given a random debate topic. All right, Andrew, you have to debate that a bowling ball is the same thing as a Ferrari, and your opponent has to say no, it's not. Well, obviously, I would lose that really quick because a bowling ball is not a Ferrari. So there are certain things that are just completely just asinine, to say it as simple as possible, that you can obviously win the debate that a Ferrari is not the same thing as a bowling ball. And I would have a really fucking hard time like trying to come up with a debate topic. It would go against my opponent. But there are certain things I could come up with.
If you take, let's say, a debate on politics, let's say one system versus another system, I can say very simple. There still isn't a debate because politics is about giving people responsibility over other people's lives. That equates to slavery. There is no debate on that.
Yeah, and I don't like. I kind of get the analogy that you tried to make, but let's keep it on flat Earth. Like, I don't think that debate is winnable Because when you go into it already with somebody that you know doesn't have an argument or a leg to stand on, you've lost because you're feeding in to that bullshit, and you're also helping them grow more followers and putting them in a position. You're putting spotlight on them, and we're giving them credibility, and we come in here and we talk about them, and people go and then check them out, and yeah, dude, it just seems like a fucking trap to me.
Like,
and this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't fucking know I don't have all the answers.
No, like flat Earth and globe Earth, if you have a debate on that, you can go into all the areas: gas pressure, gravity, space, you name it. It doesn't matter shit. No flat earther has gone to space, so they don't have any fucking experience. So whatever a flat earther says about space is bullshit, because they don't have an experience. The same goes for the guys that support NASA. They didn't go there. They don't know shit about space.
Yeah, so what are we doing?
Yeah, it's just, oh, look at my dick. My dick is bigger than your dick, basically. And I'm very graphic in it, but that's how I see 90% of the debates, because it's pointless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I same way.
And a lot of debates are about, yeah, I flat smacked someone. Okay, and what did you accomplish? You ruined someone's worldview and put them in a position where they are in doubt. Are you gonna support the person who is in doubt? Because they're going through hell if you crush their worldview. Are you the one who is on the phone every day for an hour, supporting them? Hey, yeah, you know, the Earth is flat, and yeah, I know it's very hard. Yeah, you tried to tell your coworker. Oh yeah, you got slapped in the face. Yeah, I'm really sorry. You don't do that. Where's the responsibility you have taken for someone's worldview?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I can see that both ways. So, like, even from a person that comes in here, a real person that really wants to understand our position and where we're coming from, it is a slap in the face when they absorb what we're actually saying, right? It's it's not an actual. And then the other side too is when these fake people come in here who don't really give a shit and don't even know their own religion that they follow. You're slapping them and kind of making them look stupid, but I feel like you're not really gaining anything by that. You know what I mean?
No, it's an ego boost. Oh, look at me! You know, I smacked him all across the room. But it doesn't mean anything in the end. It's just that you get your pat on the back by your peers. Oh yeah, you were great in the conversation. You were great in the debate. But what's that gonna do for flat Earth? Totally nothing. Because you're not getting people to measure the Earth if they're hurt. No, they just have resentment.
It is sort of a weird thing too, to be, if I'm totally honest. When I first came in here, like, I didn't really understand everything and like roles, and I didn't give a shit about that. I just wanted to talk to people. And then when I was like started getting roles and people started saying, "Hey, I really appreciate your voice and I appreciate you being in here and talking," like it really was sort of like an ego boost. Like it felt good. Like I really enjoyed actually being like acknowledged by the people that I'm here and like and respect and kind of look at as peers. Like, it's good to get those pats on the back, but it's also
No, it's good. Like, for me, I say, hey, the Discord is like a support group. We help other flat earthers out of isolation, give them voices to hear that are of same opinion, that are of same mind. You are not isolated in the world. There are flat earthers out there that live in areas that are so full of globers that they feel alone, and that's why we're here. You don't have to be alone. For me, that is the reason why this Discord exists. It's not a platform to convince globers or anything else. No, it's for flat earthers to hear other flat earthers talk and realize we're all human, we're all the same, except that ain't one monkey, but everyone is an individual, everyone has their own shit, but we share one thing in common, and that's flat earth. But that flat earth part is something very difficult in the society we live in to be open and honest about. And that's why we're here.
Yeah, that's why I love this place too, is because there's no other place like this where we all come together from different walks of life and we really hold each other accountable for what we say in here. And we all are allowed a voice. And I feel like I don't dislike, like they do their own thing, but like people that want to promote like YouTubers and stuff, like that's cool, but I also feel that's a trap too, because people just want to
the
give
difference
somebody their information and follow somebody. You know, they want a leader.
There's a difference between sharing information and creating a cult of personality.
Yeah, definitely.
And we have to watch out for that cult of personality. We have to watch out for getting political. We have to watch out for getting into the same traps every other group has fallen into, and leave the door open to be co-opted. And that's why I always say, like, have you measured the earth? No. Take some time out when you're walking in nature. Go to the beach, flip through your photographs you took on vacations. Go measure. You need to do it for yourself. Don't rely on someone else.
Yeah, and if you're just in it following one YouTuber, you're not really true about this. You're not there yet. You know what I mean? Like no person on YouTube, no YouTube personality is going to really change sort of or mold me. Like I will listen, but I'm not gonna.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but some people need role models, or basically everyone needs role models. But some people need it more than others.
Yeah.
The issue becomes when the role model becomes a cult of personality, when the role model realizes, hey, I got a following, and exploits that part rather than the knowledge that he has to share. And then it becomes a danger. Like, people can go and say, oh, Dave Weiss, he's such a great guy. He flat smacks everyone. Yeah, he does a great job. He puts the word out. But honestly, he's repetitive as hell. I cannot watch 2 videos of him because I hear the same answering machine all over and over and over again.
All right. It's the same commercial.
Yeah.
That's something I was gonna ask, but then you mentioned David Weiss' name. Yeah. Well, it's kind of hard to say. I guess because I guess every flat earther gotta have their own type of answer, for my opinion
You're
on this.
cutting out real bad.
Can you guys hear me?
I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay. No, like I was saying, I guess every flat earther's gotta have their own answer, certain way or whatever. Because if you answer the same like other flat earthers, then other people are gonna be like, oh, you copied this flat earther or that flat earther. So I guess they gotta have their own answer, you know what I mean? And then they gotta stick to it because that's their own, but yeah, sometimes yeah, Dave, he I understand he speculate a lot, a lot of stuff that he say, but maybe it's bad, but maybe it's in a good way too, because a lot of people, they would never wake up to just simple stuff, like, oh, hey, let's go measure the curve of the earth, or um oh, vacuum cannot. Space cannot exist next to a gas pressure, next to a vacuum, and stuff like that. Maybe people are not interested, but when he start talking about, oh, there's more land and stuff, and people actually more interest, But maybe not. That's not the best approach, but maybe that something to get people look into it, So
Okay,
that's just
just
my opinion.
I like one of the things that I think is super valuable about this place is I love sort of conversing with you guys, and I do like, even though we're not supposed to do it a lot of times because it is opinions, but I like hearing your guys' opinions on certain topics, not because I'm looking for an opinion because I don't have one, but because we all agree on pretty much this worldview that we share, and all our experiences are different. So when I hear your experience, it might trigger something in my brain and lift another veil for me, and I might see things through your eyes that I never seen before. Because
Yeah,
I'm
and
always learning and growing. It doesn't stop.
and that's the important part. That's why I say, I see this more as a support group than, some group that goes out and flat smacks people, because it is the communication between us that makes it valuable. We can have 20,000 trolls, and it will be the same every time, each time.
Yeah, I think when newbies come in too and they hear us having these conversations, it fucks their head up too because they're like, "Wow, these people are real." They're like thinking on a whole different level, and you know what I mean? I
Yeah,
think it's way more valuable than I don't know, fucking ridiculing
Exactly.
a globe trip.
Exactly, bro. Like I do agree with you. I fuck with their head, and that's the reason why some of them comes in here, they try to debate us, and some of them comes in here and just want to listen because they probably heard through Twitter, through YouTube, or through Rumble or whatever. They're like, oh shit, these people are not that crazy. Let me come in here and find out like what else do we talk about, or they just want to chat with us, to see what's going on. But I guess, yeah, we fuck with the head too, because we're not crazy, bro. We're not crazy. That was just fucking flat, stationary, plain
On that,
simple. Water cannot curve into a ball.
sometimes I feel myself feeding into some of that negative energy because a person will come in here that I think is a troll, and really it's just a lonely person that wants to hear people talk.
like if that's kind of like, calling people a troll is, already making an ad hom. You're already in a logical fallacy. People come in and yes, they troll. It's an action. They are not a troll. Because then you jump into Middle Earth, Tolkien country. There be trolls there, but on Earth, we don't have trolls. We only have people that do trollish things. And I think one thing in communication that is very important is that and not to slam on people personally, but when you try to explain something to a glober, try to explain it in different ways each time. That way you get more understanding of the subject you're talking about. But you can also find ways that if I say it like this, and then someone doesn't pick up on it. Why? Because it just doesn't connect. If I say it in another way, it might connect. And if you know the subject you're talking about, and you can tell it in different ways, it would make you grow, and it would give the opportunity to the other you're talking with grow, because the other one might be closed off for certain repetitive arguments, because they are in love with space. They don't want to hear about the vacuum and blah blah blah, but they might want to hear about gravity. But if you can explain gravity in 100 different ways, you can try out 3-4 different ways of explaining gravity, and one might hit. But if you just know one explanation for gravity, and you repeat that one, the one-liners ever over and over, because you're used to it. It's a safe way. This way I feel confident. No, get out of your comfort zone. Try to find different ways to explain things. It makes you grow, but it also makes the ability to connect with a glober much bigger, because you have different angles to approach things.
Definitely.
And don't get trapped by physics. When you're talking globe, and you're talking gas pressure, or you're talking surface area of water, you have to deal with chemistry, not physics. It's chemistry. Because everything material has chemicals, or falls under chemistry. Without understanding the changes within chemistry under certain conditions, you cannot figure out what you're living in. You cannot explain that surface tension of a drop of water is strong enough to form a drop, and that a large surface area, the surface tension is not stronger than the air pressure pushing on it. You got so many different things you have to take into account, but you need to be willing to learn those things. And what I notice is that a lot of people just go into the physics part and forget that physics has influence on the chemical that you're actually discussing.
Yeah. You know what I find most joy in here is when somebody comes in here and we engage with them and we say, hey, what brings you here? And they're honest and they say, well, I just heard about this and wanted to hear where you guys are coming from. And then when we ask them, well, why do you believe the earth is round? They say, I guess because it's just what I was told, right?
Yeah.
Like that, I get the most joy out of that. I don't know why, because it's just so real and human and honest.
Because it's relatable.
Yeah.
You believed in the globe because you were told. You believed in the globe because you had no other options growing up.
Yeah, and you can't get to this point without first, accepting that you just believe it because it was what you were told.
Yeah. Like, you get taught things in school that if you combine those things, you could have figured out Earth when you were 18. You had every tool in your possession from school with basic chemistry, basic physics, basic math, basic geometry, basic perspective. You could have figured it out all on your own when you were 18.
Yeah. And that's such a different experience when we have those conversations too, because we tell people, look, don't believe me. You need to do this yourself, and you can do this yourself, and this is how you do it. So don't just listen to what I'm saying. But then on the other hand, we come in here and we really, we go to, I don't know, man, argue and like flat smack.
No,
Like, what?
no, we love to fight. It's human nature. We
Yeah.
love, you know.
Yeah. At least it's sort of like a sport, and you can have fun with it.
I'm a monkey. I love to monkey around. But, if someone is serious, you can go serious. But being serious means you gotta take away the endorphin levels and the dopamine levels. You gotta be nitty gritty detail. And then, when I talk to engineers at work or in my previous work, I talked with chemists. If I go, oh, the Earth is flat, they already, you already closed the door.
Yeah.
If you say, hey, I'm of a different opinion, but, I'm a flat earther, but, explain it to me. You force them to keep that door open because now you put them in a position where they can, let's say, teach you. But you already have the upper hand because they don't have the measurements.
Well, and it is possible too, in a sense, this might sound bad, but since it's easier to fool somebody than to convince them they've been fooled, just sort of inject it into their mind that way. It's just like they were tricked with the glove, trick them with the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Make
but
'em their idea.
in let's say if you have an intellectual person who knows his field of expertise, you can go full Socratic on them. Like if you deconstruct, let's say, someone in photography, you can just go there and then say, hey, I'm a flat earther. I don't believe in all those shit. And yeah, but we got pictures and this and that. And you say, oh, well, what are the pictures? And then you can go through, okay, what lens is used? Oh, it's a fisheye lens. Did you do lens correction? Oh, no. Well, do lens correction. By the way, can you make a round or a spherical object look flat and straight with a fisheye lens? And then you got them. Because they know, because of experience, because they know how lenses work, they know how refraction within the lens works, that you cannot straighten a curve with a fisheye lens. So any picture of Earth with a fisheye lens that shows a straight line is bullshit. Cannot be done on a curved object. And, anyone who's in engineering, oh, so you level things and then you build upon a level plane. Yeah. So how is the Earth curved? Because some things have to be following that curve, right? Even engineering projects. How do they do that? Are there papers that show how they did it? And then you get them in a nasty position because now they have to question their own work area And they realized, no, if we build a bridge, and we use those laser levels, those are straight lines.
Right.
And
ego, right? When we talk about ego and shedding that ego, when we get to this place, is the idea of then trying to go into the flat smacking and debating, is it just refueling that ego? Is that negative, you think, or is that a
no,
positive part of ego?
Ego as a word can be seen as negative, but ego in psychological and spiritual is basically a defense mechanism. So for us as flat earthers, we have a certain ego. Why? Because we feel threatened by the globe. Because we understand the implications. Our ego is willing to fight against those implications. And we use flat earth to combat the implications of the globe and the consequences it has on society and your own life. We do it because we feel it's for the betterment, not just of us, but for everyone to know the truth and to experience it for yourself. And yeah, you can go greedy into that, dopamine rush of ego, but you don't have to. That's where you can draw the line. Like, I'm a flat earther, or no, look at me, I'm Maniac Monkey, the flat earther, and then I jump into the cult of personality routine. You don't have to. That's a personal choice. You can limit your self-defense ego mechanism. Those who can't basically become psychopaths. Because then the ego becomes more important than the information. When the ego is to support the information, there's no real issue with it.
Yeah, I agree. I love these conversations.
Yeah, I love the multifaceted part of flat Earth, as in it has a psychological, it has a science part, as in strict science methodology. It has sociology, it has philosophy. It has so much to offer. And it's not just me wanting to be right towards a glober. Like, I'm perfectly fine with saying to a glober, hey, if you want to believe in the globe, that's all on you. But don't claim knowledge, please.
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I say that all the time. Like, I'm not here for myself. I just want you to be happy and to experience what I experienced, because it does change your life in a very positive way. And I'm interested in that because of the human condition, right? Too, like how we think and we react to things, and the ego and confidence and pride, like all that plays a huge part, I think, in this globe lie. Because we don't really, a lot of people don't even know who they are inside of themselves, Did I cut out?
No.
Oh. horrible connection out here. Sometimes I think I lose connection. Like even for myself, it's interesting to like just really think about myself and the things I tell myself and like the way why do I say certain things? Why did I do this? Why do I do that? And original thought, like if I ever had an original thought, that wasn't somehow implanted.
Yeah, some people say, oh, the original thought. There is no original thought, because the original thought is where you place yourself in it, because you are original, but the thought itself is just a wave, or an electromagnetic wave passing through a lot of people. Look at inventions. A lot of people invented the same type of aircraft at the same time in history. It's an original thought for the individual, but if you look at history, multiple people get the same ideas at the same time. It's a slow release of knowledge. If it's orchestrated, it's orchestrated, but it's definitely something spiritual rather than, oh, I'm so fantastic. I think for the airplane, manned flight, the actual difference was 1 day or something. One French guy was a day later than the Wright brothers. Otherwise, flight would have been, a French invention. And even in the States, there were multiple people trying it. But the Wright brothers were the first. Did they have an original thought? No, because a lot of people tried it. They were just the first to manifest that thought into an action.
Well, on the other side of that too, though, that could be just somebody could have just chosen them to be the sort of face of that, and for all we know, somebody else was doing it somewhere else, but they didn't get the acknowledgement from the people in control.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I say, is it managed or not? But for the people that actually, for inventors, let's say.
Yeah, the Wright brothers and many other people got their ideas from people like Da Vinci, as an example. Like that's where a really primitive idea of helicopter was invented. And just as a little bit of a trivia knowledge for you guys, do you guys know how long the Wright brothers' first flight for, where it was airborne before it landed?
17 seconds or something?
Yeah, I was going to say it's super.
Yeah, it's super short. You're pretty close. 12 seconds.
Yeah,
super
up and
short.
down.
Well, that's what they say. I mean, that was back a long time ago before any of us were alive. So that's what, I don't know how they had like a stopwatch or something, or how they recorded that.
Yeah, back in the day, mechanical clocks were pretty okay. But it's funny, like they say, like they discourage you in school these days. Whether it be, oh, I want to make a flying machine, or I want to measure the globe. Now you need all that technology. Now you need all that, fancy stuff that you don't have the funds for or the materials for, because you're comparing what you want to do with what's already out there. But if you look at the things that the Wright brothers used, or let's say Eratosthenes, everyone has that to their disposal, basically. Anyone could do that. Or drive around, pick up some junk, and you can build your own motor from a lawnmower that is discarded, or you can get some pellet wood to make a wooden frame for your airplane. There's junk everywhere that you can utilize to do the same things the Wright brothers did. And the sun is still up. We still got wells. We still got sticks. So you can measure the circumference of Earth on the Eratosthenes method. But if you ask them now, can you build or measure the Earth? Can you build a plane? They're like, no way, I cannot do that. But all the people before you did.
But I got something to say about the Eratosthenes thing. And I know that some people have said this in the past, but this is just my personal logical brain trying to figure it out. It was like Alexandria, somewhere else, a distance of like 100 miles or something, where they were doing the measurements. Well, back then, on foot, or even if they had horses, that would still take, a pretty good amount of time to travel. So you put one stick in the ground, and they don't even know if it was plumb or not. Just meaning exactly up and down. And then you go a certain distance away, and then you put another one on the ground that you don't know is plumb. And then you're going to measure the shadows on them, and then tell us that there is curvature of the Earth. Calling horse shit on that one, because I've never seen anyone actually recreate it. Because back then they didn't have like radios and cell phones and internet, and text messaging. Nowadays you could do it, and it'll probably work out the same thing on a flat Earth. So I think that entire argument is just completely null, and I laugh at people that still try to use it. And I'm talking about like high-level educated people still use that argument that the Earth is flat. I mean, Carl Sagan used it. I mean, a PhD astronomer. I mean,
yeah, but it solidifies their faith and their beliefs. Once you're in the realm of belief, you get into, you're touching my ego now, and I cannot have that. You're touching my income. I cannot have that. So they will use whatever they have. And, in the case of Carl Sagan, it's an actor. He was paid to do that.
Well, yeah, Carl Sagan was the original Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I mean that like almost literally, because Carl Sagan was he was the main star in the cosmos, and then after he passed away, Neil deGrasse Tyson picked up and carried in his footsteps.
Yeah, but
on the same TV show.
Yeah, but that's let's say the media and the collusion of media and government that needs someone to explain it to the people. And whenever when you can hide the fact that it is tied to government, then it's just someone explaining it to you. But they needed those explanations, and they still need people to explain things to the other people that are basically too lazy to do it for themselves. So if someone with an authority position can explain it to you, it's okay. You know, he got authority. And then, you know, we're used to logical fallacies because we use them every day. The normal people, they don't have a clue about logical fallacies. They are not busy thinking about the construct of the language, where the language is spelling and spelling is casting magic. They don't understand that. They have no clue what's going on. And they just swallow it because that's what they're told in school. Just swallow the information, take it for a given, and don't think about it. Consume. I think Carl Sagan himself knew very well it was a fucking lie.
Yeah, I would agree with that because I think he was. Oh, I could be wrong on this. This is going to be like part of the speculation station. I do believe he was a Freemason, and I think that the Freemasons, when they get up to that sort of level that he was in, automatically are told the secrets to it, but they're not allowed to divulge the secret because certain penalties be inflicted upon them.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I really don't care much about, you know, Freemasons, secret societies, and all that, because pointing to that, in my opinion, is just placing yourself in a victim position where a group is against you or your information, or a group tries to oppress you. No. You are responsible for your information. You have to take charge of your information. If some other group tells you this or that, they're just selling a story. You don't have to believe someone, especially not strangers. Giving them...
Okay, I will highly disagree with you on one point there, because you said placing us in a victim type of mentality or situation. No, it would be sort of like when a lawyer is trying to prove that someone committed a murder, for example. They're just trying to expose the crime that someone did. Now,
Yeah,
the lawyer is not a
the
victim.
but the crime is the individual not taking charge and not taking personal responsibility for the knowledge that they hold. That's the crime. Not taking responsibility for the knowledge you have or profess. If someone tells you something, they can tell you anything. If you go to a car dealer, they tell you it's from a granny who just drove from A to B to get her groceries. Doesn't mean it's true. And you know, basically, from the car dealer if he's selling stories or not. People have responsibility for their own knowledge. That's the crime. They throw away their responsibility and place it in someone else's hands. Now you get an artificial victim position because someone else told you something that isn't true. No, you didn't verify it. You are your own enemy because you didn't verify.
I think a good example of what you just explained is the school system. Like, everybody sort of agrees that a lot of the curriculum that we're teaching our children is complete horseshit, but yet we still give our kids up to it.
Yeah. You don't have to.
No, but we just Why? We know it's nonsense.
Because we're
Even-
lazy.
No,
Because
yeah.
we don't want to take the time with our kids to teach them ourselves. We want someone else to do it so we can make more money. We can go on vacation 3 times a year, have 2 cars, have a bigger house, show off to our neighbors that our grass is greener in our lawn because we are willing to pay more for our water. Whatever.
Why couldn't we still have those things without this control? You know what I mean? Could we still have those things without this system that we give
A
into?
lot of people do, and even in the U.S., all across the world, people are doing that. And I'm not going to bring up the Amish specifically, but that's an example. But there are, if you go down to many countries, there are these tribes that live, and they still hunt with wooden spears and stuff. And where do they bathe? They bathe in the water together. A lot of them don't even wear clothes for the most part. And these people still exist, and they're still going to exist because they have certain standards and values and rules within their society.
And when they smile, they have a real smile. And when you look them in the eyes and they have a glint in their eyes, it's a real glint in their eyes.
And what's interesting about it too is if you look at these people, I've read a book. It was all about dentistry, ancient dentistry, and there was a dentist that was going all around our flat Earth, and he was looking at how people's teeth were in industrialized areas versus people that were in tribal areas and industrialized areas. People's teeth were fucked up. But people that were in tribes, perfectly white teeth, they didn't even know what a toothbrush was.
Yeah.
And that goes into play too. If you look at animals, for the most part, until they start getting a little bit older, they never brush their teeth, and their teeth stay perfectly white for a long time. Now, one of the problems that we do have as adults in many different places is that people smoke, they drink tea, they do these different things that will coffee is really bad. It will just naturally stain your teeth, but it won't cause a gum recession. But that's another big thing too. So make sure you're paying attention to your health, everyone. It's highly important.
A lot of that is genetic too, because I've never had I'm 45 years old. I've never had a cavity, and I'm really bad at regularly brushing my teeth, but I'm not dirty, and when I do brush my teeth or I go to the dentist and get a cleaning, I get compliments all the time. Like, what do you do? How do you take such good care of your teeth? I don't do anything more than what a normal person does.
Well, do you smoke, drink coffee, tea, or do you dip or do any of those things that would naturally stain your teeth?
Yeah, I smoke, but that's not you can remove that. That's not permanent. You can bleach your teeth back white.
Yeah, I'm not a dentist, so I couldn't say, but I recently quit smoking after fucking 20 years of doing it, so I'm finally proud to say that I'm absolutely done with it. And it's like one of those things where it's like the first time you lose your virginity, you just want to go out and yeah, hey guys, I know what a pussy feels like now. So I don't know, it's like one of those things for me, like, hey, I finally fucking quit smoking, and yep, I'm done with it. That was a little bit of a vulgar type of explain it, but I'm pretty sure every guy here was like, yeah, oh yeah, and I'm sure some of the girls were like, oh yeah, I know what a dick feels like. It's kind of that same thing. It's like you're once you can, it's like quitting a bad habit, or if you're starting a good habit. Like if someone suddenly said, you know what, it's time for me to lose weight, And after 10 months, they're like, you know what? I've just lost 40 pounds, and I can bench press twice as much as I could when I started. It's a good thing to talk about. It's like the same thing with flat Earth. Well, flat Earth is a little more risque to talk about when it comes to like your friends and your family, because they will look at you in a different way than if like, oh, I quit smoking, or I started exercising, or whatever, or I just got married.
I quit my globe habit. I quit my globe habit.
There you go. Perfect.
I'm no longer addicted to mass media globe influence.
I quit my globe habit. I quit smoking globe, or ingesting globe. You can take that a couple different ways too if you wanted to.
Oh man, I quit my ball fetish.
Oh. Where's Brenda at? No, never mind. He'll never quit his ball fetish. Oh, and by the way, I'm not sure if I've ever said it before. I've said it on a couple different channels that had that man named Brenda that joined into. I said, if I'm ever like a guest or just calling in or whatever, and that guy calls in, I'm out instantly, and I'll probably just turn off the entire channel. I can't listen to the sound of the it sounds like someone. Have you guys ever like driving down the road and you start to realize that like your brake pads are going bad, and it like has a little grinding sound? You're like, oh fuck, I gotta get my brake pads changed. That's what it's like sounding to me. It's to the point where you have to just ignore it or get it fixed real fast. But if you don't fix it, it's gonna completely fuck up your rotors and everything else. Anyways, that's what that man named Brenda is. Just like you're wearing, or like your teacher, like down on the chalkboard with her fingernails. All right, I'm not sure if I'm taking it too far. But I got another example. The first time that I ever heard like someone like literally like throwing up because they had too much alcohol or something, and they're like dry heaving in the toilet. And you're like, oh, can I help you out? They're like, no, just leave me alone. That's what it is.
Yeah, just give them a glass of water. It will come out. It will come out.
You know the cool thing that I saw one time? I was at this really popular bar, and a lot of people tended to overdrink because it was right across the street from a military base, and a lot of females came over there too, civilians and military, whatever. And one of these females got like really, really drunk, and she was having to like upchuck as fast as possible, and the bathroom door was left like wide open. But her friend came in there, and I get this is like a female kind of a thing, a female's hair past like their shoulders or whatever. So their friend will come in there and like hold their hair back as they're like just completely upchucking in the toilet. Because I guess I don't have I shave my head on a regular basis, but well, I'm not entirely scared. But anyways, so females with long hair, it's a good idea to have a friend like hold your hair back so your hair isn't like in the toilet while they're throwing up. I guess it's like a female thing that I saw. I guess it's kind of common amongst ladies that are partaking in a night out amongst the liqueurs.
I think it is how do you call it? Replacement shame. So the lady holding the hair is just thinking, well, if I'm in the situation, I hope she does that for me too, because I don't want to have puke in my hair. Where, I come from funk, metal, and had long hair. And the guys are like, yeah, what the fuck? What if my hair is messy? So what? But
well,
the
yeah,
girl,
I mean, I grew up in the same thing, like punk and metal. Yeah, that's how I grew up over here in the Bay Area. So, I mean, if you're in the punk metal scene, you've probably seen that. I mean, a lot of those people get stupid drunk and on weird drugs at the same time. That's kind of why I left that whole scene. But I never had. How long was your hair?
Yeah, halfway my back, below my shoulder blades.
Oh wow, that wasn't punk. That was like fucking metal, like hippie almost.
Yep.
All right. So who are some of the bands that you were like into? And I mean, just not to veer off the topic too much here, but sometimes it's fun to just ask people about a little bit, their personal preferences and life experiences. Like, give me one punk band and one metal band that you were into.
Like in punk, I had my NoFX period. I had my Pennywise period. Bad Religion. In metal, yeah, I had a little stint in Metallica, but I'm more like Tool. Yeah, a lot of Soulfly, Sepultura, a little bit of Slayer, a lot of Nine Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson.
All right, Nine Inch Nails. I've been the first four bands you mentioned right there: Pennywise, NoFX. Was it Rancid or
Bad Religion?
Pennywise. Bad Religion, yeah, I've seen all of them. I was into the whole punk thing around here, and those were all really great. I mean, I've seen many concerts. I've been to Tool. That concert was all right. It was just way too crowded in like a small. I mean, they did like twice as many square feet for that venue because it was like shoulder to shoulder. It was, anyways. Nine Inch Nails was the absolute best concert I've ever been to. I mean, they put on like pyrotechnics, and all that kind of stuff. It's one of those things that like even on my deathbed I'll think back, like, what was the best concert I went to? And I haven't been to very many since then, but that was by far the best.
Nine Inch Nails, yeah, I've been to a lot of concerts. Pennywise, I've seen 2 times. NoFX 1 time. But yeah, like concerts. We have a lot of festivals around here, so you get all the bands play, let's say 45 minutes, an hour. And yeah, concerts are like actual concerts take a lot longer, and they are a lot more fun, as in the band experience. A festival.
Right, and being over there in Europe and in the Netherlands, I know a lot of U.S. bands go on like European tours and stuff like that. So were you over here in the U.S. or did they all just come over there?
I everything over here in the Netherlands, and I went to the US for one concert of Nine Inch Nails. I wanted to see what the difference was like between, let's say, a Dutch concert and an American concert. So I went to Atlanta for Nine Inch Nails.
Oh wow, just for one concert?
Yep.
Wow. Awesome. Hey, if you can afford it, I'm not sure if I've said this enough times. I mean, I don't get shit out of it, but there are a whole bunch of people showing up in Las Vegas in late October. It's going to be Karen B putting on this huge festival. It's the Flat Earth Festival. There's a whole bunch of real popular presenters that everybody probably knows, and a couple of them I actually don't know. I'm looking forward to actually meeting them. But either way, I was on a stream, which I've been on many, many times. I wouldn't say I'm an official, like, co-host or whatever, but either way, it's the Melodome, and there was this young couple. I think they're in like their late 20s, roughly, and they live, they said, about 20 miles south of Amsterdam, and they've already bought their tickets. I think they were like the first ones that Karen was saying bought their tickets. And they're flying all the way from there to Las Vegas to be at this. It's a life-changing experience, and I've never been to one of the large ones, but I have actually been meeting people online through Dave's app, through the Friend Finder, and through Telegram and things like that. It's mostly through Dave's app, actually. And we've literally become very good friends. We all exchange phone numbers. We know each other's addresses, and they've been to my house, I've been to their house, and we've gone bowling. We're going to go shoot pool here in a little while, probably in a couple weeks, and it's a fucking awesome time. And that's just with a small group of like 5 or 6 people. I can't even imagine what the energy level is going to be like when there's 600 people or more, like, that are getting together to do this. So if people are able, go ahead.
Yeah, I can tell you this. Back in 2019, we had the Amsterdam conference, and it was just a small venue, about 200-300 people, and we all stayed at the same campsite. So the speakers and the visitors, about 200 in total, were on the same campsite, and everyone was walking and chatting, and everyone was together. There was no like, oh, we're the speakers, we're separated. No, everyone was together there. And it was like a family reunion of family you never knew you had. It was really cozy. Everyone was like good, friendly, great conversations. And, you know, it wasn't like, oh, no, it's allegedly Dave. Oh, man, it's Karen B. Oh, it's Jaren. No, everyone was like treating everyone like, everyday people. And it was great. I had a great time. I'm happy to have seen everyone and spoken with everyone. And it was great
that's
fun.
awesome, man. I got a couple questions here. I have a question in the comments. Actually, question first, I suppose. When that conference was happening, I'm assuming there were people coming from like all around Europe and the U.S. Some situations. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So what was like the main language? Was it mainly Dutch because it was in Amsterdam, or
No, everything is English.
Really? Okay. I wish I knew more than one language, and I tip my hat to you, sir, because I can speak a little bit of Chinese, a little bit of Thai, a lot more Spanish, but I'm only fully lingual in English. So
Yeah, like in the Netherlands, English is like the second language. So a lot of things, especially in and around Amsterdam, is English. If I go to a bar in Amsterdam, I think 9 out of 10, let's say, tourist bars will speak to you in English, regardless.
Wow. Okay. I need to go to Amsterdam one day. I mean, the most northern part of Europe I've been to is Ireland. Then I've been to Spain, Greece, Croatia, Turkey. I think that's it. And
Amsterdam is somewhat overrated. If you go to the Netherlands, it's best to go to, let's say, provincial towns and not the big cities. The big cities are just the same as every other big city in Europe.
Well, what's the population of Amsterdam? I mean, approximately. I mean, I can look it up, I'm sure, but what, 1 million people, roughly?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. But going back on what you were just saying when it comes to doing these meetups, there's a lot of really, really popular people that have done YouTube videos for years and years and years. And, you know, like Jaren, Karen V, Irland Ducci, and I think, was it Eero that lived in Amsterdam or in the Netherlands?
Yeah,
he had a girl.
He lives in the Netherlands.
No, I think he moved back. I think he went back to South America.
Oh. Yeah.
I think I heard him say that just recently.
No, Iru, not Rodriguez.
Rodrigo.
Rodrigo, he lives in the Netherlands. Iru visited the Netherlands in 2019.
Oh, okay. But yeah, when you are listening to people online they're not movie stars by any means. But even if I was gonna go to like, oh, my favorite movie star, you can just like pick out anyone you want. And if you see them on the street, like I would just walk up to that movie star and, hey, how you doing? I love your movies. And shake your hand and then like, hey, I wouldn't even say ask for a picture. I just, hey, I hope you have a wonderful day. Because for the most part, they're not considering, well, the people in Flat Earth, they don't consider themselves like movie stars or celebrities. You know, they're just there to have a good time like everyone else. But at the same time, they do know they're going to be popular. So, I mean, don't overwhelm them if you ever do that kind of thing. And like treat them as like Tom Cruise, for example. Oh, yeah, he's going to get all kinds. I mean, fuck all that. I couldn't even be a movie star. I couldn't even walk down to the store and just like go and buy myself some bread or something.
Like, I can tell you something about movie stars in Amsterdam. Because a lot of American movie stars have property in Amsterdam. And
really? Wow.
Yeah. I had a girlfriend in high school, and when she went to college, she moved to Amsterdam to live in just some little room she rented. But in Amsterdam, you have these apartment blocks, and then you have a central garden within the apartment block. On the opposite side of the garden, there was a famous Dutch actress living there. 2 stories to the left, up from the famous Dutch movie star, there was an apartment from Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston. And
wait, hold on. How do you know that?
Because
you saw them going in and out.
Yeah, and you know, she lived there for a year or so in that apartment, and yeah, they just, you know, a lot of famous Americans go to Amsterdam just to live the anonymous life, because in Amsterdam no one bats an eye. You're like anonymous.
Well, they also like the really popular like red light district, right? And like in
Nah,
many parts.
that's just a tourist attraction. That's not like tourists go there to spend money. Let's say the U.S. military, when they were stationed here in larger numbers, would go there just to brag. Oh, I've been to the red light district in Amsterdam. But
okay.
It's not. That's low level entry, basically. I see Japanese people go through the red light district with their children just to show, hey, look, this is the red light district.
Fuck? That's not really. I mean, I don't have kids. I mean, hopefully one day I will.
No,
but I definitely wouldn't be taking them to like a tourist area where it's like known for prostitution, and then like, oh hey kids.
Yeah, but that's Amsterdam. Like,
okay, well,
it's a tourist attraction. It's not, it is dual purpose. Okay, but it's mainly a tourist attraction. We as kids, when I grew up, you have Queen's Day, or these days it's King's Day, but Amsterdam would have the biggest flea market in the Netherlands. So you go there. And then,
holy shit! They call it that there. They call it a flea market.
No, in the whole of Amsterdam.
No, but I'm saying that though, what a flea market is. I didn't know they called it because we have flea markets over here too. It's just weird that it's the same term is used, like over there and over here.
We call it slightly different if you translate it, but basically it's a flea market. And when I was young, you go with your parents and it's all fun, and you just walk through the red light district, no shame whatsoever. It's normal. It's part of Dutch life. My city has a red light district. It's normal. And if you park your car,
so are you talking about in like the daytime or at nighttime?
Daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter.
Okay, because there's 2 red light districts that I've been to that were definitely, obviously red light districts, because one of them was in Okinawa, Japan. The other one was in Thailand. No, there was probably, 15 of them that I saw in Thailand. And there's girls that are just like standing out in front of these little shanty town like shacks, just like wearing lingerie, like, oh hey, hello, and then they just want, hey, like $50 and you can come in and meet me kind of situation. In Japan was a little more subtle about it than Thailand, but in Thailand they don't give a fuck. They'll just, prostitution is legal there. It's like they have to pay taxes kind of situation. I'm not sure if you've ever been to Thailand, but there's a lot of Europeans that go there for vacation. There's some really weird shit that happens. I'm not going to go into the details about that. But
don't. Yeah, I know about it, but I haven't been there.
Okay.
Speculation.
All right. Well, can we get back to flat Earth? I mean, I'm sorry. I have like an unlimited amount of flat Earth stuff to talk about, but sometimes we just kind of veer off on. When
you're in Amsterdam, if you ever visit there, go check out the canals, and you can do that in the red light district, but you can do that everywhere else, and you find with every bridge or every main bridge that leads to a bigger canal, you find a water marker. It's like they placed a ruler into the water, to show how high the water level is. And Amsterdam was one of the first cities that applied that and called a yearly medium. So, you know, you got a little bit of tide work, especially in the old days when Amsterdam was connected to a sea. But
okay, when you're saying canals, you're talking about like rivers that have like stones and stuff built around them that kind of go underneath bridges and things like that, right?
Yeah.
So they have these sticks that are stuck into the like deep into the soil beneath them with these different markings on them that tell you. So
how high? It shows you how high the water level is.
Right. So it's called, as far as I know, the terminology might be a little bit off here and there, but it's called median sea level. So, like in mathematics, like a median is the average, right? So they measure, and they do this all around the world, by the way. It's like off the coast, not too far off the coast of a lot of places. So they have these different like poles in the ground that are like right next to buoys, and they measure the maximum height of the water and then the minimum height of the water. Then they just create an average. So like the average between 0 and 10 is 5, and I'm sorry, well, 1 and 10 is 5 is more accurate. And then that's how they say, oh, that's what the average height of the water is, and therefore they can determine at that point what the elevation is, of where you're standing at. But then they also use altimeters and other things like that to determine it, which I need to buy one. I really, really want to.
The water level is the baseline. So the water level in Amsterdam, you will see, you know, the rulers in the water everywhere in the Netherlands, but Amsterdam is like the historical place where they measured it and then said, okay, this is your level line for Amsterdam. And then they started applying the level line for Amsterdam in Berlin, in Frankfurt, in Paris. And they did that for about 200 years.
And is there a reason? Do you know why? Like they started doing that? Was it like safety reasons, or like civil engineering reasons, or
civil engineering?
Okay.
Because the water table, that's basically what we call it. The water table is measured in Europe because when you build something and you dig a hole and you get to the water table, it might change, you know, a few centimeters up or down, depending on your soil density and, you know, the way the soil works. But overall, the water table in the whole of Europe is the same. So underneath the soil, you got.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Because I'm a little confused. Are you talking about like the depth of it?
Yeah.
Or the width of it?
The depth. So when you dig a hole in let's say Berlin, and then they get to the water table where you have your natural water line, they wanted to know what the level of the water line was. So you can build your foundations just above it, otherwise your foundations, especially back in the day with wooden structures, would rot. And then they have to know how deep is the water line. And they used the level used in Amsterdam. Because
so what is like do you know how like deep the average water line is in these canals? Like is it it's obviously not like 1,000 feet.
No,
probably not 10 feet deep.
The shoreline of the canals is basically 1 meter above the medium.
Well, I mean, from the water line down to where you can, where like all the wet soil is. Do you know, like average? 10, 20, 30?
That's the whole point of Amsterdam. They said with the construction of Amsterdam, we have 1 meter of topsoil, and then we have the water line.
Interesting. Huh. Okay. This sounds a lot like, what's the name of that city in Italy? Is it Venice or is it Florence?
Venice.
Something like that. Right. Yeah. Where they just have all the, like, you can either like walk everywhere you want to go, or you can take what's the name of
a gondola.
Gondola? Yeah, gondola. There you go. Yeah. And it's like where those guys are, you know, they just put that big long stick in the ground and they just push you along. So the water's not that deep because the sticks are maybe 15 feet at most, and they're still holding on to them. And they have the same kind of thing. There's these canal situations, which, and I think, I don't know for certain, that like over here in the U.S. we have a lot of those kind of situations as well, where a lot of the, let's just say, when someone uses the restroom, some of that stuff just spills right out into the canals, and it just kind of rushes down in there, and it just, you know, it goes straight out to the ocean, which is a very interesting thing because when people are not aware of this, when it comes to sanitary conditions amongst like civil engineering, that's how a lot of civil engineers actually design things. They build them based on where they know the water is going to flow to. And sometimes it'll actually go to like a sanitary place. I used to work down the street from one, and once in a while they would have to actually use explosives in the pipes because they would get clogged up. And they would actually literally have to do that. You could smell it for like a mile away. It's pretty bad.
I know.
And
water
disgusting.
treatment places smell the worst.
Yeah, and I almost worked there, but I was like, I don't know if I could deal with that smell like every single week, where you just can't even.
I worked in industrial cleaning and the cleaning of apartments where people died and were only found months later. The smell of death compared to the smell of a water treatment place, and then the worst part of it. The smell of death is less intrusive. The water treatment place is worse.
I disagree.
Yeah, I would say the smell of death is worse because I've been on the beach when I saw like a couple of like dead like sea lions that were decaying, and that's the smell that I couldn't even get close to. I can smell someone's, like, if they didn't flush the toilet, it just smells like something nasty. Or it's just completely disgusting. That's really, really bad. Don't get me wrong, but the smell of like a rotting carcass is like, it's way, way beyond that.
Have you ever smelled?
You know what I mean? Like
the waste containers from water treatment plants.
Yes, I have. I worked across the street from one when I was at the power plant. Who else is chiming in? I'm going to shut up for a moment.
Oh, it's me, Paul, again. I was just going to say that that smell of rotting flesh and death it's so distinctive, and you never forget it after you smell it for the first time, and nothing else really resembles that smell. Whereas like when you go buy some water treatment plants, it's almost like sometimes you'll be in a car and you'll look at the person next to you and be like, did you fart? You know what I mean? Because sometimes it smells like that. It's a similar smell, and I don't think it's as intrusive. Well, maybe it is, but I guess the death smell is so distinctive.
I,
You know,
I I had to get the waste bins from the water treatment plant, and I had to put it in the back of the garbage truck. For me, that and maybe that's me, and maybe it's just me, but I found that a lot worse than going into the houses where you had decaying corpses.
did you ever stop smelling it and sort of just become immune to it?
No. You don't get immune from any smell. You cannot get used to smells.
Well, I guess it's all on how you perceive it, because I know in the country, the smell of like fertilizer and cow shit and stuff like that, it's really jarring when you first experience it if you're from the city. But people that are raised next to it, they don't. It doesn't bother them. It doesn't. You know what I mean? It doesn't really affect them in the same.
Yeah. I understand that, but let's say it's connected with memory. It's connected with memory. Smells and memory, those are very linked to each other.
I was actually just about to bring that up, because there's something called like memory recall, where people can have, you can see something, smell something, hear something, whatever, and then it brings up like a memory recall from something previous in your life, and all of a sudden it triggers you in a certain way. And smell is a huge part of how we can recollect things. I mean, same thing with animals, even more for animals, because dogs have a sense of smell allegedly like 1,000 times stronger than what we can smell. But either way, you can smell something and be like, "Oh yeah, that smells wonderful," like the type of food that your grandmother used to cook for you a long time ago, and like, "Oh, I know that smell. Yeah." I mean, just like gravitate, or like a nice perfume that your wife or girlfriend. I mean, smell is an incredible thing to talk about. That actually might be a video I'll do sometime, because I've done a lot of research on it. But when it comes to horrible smells, I'll tell you this: I can almost smell those dead sea lions right now just by thinking about it. I mean, it's so horrid and rancid. But at the same time, I worked across the street from the water treatment and sewage plant, where it was horrid, but it's nothing close to it. Like, for example, I've cooked some chicken before, and then I had a couple of pieces left over. I'd keep it in the fridge for a little bit, like, that's been in there for a couple days too long, and I'll throw it into the trash, and then I'm like, oh fuck, it got way too hot in my condo when I was home at work. Sorry, when I was away at work, I come home and I can just smell this raw chicken just like making my entire fucking condo smell bad. I'm like, all right, you can smell it really, really quick. So I got to take it out, clean the trash can and all that kind of stuff. But it still has nothing in comparison to an actual rotting dead corpse that just like a sea lion that got bit by a fucking great white and it washed up on the beach. That smell is just, you'll never forget it.
What's interesting about that too is we're talking about our senses, and how we experience the world around us, and a lot of it's similar for all of us, but also in a way it's different, because like we have different palates. The things that we eat, like for me, taste different than it tastes to you. Like you might like a bitter flavor. I like something more sweet. And smells is kind of the same way. Like we our senses are honed differently. And so what might be an off-putting smell to you, well, maybe it's not to me in some way. That's really interesting. And it's a part of the individual experience that has been robbed from us because of the globe lie. Those senses aren't as strong as I think as they should be because we're not out really experiencing this creation.
Yeah, that's incredibly powerful to explain to people because I was on like 3 days ago or so. There was a lot of the wonderful Flat Earth ladies that were joining in. A couple of them were chiming in when I started talking about when women have children, their sense of hearing and smell, actually, their basic senses increase incredibly powerfully versus men. And every single one of the women that joined in, and also every single one of the women I've ever met in person who has children, say, yeah, when they have children, and every child beyond that, their senses tend to increase. It's a weird thing that happens. But men, I don't think we had that necessarily. But we have something else that happens. I don't know what it is. Maybe a sense of responsibility, like to provide and to work harder. I don't know. It's a really weird dynamic.
It is a weird thing too to experience that because for me, I was so disconnected sort of from my girl because I couldn't imagine what that was like. You know what I mean? And I didn't know it wasn't really real to me yet until I held my baby. Then it became like real, and I was like, okay, we're doing this. But the whole like,
well, are you currently married, or are you
No,
still
we're
together with your?
Yeah, we're engaged.
Okay, we'll ask her about that then. I mean, she'll
Well, yeah,
probably tell you to you.
yeah, I have, but it was a weird thing, right? Because and it's so unique, and I can never experience that.
Well, I think that whoever or whatever created us gave us like this yin and yang kind of situation where men are typically stronger, taller, and more able to do things than women can. But then again, we cannot do what they can do, and they cannot do what we can do. And that's like this yin and yang, type of a balance that this wonderful flat Earth creation has given to us. And that's why I love this conversation type of topic, because I'm trying to get more women involved in this because I think that they have a unique perspective that they're not really voicing as much as they could be.
Yeah. I find it interesting how when my daughter is upset, right? She's 6 months, right? When she's upset and crying, and I'm trying to hold her and console her, a lot of times it doesn't work. But the moment mommy picks her up and holds her, it instantly stops. Like women are so good at somehow that energy of consoling and comfort, where sometimes men we're not that great at that,
Well, yeah, that's a really great point because when I was growing up as a young child, the woman in my life was my mom, and she was the loving, nurturing one. And my dad, he was the one bringing home the bacon. He was the breadwinner. If I was not a good child, my mom would say, "Oh yeah, well, wait till your dad gets home." And I knew what that meant later on because he would be the one that would be to punish me and to instruct me on the hard ways of life as being a young boy. But in the meantime, mom would always make me smile and be happy. And there's a nourishing part. I mean, women can breastfeed, men cannot, and I don't give a flying fuck about anything that people say in modern times about how men think they can get pregnant. or they can breastfeed. It's impossible. It's biologically impossible. Women give birth, men do not. It's impossible. So, yes, women are the nurturers, they're the home keepers, and they have abilities that men cannot accomplish. And they're like, when a woman gives birth, it's like being a superhero. It really is.
It has to do with the moment of birth. When the baby is born, it gets laid down with the mother. That's the first vibrations the baby feels. That's the comfort, that's the warmth.
Yeah.
If daddy was to lie next to mom and they would place the baby in between the couple, the father would have the same effect on the baby. But they separate mama and papa so that you get your societal roles and you're forced into that role. Because the baby reacts, the first reaction of a live baby born reacts to the impulses it gets. If it gets the warmth from the mother, it listens to the heartbeat, it feels the warmth, it feels the vibrations. That's a certain frequency. Daddy didn't give that frequency in that moment in time, so it's not imprinted.
It's magical. It's all unspoken. It just happens naturally. It's
okay. Well, imagine for a moment if we were to go back, let's say, 500 years, just as a hypothetical. Now, were there doctors delivering the babies, sort of like a gynecologist does today? Like, what do they call it? OBGYN or some shit like that? Now, or was it the husband that was actually helping the wife, deliver the baby, and then the husband, the co-creator of that child, was it him delivering it? And then taking the baby out and then helping cutting the umbilical cord and all that?
Depends on the situation, on the tribe, on the society. In some societies, as long as written history, there have been midwives. So the societal role of men and women has been determined by the birth of the child. As in, if you look at, let's say, if a father delivers the baby, he has a different attachment to his child than the father who brought his wife to the hospital and was kept outside of the delivery room. You can also see that in family unity, basically broken homes, all that kind of stuff. When at birth the baby is placed with the mother, it is separated from the father. If the father would be in bed with his wife and the baby was delivered and the baby would cuddle between the two of them, the baby would understand, I can get comfort on both. But what happens is that the comfort part of the father is being taken away by, oh, you got to fill in some forms. Yeah, your wife can't do it, so you got to do it. And they're taking it out of the picture of the baby. The baby is separated from the father from birth off.
That's robbing us of, like I said, a part of our natural given senses. Right?
Because your body is not being triggered and the baby's body is not being triggered. the baby doesn't sense you in the first moments, so it doesn't get the attachment in the first moments. Your body, as a father, is not given the trigger to react to the baby in the first moments, so it has a different relation, because now there is a separation between the two.
Have you guys heard of the idea that when a baby is first born, it to the man, it immediately will see himself in the baby when it first comes out, and that's like a part of the design to let you know that is your baby. Like babies at first really do more resemble face wise the man versus the woman.
Yeah, the birth of the baby is the new purpose of the man.
I think it goes a little deeper than that. That the birth of the baby is the responsibility of the man, and it's the man's responsibility to take care of the wife. It's the man has a new responsibility. It's not just the wife. Because before the baby is there, the man can just walk away and just be an asshole or irresponsible male.
Yeah,
but when that baby is born, there's a whole new responsibility. It's a duo responsibility.
Yeah, but
So,
when you're denied, let's say, the time that you need as a new father to acclimatize to the new situation, because you have to fill in hospital papers and you got to do serious shit. You're breathing very hard, Lexa.
Already.
And when that's taken away from you, your body cannot adjust. So now it's purely a mental thing.
what do you mean our body cannot adjust? Like mentally or physically?
Physically, your body is one big antenna, basically. So you
mean for men, is what you're saying?
for everyone. So when the baby is like a new signal for the antenna to receive, when you're taken away, or if you're distanced too far away from the signal, your body cannot feel the signal from the baby. Now you just have to do it on a rational basis, not on a physical, emotional basis.
So to get back onto like the flat Earth, I mean, I love this topic a lot. I mean, this goes really, really deep. But I do have a little bit of a
our senses and the globe robbing us of those senses and telling us not to trust our senses and our instincts and trust us, trust this information. We figured it all out for you. This is flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, they take away your trust in your senses.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it seems like I was saying don't trust science.
Huh? Who said that?
Yeah,
you can.
Who said anything about science?
You can trust science if you can reproduce the science. And if you're too lazy to reproduce the science, then it's blind trust. That's
so
faith.
I have to do all the experiments myself?
Yes, that is the essence of science. Science was created so that every individual could reproduce what was claimed by another.
Can everyone do every single experiment?
I don't know. But
no, that's not possible. I'll tell you this: as an actual electrician, almost engineer. I'm not going to try and claim that I am, but I have listened to many flat Earth videos, and the things that I disagreed with, I was like, all right, people told me, don't trust me, go and do it yourself. So I went and did them. So if you don't trust them, then go and do them. But if you blindly accept it just because some authority told you and it makes you feel comfortable, then I think you're being extremely naive. And then, I don't know, I'm not really sure why you're asking that question.
Philosophically, you cannot call it science because science is a method. You have to perform the method to call something science. If you accept someone who did the method and you claim it to be science and you claim it to be knowledge for you, you are anti-scientific because you can only claim the knowledge if you repeated the method. That is the basic rule of the philosophical reason for the existence of science and the scientific method.
You can't use science to get an answer for everything that exists around us. You can't use that as like a that's not how it works.
Well, what do you mean? Can you give me an example?
Yeah, measure the globe. That's part of the scientific method. It's part of the observation phase. You have to measure if the Earth curves and forms a sphere or a spherical object. And then you can claim, okay, if sphere, then maybe gravity. But it is assumed a sphere and it is assumed gravity because sphere, but it hasn't been measured. You haven't tried it, nor have anyone else that claims a globe measured the globe. It is assumed because someone else did it for you, or you believe someone else did it
I can
for
make
you.
this a little bit easier. Okay, so if you want to try and prove something, let's go back to basic geometry. So if you take two different numbers and you divide them amongst each other, you're going to come out with a particular number, 3.142, and then it keeps going on. Pi, which is used to calculate the diameter and radius of a circle and also a sphere. So if you can prove that, then you're on the right step. But then after that, you have to prove what the actual radius of the alleged Earth is. So this is science. This is how you take step-by-step measurements, try and figure out what is correct and what is incorrect. So have you ever done any of those?
Oh, me myself, no, but it has been measured, but you deny the measurement. So
No, the point is to claim science means that the individual taking the word science in their mouth did and followed the method. People can say science all day long. If they didn't do the method of science in what they claim is science, then they're just plain old liars, philosophically speaking, because you can only use the word science for something if you actually apply the scientific method. And you can reproduce what you claim is science. They invented science to get away from the priesthood that said, this is how it works. And if you stray from what we say, you're a heretic. That's why they created science. That's why they created a method, so that everyone can repeat it if the method is followed and documented.
And what was the exact phrase that Michio Kaku said?
I don't know anyone in my field of experience that uses the scientific method.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. PhD, what is he? A theoretical physicist.
Yeah, a fucking priest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, our error margin is 100 with 21 zeros behind it.
Flexible, what is science? Can you tell me what science is? And then how do you apply that and say, you know, you use science proves, say, curvature of the Earth? Because you've never even observed the curvature yourself. You've never experienced that in reality.
Because the Earth's radius is way too big for you to experience such a thing.
Have you tried to experience it?
Okay.
You can.
But that's my point. That's even if that were true, you have to first make that observation for it to be science.
That the Earth is really, really, really big. We already know that.
Yeah, but that's just a lazy mentality, because the Earth is a fixed, or the globe is a fixed set of numbers that should be represented by the experience you have in nature. And then you can basically measure it out. If a Greek figured it out with old Greek method, you know, sticks, stones, well, sun, shadows, then what is limiting you from figuring it out now? Because you have the same tools, you have the same things, you can even refine it with more accurate numbers. What limits you?
Yeah. It's already been done, so I don't need to do it.
Yeah, you need to do it, because if you don't do it, it is not science for you. Science means that you done it. It's an individual thing. I have applied the scientific method. I found it to be correct. Now I can call it science. If you haven't applied the scientific method to something, or parts of the scientific method, because just measuring a geometry only requires the observation part of the scientific method. But if you have not followed that, you cannot claim science. You just claim someone else said. That's an appeal to authority. That's a logical fallacy.
Well, it's only a logical fallacy if the person you're appealing to isn't an expert in the field you're talking about.
No.
Yeah, that's how it is.
No, you make the fallacy because you appeal to someone else.
Who's an expert?
Science and philosophy are individualistic. They are not.
One came
groupthink.
from the other. One came from the other, though.
No.
Science came from philosophy. Yes, science came. Philosophy came before science.
Science is.
You guys are not talking about the flat Earth, right?
Science is a philosophy.
I'm sorry, but who cares?
With a method. It is on the individual, not on the group. Science is for the individual, as is philosophy for the individual. Philosophy is not for the masses. It's something an individually practices.
Bro, I wanted to have fun to see how stupid flat earthers could go, but bro, you're talking about philosophy. It's just so boring, Lamo.
You can have your own individual philosophy, but you can't have your own individual science.
That's the whole purpose
That's not
of
how it
science.
works.
That's the
Alright,
purpose
I'm
of science.
out.
Science
Good
is
luck
that
on the rat race.
individual practices the scientific method. And if everyone practices the scientific method, a group can come to the same conclusion. But if the individuals do not apply the scientific method, then the group cannot say there is science. Because science is an action. It is not a factual or theoretical thing. It's an action you have to perform on an individual basis.
So you've performed all of these experiments yourself and proven what you believe?
I did a lot of things for myself, yes. But
So all of the experiments?
you won't hear me claim science. You won't hear me claim that. I don't claim science.
You did science, though.
I use the scientific method for certain things to figure out if they were true
There you
or
go.
not.
You just claimed science.
No, I use the scientific method.
Yeah, you just claimed science. Why don't?
No,
You used the scientific method, so you claimed science.
no.
That's how it works, dude. Sorry.
No.
Do you
You
not
did
understand?
science.
You're actually the science denier because you're denying what science really is. Like, how do you not understand that?
No, I'm not. When did I say science is not a method to discover the things around us? When did I say that?
When you said that you can use science to
To
prove
discover things around us? I said no when I said yes. It doesn't make any sense.
Hey, buddy, you got to calm down a little tiny bit, man.
No, I'm good.
It's an intellectual conversation with nice respect amongst adults. Okay, just
I'm not
relax a little bit.
using my voice at all. What? I'm not mad or anything. I'm good.
Well, I heard your tone of voice raised along with like you becoming a little condescending. So
All right, you need to stop playing the victim. All right, just talk.
it's cool. You don't have to like. I don't know. Nobody's. I think you
Well,
missed.
yes, yeah, it's just a conversation, dude. You don't have to play the victim. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not at all. I'm
You
scared.
trying to be an adult is a little
You
different.
said I was being condescending, which I wasn't, and whatever.
Okay, well, I'll tell you
Anyway,
this:
so what I was
the
talking
gentleman you were just speaking with before, he said he's actually done some scientific experiments himself, along with myself. And have you ever done any of those yourself?
Yeah, I've done some experiments.
As in?
Well, you didn't tell me what you did, so I'm not gonna tell you what I did.
I couldn't understand you. I'm sorry. Please repeat that.
If you don't have to tell me specifically what you did, I don't have to tell you specifically what I did.
Have you applied the observation phase as required in the scientific method?
Yeah,
To
I
de-
observed.
to determine Earth is curving in nature.
Yes, I observed the world with the world around me.
Nobody that I know of in my field.
Do you know what
uses the
what is
so-called
required in the observation phase of the scientific method?
Observation, looking at something. It's not just simply looking at something. It's, let's see, independent variable, dependent variable. There might be something else, but I'm not sure.
The observation phase is collecting data on the things you want to test later in the experimentation phase.
Yeah.
So you have to collect data, take measurements, take time duration measurements, you know, if you have to weigh something, you weigh something. If you have to figure out the mass, you figure out the mass.
Yeah, those are called variables.
In the observation phase, you collect all the variables that are at that point, in your eyes, relevant. You have to document it. You have to timestamp it. You have to record everything that is of influence.
And
Then
you have to be able to
once,
falsify it.
once you did all that, and you say, okay, I done my observation. I have collected my data, because observation is data collecting. I can now use the data as a baseline for my experiment. Then you do your experiment and you see, hey, damn, I overlooked something because I forgot to measure the temperature. Then you have to redo your whole observation again, especially if it is in nature, because, you know, things change when you do things in nature. So you got to do everything again. If you're in a laboratory setting, you can say, no, I got my stuff from the fridge, and yeah, I got to measure the temperature changing over time during the observation, but I know the starting point because it comes out of the fridge and it's this. But at the end of the observation, it might be a different temperature. You have to take that into account when you do the test. So
Yeah,
you get into the nitty-gritty specifics. So a lot of times in the scientific method, you go from observation phase to test phase, and then back to observation because you overlooked something. And then until you have, let's say, a very clear picture of what's going on, that's, you know, the actual observation, understanding what's going on, then you can start to manipulate a variable to see what changes. Then you have to apply all the values and see what changed where. And then you can, you know, repeat and change other values, and then you can come to conclusions. But in observation, you got a lot of work because you have to collect all the data. And you have to see what data is relevant and what is not. And that's in the testing phase.
Correct me if I'm wrong too, but isn't the whole reason why that is so important is because you can go in and presuppose things, right? And then insert data to manipulate the method to get the answer that is not really, that's not science. You're just sort of making it up in a way and calling it science, right? Because you didn't really observe it. You just, this is what I think, and I'm going to manipulate. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, if you apply a value because someone else did that before you, and he uses that value, and you think, oh, I can trust him, I can use that value. You don't know the specifics of how he got that value. So, and you need to know the specifics of that value and how it is that value. If you don't know that, then, you know, you're just assuming things. So when they apply Earth radius, basically you have to drill a hole into the Earth to measure a radius.
Did you just leave? Fucker.
Yeah, nice.
God damn, man.
Yeah, he sounded like he had a little bit of a speech impediment or
Yeah, he's been
something. I
here
don't know.
before. He's been here before.
He had a globe roll, so, you know, that means someone gave him a roll for the globe. And then when you're down to the nitty gritty of explaining things, yeah, run.
Like, it's how do you appeal? Like, I want to appeal to him, and be like, bro, why do you not have any faith in yourself to be able to have the knowledge? Like, the knowledge, you can be an expert. What the fuck is an what is an expert when we're talking about this subject?
Man, I worked in a kitchen, an industrial kitchen for 10 years, and I never had any educational background. I came from the forklift and went to the kitchen. And, in those 10 years, I went from, let's say, a nobody in the kitchen to the guy that manages the spices and the herbs. And I got invited into the experimentation of making new food. I had zero expertise in it. All I did was do my job, take interest in my job, take note of everything around me, and then you become an expert. The guy that sold the herbs and the spices, if my boss called for me, the guy who sold the herbs and the spices started sweating. Why? Because I understood what I was working with.
I have a comment and a question on that, and I respect that greatly because there are two very famous world-class chefs, Marco Pierre White and Gordon Ramsay. They both worked together, and they were both thrust into the cooking industry and had no experience whatsoever, no college education, and now they are both multimillionaires because they worked in that environment. And they also had to do experimental type of cooking. So what exactly were you doing specifically in regards to experimental cooking? Just curious.
One part was finding out the amount of emulsive or emulsifier food additive. So when you fry something doesn't explode due to heat convection. And the other part was that, and that was more my fun part, tasting. I got called in to taste herbs. I got called in to taste new products. I got called in to taste what the competition was doing and to explain what I tasted and how much they were using of what ingredient. And I could do that. That was basically my job. Weighing off the spices and herbs and the chemicals that go into food and everything surrounding those.
That sounds like a rough job to experience because over here, they actually pay people quite a bit of money, like these little, I'm not really sure what the correct term is, but Muppets, essentially. They get paid small amounts of money. They have to sign waivers in order to test out new types of foods and like different drugs. Like the different drugs, pharmaceuticals, they get paid a lot. But for like foods, it's not very much. It's like a few $100 or something. Like, here,
Yep.
taste these new drugs or these new foods and stuff.
Yeah, but my job was basically in the factory working for, let's say, the main production line, doing the spices and the herbs for the main production. And when there were questions about food additives or new spices and herbs or different, every season, spices and herbs change taste. So you have to adjust the amount you use, because sometimes the spice, especially ginger, had a huge impact. You have to. They called me when they were like, "Yeah, the color is off. Can you taste and can you figure out what's going on here?" And I did it with certain food additives where I just had 20 buckets with one food additive and then mixed with water, just standing there, recording the time, recording the density, recording the temperatures, and just figuring out what does it do, and then you basic simple chemistry stuff.
Hey,
And
have you this experience when you're like teaching yourself in the kitchen and experimenting with certain dishes that things taste better when you just kind of wing it and you don't measure things, you don't follow a recipe, and you just kind of, go by feel and then taste. You know what I mean? I feel like some of the best things I've ever made, I did it that way. I wasn't following really any recipe or measuring. I wasn't. It's just like I went in playing around.
yeah, like if you gotta trust your body. Your body knows exactly what you're working with. Your body knows exactly what you want and what you need.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
if you wing it in the kitchen with your spices and herbs, you're probably doing the best job you can, because that's what your body wants or needs.
It's a rewarding experience too, right? And that's why they say like you're supposed to cook with love and put love into it, and it makes it taste better.
Yeah.
It's like that's shit. It's where we go back to talking about fucking senses
And
trust ourselves.
Yeah, and when I was, in the business, so to say, one time we had an issue with certain spices. So I said, okay, if I don't have these spices because the crops have gone to waste. That was a worldwide problem. But I need to make this taste good. And I was winging it without my chef knowing it. And then, they were like, "Oh yeah, it tastes fine. It's good, man." And we saw the sales go up for a while. And he's like, "Yeah, what the fuck are you doing?" I said, "Well, I changed this because I don't have enough of this. So I put more of this in there to get the flavor up." And he was like, being the accountant, like, "Yeah, but that is costing us this much, which takes away this much profit." I said, "Yeah, but you're selling more. And it's tasting good, right?" "Yeah, it tastes great." But the profit margin is the end line for the industry. But that put me in a position where they said, "Oh, you know exactly what people want, and you know how spices work." And then, you grow into the thing. I think a net loss of like $20,000 just because I changed the spices. But they were happy with me because I actually, there was more demand. So now there was more demand, but there was a net loss. So, yeah, they had had to switch around a little bit, but
And I have two things to add to that. I can cook really, really well. And I can give you all the explanations as to why, but I've learned how to cook very, very well on my own. And trust me, as a male trying to seek a female, that works out very well. Anyway, actually, 2 points.
Yeah,
Is he kind of breaking up for you guys? I can't. I'm
yeah,
having trouble.
yeah. It's a little bit of lag.
Foreign places, yeah, it's all about the spice. So, I mean, you can talk about that if you want, but then also when I had,
I think you're breaking up, Andrew.
not
Well,
really,
until
but I mean, I'm down for it. So I
Hello?
started to learn how to cook. Am I cutting out?
Yeah, we lost for a minute, bro. And I don't know where you
All
were.
right, I'll have to come back.
I,
Oh, shit,
you know
I'm
what
sorry.
And,
I'm
you guys ever
I'm not home. I'm on a walk right now, so all right,
Yeah,
I'll
you're
be
still
back.
great. So I've
Learning.
noticed that there's certain things in the grocery store, like in the deli, that I can't buy because they have no flavor, they have no taste, because they're just following a recipe, and there's no there's no tasting, there's no. I can always make it better. It's better when I make it, and so I can never eat it. It's bland and tasteless. And when we talk about experts in cooking, like Gordon Ramsay, he's considered like this expert. But I can watch Gordon Ramsay create a dish one time, and I can do it almost exactly, make it look exactly like he did it, just by
Like-
watching it.
Yeah, basic cooking and, high fancy cooking. It is something you got to love to do. If you don't love it, it will not show. It will not taste as good.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sort of elevated cooking too. It's almost like a trick to, they're presenting it and plating it in a way that's more appealing and attractive. And they, you know what I mean? Some of that is almost a gimmick.
Like I have made stuff that if you look at it, doesn't look like anything. Like, is that edible? And then when people taste it, they are like mesmerized, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And what a lot of, TV and, show cooks do, they present it in something, that looks appetizing or looks great. But now you're eating with your eyes and not your tongue. You're not tasting with your tongue. You're tasting with your eyes.
But
And
but a part of an experience, right? Because you've seen dishes that have no color and don't look appealing, and but that doesn't mean they're not going to taste good. But it's a
No.
different way to experience food, where you see it, you're like, wow, that looks really good, and then you taste it and it is good. Like it's a whole experience.
Yeah, but it's the mindset of why do you eat? Some people eat because they understand they need nourishment. They need the ingredients to maintain their body. Some people eat because they're fancy, rich, and want other people to slave for them in the kitchen and make an artwork, and they just want to eat art.
Yeah. Yeah, some people. My grandfather said once. My father's father, he didn't care about food. Like he just ate and didn't really have any enjoyment in experiencing tasting new things. He just ate to survive. You know what I mean? He had no passion for that sort of thing.
No, but I bet that if someone cooked what he liked or something that really hit his taste buds, then he would feel the joy of eating.
Maybe he just never experienced it. I don't know.
Well, some people have very hard palates, you know, like it's very. Some people are very bland, or they. The generalized claim is that people that smoke have less taste buds, or you know, their taste buds are ruined by the smoke. When I was
Almost all
wh-
chefs smoke, if you've noticed, though.
yeah, when I was in the kitchen, I smoked. Not in the kitchen, but you know, I am a smoker. I was a smoker, but my taste was the most refined of everyone in the company. Why? Because I put my effort into it. I wanted to taste. I wanted to know. And if you want something, if you focus on something, you put your energy into it, and it gets reward.
You know, I just thought about something that's interesting too. Is when we talk about eating and it's all about taste. It isn't about taste because it is about seeing with your eyes. Because when you take that sight away and you feed something to somebody and ask them, now what did I just give you? A lot of people can't tell you what it was.
No, because they're eating with their eyes. That's why you have obesity.
No, but
People,
the taste of the food changes when you take the eyes away. When you blindfold somebody,
yeah,
and
because uh, people immediately, if it's a nasty brown food, then people are like, nah. If it ain't chocolate, then it reminds me of something else. And then you get that memory of smell. Smell is half of the taste. So people get frustrated by the memory of something else because their eyes trigger the memory. If you take away the eyes, now they have to depend on smell and taste alone.
dude,
And
that's awesome.
yeah, the mechanic is very, let's say, complex and very funny to work with.
Yeah, when I was pretty young, my aunt came over to our house and she brought over flower pot, probably, I don't know, maybe a gallon or 2 gallons. And she put a whole bunch of ice cream, like vanilla ice cream in there, took Oreo cookies and crushed it up. And then she took a whole bunch of gummy worms and like just mixed it up in there. And she called it some sort of a dessert. And we were all looking at it like, oh, I'm not going to eat that. It's in a flower pot. But if she had put some of that in front of us and had us like eat it without looking at it, we would have all just been like, oh, that's delicious. And then we all ended up eating it, and it was delicious. So when you're looking at something in the culinary field, this is called plating. You can talk to any professional chef, how they prepare food, how they arrange it on the plate has a difference as the way that people are going to perceive how much care and attention was placed into that food. Like even if you go to like a teppanyaki restaurant, like in Japan, for example, they are really like a high-end one where it's like $200 a plate. They take really close attention to how they cook it, how they put it on your plate, and that determines like how much better it's going to taste. But you go to a place that's $30 per plate, and it could probably taste the same, but the way that they present it to you is different. This is a fact. This is like a culinary fact.
Yeah, those places are fun, and what people miss out on that experience that think it's a waste of money is you're not going there to really just eat. You're going there to have an entire experience where you just pay. The place we went to was $300 a plate, and there was no ordering. They just started serving you and bringing you. I think it was seven courses, and I don't remember how long we were there, but it was an entire just experience, and it was fun. And I ate things that I'd never eaten before, like flowers, and it was dude, it's really fun experience. And people shouldn't deprive themselves of that. And I guess it is expensive, and some people just can't afford it. But you can do it at home.
Now,
Like you can
like
make these things.
if you put, let's say, a limit on your food, as in money wise, on one hand that's very useful, but there are a lot of people that think they um, can shave off their food, like price wise. Once you cut corners on your expenses on food, you cut corners on the expense of your health.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of times that's
And
a whole perception too, because you somehow think you're getting more for your money, but you're not. Yeah.
I like to go to, you know, um, or I used to go, and I used to like it, to go to restaurants, and good restaurants. I wouldn't mind a good tap, because I wanted to see what it was like. You know, what do I get for this money? What ingredients do they use? And then you know you because you're in the industry, you kind of hear about the backdoor stories and the backdoor gossips. And I found out that most of the cheaper restaurants are better quality. Their
Yeah.
presentation might suck, their housing might suck, but their food and their taste is better, because they focus all their energy on the cooking rather than on the presentation, and I need to get the high rollers in here. No, they just want to provide good food.
I think that too though determines a lot of the type of restaurant it is. Like, because I think that's very true with like Vietnamese food. I think it's delicious, and it's really cheap, and it's not flashy, but man, is it good.
Yeah.
I've had much better experience with Thai food than Vietnamese food. Even around here, where we have a lot of Vietnamese restaurants, I don't know. I've never had a really good experience with Vietnamese food. It just seems really cheap and unfulfilling. They don't know how to use the spices correctly. Versus if you go to a country fairly close to that, India, they mastered how to use spices, and
Yeah.
they can do that with chicken and pork and whatever else. But they mastered it so that you can eat
But
an Indian
to make things taste
food menu, and oh my goodness, it's so fun. I just went there yesterday with my Punjabi buddy, and we go to the same little hole in the wall place. And oh my god, that's when I started to learn how to use spices correctly. And this kind of goes back into the previous thing we were talking about with like the scientific method, where you have to observe something and then you have to test out if it works. So you can actually use that when it comes to cooking. And it translates into flat earth. because once you understand the basic concept of how this method is, then you can be better. But when people are so resistant, like that guy that sounded like he had a speech impediment, I'm not really sure if those people are ready to even learn or if they even want to.
He has cerebral palsy.
Oh, does he? Okay. Well, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, but
I
it
know.
did sound like he was definitely experiencing something along that line.
Yeah, but that's just your cocktail's wall, like you firmly believing in something, and then not understanding where that something that you believe in came from. In the food example, Indian food has a basis in Hindu tradition, where food is medicine. So, in all the years of the Hindu faith, the cooking is part of that faith and their medicine, and they have refined that over the years. And we're talking centuries where food is seen as medicine. So they had to refine it. That's why you get so many flavors, so many different dishes, and such refined dishes. Because they actually practice the scientific method on their food, because, they had to see the results in the health of the body. And that's where Indian food, gross generalization, but that's where their food ethics comes from.
Yeah, that's very, very likely. But I would also say that potentially that in some situations, some cultures didn't have a whole lot of food. So what they had to do was use the food they had to make it taste as good as they could, using spices, which are much easier to grow than stuff that actually gives you like nourishment and calories. Because obviously spices are, they're just basically just ground up and like, spices and herbs and stuff. That's how you can make food taste very, very well. And that's like one of the secrets to learning how to cook properly. Garlic, for example, garlic powder, salt, these different types of very common ingredients that you can add to food, almost any food, and make it taste good. And they've refined that to the point where when I was trying to learn how to cook Indian food, I had to basically reinvent the way that I learned how to cook with European recipes. So yeah, they have definitely refined that to the point where I need to look into other types of cooking and work that as well in order to be better than I am now. And I'm never trying to work in an actual professional kitchen or anything, but I do greatly enjoy cooking.
Yeah, you know what though too is a lot of times with spices, it's covering up. Like, okay, for instance, if you buy a T-bone from the grocery store. The quality is not going to be that great. There's not a lot of flavor there, so you gotta really salt and pepper it. But if you get a T-bone from a butcher and it's a, like, say, Wagyu, you don't want to over salt and pepper that. You very lightly, because the flavor is already in there in that quality of the beef.
That's very true because I've seen there's this guy that's on YouTube. I'm not really sure how wealthy he is, but he apparently is making enough to travel around the world, and he just goes to these really high-end restaurants where $175 is kind of a cheap meal for him. Anyways, It's called Aiden Films, ADEN Films, Aiden Films, and he just records a lot of stuff that he does all around the world. And anyways,
I have
when
to
you
make
see
a
it,
service announcement for Posey. Posey, if you want to join the Fizzy check-in, please, I can check you in and you can have mic privileges.
Yay!
was that a Globey coming in?
I don't know. Posey.
Okay, well, I'll shut up in just a moment after I finish this little thing. If you wanna watch how people cook, like professional chefs that get paid probably a lot more than I'm getting paid right now. Yeah, just go online and just watch some of these like professional chefs and see how they cook and try and mimic exactly what they do. And this is not like a scientific method kind of situation, but it's just learning how someone else is doing something that is full, demonstratable, and repeatable. And what they do with a lot of their high-end meats, like Wagyu and things like that, is they barely salt and pepper them.
Yeah.
And yeah, and you're right. Yeah, they don't really cook them a whole lot unless you request it. And yeah, they just lightly salt and pepper them because like the flavor is like, I've never had Wagyu, so that's like apparently like it's even better than what's the other one called? The Japanese one where like massage the cows and stuff, and what it's called.
Wagyu.
I mean, yeah. No, there's like 3 different types in Japan. Like where they actually like pamper the cows before they cut their heads off and shit.
It's so good. What's a cool experiment to do too? If you have access to a good butcher, go buy a pound of hamburger from the grocery store, and then get a pound of hamburger from the butcher, and keep them separated. Fry them in a frying pan next to each other, and compare them. That meat that you're getting from the grocery store is full of water. And you'll see it in the pan. After you start frying it, your whole pan's gonna be full of water, and all that meat is shriveled to almost nothing. To whereas the meat I get from the butcher, when I buy like a quarter cow or half a cow, that it doesn't happen.
Now you know the difference between mass and weight.
And when it seems expensive to buy like a quarter cow, but it actually isn't more expensive than if you were to buy that same amount of meat from a grocery store. And the quality, you're not getting quality when you're buying that meat in a grocery store. I mean, not probably all. I guess some grocery stores might be different, but
So I've got a buddy that has a master's degree from San Jose State University, and in nutrition, and he was talking about how he turned into a vegetarian after he learned about how all of the slaughterhouses and stuff work around here in most places in the world. Anyways, he was saying that if you're going to buy something that says organic on it, there's like really strict laws and regulations that were placed upon companies that were going to put organic as a label on their, doesn't matter, like broccoli or beef. And he said, yeah, that's why it costs more. It's not necessarily because it's better, but I would disagree with him because I have bought the highest rate organic beef, chicken, pork, you name it, all the different kinds of meats. And then you can go into the cheap area and buy something that costs the price and just look at it. And it definitely looks different and tastes different.
I can tell you one thing about the label organic. If you don't care about the quality, the other reason to buy organic is to make a statement towards the big food industry.
Okay. Yeah.
Where I live, we have a different label than organic, but it's basically the same principle. And we have then what we call biological and biodynamic. But none of the big companies like Nestle, Coca-Cola, etc., PepsiCo dabble in that stuff because they cannot. It would be a breach of contract with them because they have a contract with the chemical industries. So you can vote with your dollar if you buy organic.
Well, yeah, I think that I was just saying that there is definitely a difference between buying something that says it's organic versus buying something that isn't claimed as organic. As an example, I can prove this for an absolute fact because I do have, at my condo right here, I have a balcony and I got like some gardening pots, grow peppers and okra and stuff like that, but I don't have enough soil to grow anything more than that. And then when I go over to my parents' house, huge backyard, and like they've pretty much converted their entire backyard into an entire garden. And when I go there, I can eat a tomato or a green bean. I can just pull it right off the vine, like wash it off real quick, and then just like bite into it, and it's delicious. But if I go to the grocery store and get like a non-organic tomato and do that, it's like eating plastic. Terrible. So there's something definitely different about eating this stuff that is genetically modified and has, I don't know, it's just cheap and available.
There's something definitely different too when you take like tomatoes and you grow them in hot houses with no sunlight and artificial light. They have a different taste too than versus one that came out of your garden. To me, they don't really have any flavor at all. The hothouse ones.
Yeah, I can't say much about that, but this is something interesting that I saw, and I know a lot of people are going to give me flack about this, but when I was way before Flat Earth, I was watching Mythbusters. Sure, people have seen that show before. Watched it mostly because I thought they were doing like legitimate experiments, even though they failed horribly on a lot of stuff they did. But one of the experiments they did was they had 2 different greenhouses, and they had, I think it may have just been tomatoes. It might have been something else as well, but they would have different. It might have been 3 greenhouses, and they would have different types of music playing in the greenhouses constantly. And like one of the types of music was like death metal. The other type of music was hardcore, like gangster rap. And then the other one was like classical, like Beethoven and Bach, things like that. And the tomatoes that grew the best were the ones that were around the classical music, which goes into the rice water experiment, which I've done twice, by the way. It does work. If you've never done it, it'll freak you out when you start seeing the results, and your paradigm of life will suddenly change. Trust me, try it, but don't just try it. You have to believe it. That's the tricky thing about it. You have to believe it. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, maybe I can link it in a little tiny bit. It's just about how water can hold memory. Water can react to different types of sounds, vibrations, frequencies, and yeah, it reacts. Which, without water, plants don't grow. So water is the foundation of everything that we have. I need to continue on with that, but I kind of lost my train of thought. So someone else, go ahead.
I am heading off to the biological store to buy some groceries. So have a good chat, stay flat, and have fun.
Good chatting with you, bro.
Maybe I will be on later, maybe I won't. But then again, you never know with the monkey. See ya.
All right. Yeah, it's too bad these Globies just want to hop in real quick and just scroll and then out. They don't really seem to have much to offer.
Yeah. I don't care. They can believe whatever they want.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They can believe what yeah, but
I
I'm
wonder
looking
if
for a Globie
I do detect
to
like
correct me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I'm still looking for a Globie that can correct me and tell me that the Earth is actually spherical. And not even that NASA is telling the truth, but just that the Earth is a sphere. And I've been looking for that, and I still can't find it.
Yeah, it shouldn't be so hard to find, right? Why do we have to search so hard for it?
I think it might have to do something along the lines of searching for a needle in a haystack. It might be there. Some people think they found it, but it's just not there. Or it's just not there at all.
Yeah, you're never gonna find something that doesn't actually exist in reality.
Every single one of them that I've heard on modern day debates, and well, I think every single one of them, still believes that people went to the moon. And that is my ultimate litmus test for just determining how honest and credible any of the things they're going to say beyond my opening question to them. So, and they say, yep. I'm like, okay, well, give me an example. And it's just, it is so frustrating to hear what they actually respond with. At that point, I kind of give up on them because I was a huge NASA. Like, I mean, fucking damn near got a job for them kind of situation. No, I gave up as soon as I started seeing all the evidence. And it didn't take very much, I'll tell you that.
That's exactly why I give my energy to that arena because for all I know, I'm not actually certain that they really believe any of the things they say. They just want to be right. And so they will lie and they'll say, yeah, NASA went to the moon. Maybe they don't believe that at all. Maybe they don't care. They just want to be right. So I don't want to have a discussion or debate with that.
Yeah. But do you think that any of them are? It's going to be harder to prove the second question. But do you think any of them are being paid by some sort of an outside source? And if you do think that, do you have a way to prove it? That next one is almost impossible.
No, I don't. No, I don't think it matters. It's possible, but they could be just doing it just not out of because they're like NASA's paying them, right? They're like actors. They could be getting rewards from it in other ways. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
Well, they're definitely being promoted on YouTube, which they're all, I'm assuming, are automatically monetized. Some people, like if I were to start a YouTube channel today, I were to just do, I'll just go with Globe Earth, and all I were to do is just make Globe Earth videos. Like, oh, here's the ISS live feed, and here's an interview from Dom Pettit, and just do all that kind of stuff. And then I were to actually go online in person on camera and bring in guests, interview them. Yeah, I would probably be monetized very, very quickly. But if I were to do the opposite of that, I highly doubt I would get monetized. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's a lot of people on YouTube that were monetized, but after YouTube found out enough about them, they were demonetized. Or they were removed from YouTube.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if I ever create a YouTube channel, it's not going to be for monetization. It's not going to be for Flat Earth or Globe Earth or anything like that. It's just going to be for what I know a lot about and just to share my knowledge with anyone that wants to hear it. Because I've been a guest and a co-host on way too many podcasts at this point and streams to the point people already know who the fuck. So there's no way that YouTube is gonna. They already know. The algorithm already can sense who I am and where I've been, and there's no way that they're ever gonna monetize. If I do something, I mean, I have made some videos on YouTube. I'm sorry, not on YouTube, online. And when I say a few, I mean in this ballpark, probably in the 2000 videos that I've done. But that was for class, so I cannot post those legally because those were private for the school. In regards to anyone doing this kind of stuff, you can do it. It's just a matter if you want to get your voice out there and if you want to try and educate people. And it's not just about that. It's also about if you do a video for YouTube, it's kind of like breaking your cherry, losing your virginity in a sense. You just have to do it. You get used to it real quick. And in the meantime, you're going to learn something. Promise you will. And it doesn't matter if you get popular. You can just do it. And when you are doing a video, you're going to learn about PowerPoint better. You're going to force yourself into that situation where you have to actually learn about the process to do it. And there are a lot of people online that will walk you through it. I'm not one of them. But you pay them a certain amount of money, they will go one-on-one with you a certain amount of time and walk you through the entire process.
There's people here
record
that will do that for free.
I'm sorry, what?
There's people, members here in this forum that will help you do that for free.
Yeah, but there's other ones that are a little more professional about it, that know a lot more. How to do like video editing, how to use particular pieces of software, programs and stuff. I'm not here to promote anyone specifically, but I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, if there's someone here that's going to do it for free, then hey, go for it. I mean, I'm willing to do shit for free. I'll teach you how. I mean, all kinds of stuff for free, as long as I have time. But other people that are doing this for a living, you know, they're in the Flat Earth community and they have a family and that kind of thing, and they're very, very professional when it comes to doing it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not saying like those people are, they shouldn't be, making money off that. I was just saying that this community is so great because I've asked like questions about starting like a TikTok page just for this server, but I wasn't sure how to approach it, and I'm not sure how to make content. And everybody just was like chiming in, like, "Yo, just come to me, ask me. I'm great at making clips, and it's really people are very helpful in this community when it comes to shit like that. And they
Oh
don't
yeah, absolutely.
want anything for it, we just care about the topic.
Yeah, I mean, some people that have been doing this for a very long time, they're very, very good at it. They had to learn on their own, and those are the people that I actually prefer to learn from the most because they weren't going to a college course and learning it. And I've got a lot of really good reasons as to try and stay away from those kind of people. And all they're going to do is like, yeah, go ahead and reference this kind of textbook and that kind of textbook. And, myself being a college instructor, I know that for a fact because some college instructors that I work with are just going to be lazy as fuck and do that. But other people have not gone through that same kind of, and they know here's what you should do, step 1, step 2, step 3. They may not be the best instructor, but they'll at least give you the proper steps to go through, and they'll walk you through it in the same way that they had to. But people in college, like in like a bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD program, whatever, they're going to just be like, all right, well, here's the steps, and here's the textbooks, and give me a call if you need a hand. Well, that doesn't really help out very much. So some people online will just literally go online and walk you through it, but their time is valuable, so they do want to, get a little bit of, a little bit of cash in exchange for what they're doing. And I don't need their help, but instead, when I'm on their streams, I'll toss them some tips and stuff, whatever it is. So that's the way I can do it, and I support them and try and join into their streams and things like that. So and some of these people, I'll tell you this, they're barely high school graduates. I'm not even sure if all of them are, but they figured out how to use the computer and how to make a stream and how to make a profit from it. And also that they're into the idea that the earth is not a sphere. So I try to support them as much as I possibly can. And I know that not everyone can do that. They know that not everyone can do that. So being in the financial situation that I currently am in, yeah, I'll do that. I can. And I think they appreciate it. So, I give out, I don't know, last year were like between $2,000 and $3,000 in tips and donations to people. That was probably a little more than I should have given out. But either way, it's the old saying that if you enjoy the content you're listening to and participating in, maybe share a little bit of love.
Yeah, definitely.
If you don't, it might go away. They might have to find us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you this before I forget again because I forgot to ask you earlier. But when you asked me about if I believe that like those Globers are being paid, I was going to ask you, do you think that some people on the flat Earth side that are really prominent, could that be true about them as well? That they're sort of being paid to sort of lead people in a certain direction and away from other content?
Not in the same context, but yeah, they're getting paid because that's exactly what I was just talking about. And I'm not going to mention any names because I have no problem if someone is getting paid to talk about.
No, I mean, like you were saying, from like a standpoint where, from I guess like NASA or something, could they be employed? Is that? Do you ever think that's a possibility?
Oh yeah, in regards to some people that come in and they're acting like they're flat earthers, but they're not, and they're just giving like really, really bad information, but they're getting paid to do that, sort of like a paid troll. Yeah, I think that's absolutely possible, but I have only one really good piece of evidence behind it, but I cannot remember their channel. I mean, they were talking about some nonsense that, oh my goodness, it was really, really bad. But they were obviously, and that was the whole point of their channel. I think they have 125 subscribers or something. And the information was just completely ludicrous. And by the way, I have a YouTube channel that I don't have a single video uploaded to. I've never made one. I only have a YouTube channel because I have an account. And I haven't checked it for a little bit, but the last time I was on there, I had 12 subscribers. Like how? I've never made a video. So it's just like you can go to someone's YouTube channel, like clicking on their name or something there in the chat, and I guess like go to their YouTube channel and like click subscribe. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how to check who's in my channel or who's subscribed. So.
Yeah.
It's just kind of funny to me that.
Do you know how
that's the
many
situation.
do those Globers have? What are their numbers? Do you know? Like the big ones, flat Earth deniers in the world.
Well, the last one that I heard someone talking, I think it was Jaron, I believe. He was talking about, Jaron?
No.
You don't know Jaron? Oh my goodness! Wow, he's like one of the OGs when it comes to flat Earth. I mean, he does videos a lot. He's
I mean,
shitloads of stuff.
I might have seen a video or two, but yeah. You just say Jaron.
Okay. All right, no worries. I would highly recommend checking out his stuff he does, because he's hardcore into flat Earth, and he has a lot of the common trolls that are trolling his channel whenever he's like, all right, I'm going to open up the phone lines and anyone can call in. And then he has like trolls that join in real quick. You know he's doing something right. Anyways, he was talking. I'm sorry. What was your original question?
The numbers that the like anti-flat earthers and Globers on YouTube, the big ones, like what's their follower numbers look like?
Oh yeah, okay, that's right. So, how about Professor Dave? Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, I've heard about him, but I don't think I ever watched any of his videos.
Well, you're not missing much.
Yeah.
It's this guy who allegedly has like a master's degree in and calls himself a professor. As far as I'm aware, you're not supposed to call yourself that unless you have a PhD. And he fully admits that he's not a professor. It's just like a little bit of a handle, an online name he gave for himself. And he's also fully admitted that he gets a lot of his information from other people that coach him along with what he's going to be talking about. I mean, he does do some good videos. Anyways, we're not going to talk about Dave because he's just completely despicable. Anyways, he has like over 1 million subscribers to his channel, but he's lucky if he can get 3,000 views for any of his videos. And at one point, he had, and Jaron was pointing this out, he was looking at Professor Dave's channel, like the metrics in it, and all of a sudden there was a huge spike in subscribers. And that was like right about the same time that people were saying, "Oh yeah, you can just buy subscribers." There's these people in India that create hundreds of accounts, and they'll just subscribe to your channel for like $1 or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh well, that might have happened. So he doesn't get any more views. Actually, I think he gets less views than Jaren does, but he has like 5 times as many subscribers. So yeah, I definitely think there's people that are paying for their subscription view count, but they're not really getting the views, because it doesn't matter how many subscribers you have on your channel. It matters how many views you have on your channel. That's how you get paid.
Yeah, I forget that.
Yeah, like Baby Shark. What is it called? Or Baby Dance? Or no, it's Baby Shark. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. It is the most viewed YouTube video of all time. It's up to like, it's probably close to 18 billion views at this point. It's just like these 2 little kids like doing this stupid little dance, like singing this song. I never want to hear the song. I've only watched like 5 seconds of it just to see what it was all about, and then I turned it off. And a video like that has made millions and millions of dollars, because I think it's, you get what is the it's like $4,000 per million views or something. So yeah, they've made many millions of dollars on that one video, and many people can do that. But you have to go to the avenue of, I mean, how much do you want to sell your soul? You want to just do NASA videos, kids videos, or gaming videos? I mean, what is it you want to do? And then you can make money. But if you're doing flat Earth videos, good luck. Because even if you are getting 1 million views, they might just say, nope, that's not appropriate, and they'll just demonetize you.
Well, that's why I wonder, and I look at, and I ask people about this stuff that are into it, because if you believe that, some of those numbers are inflated, then the other side is deflated. Can we even use that as any kind of metric to at all? It's so crazy. But I
Yeah,
feel
I
like,
don't know exactly, because I've
do you
never actually
subscribe?
made a YouTube video. So.
Do you follow and subscribe to those Glover channels?
Oh, fuck no.
Okay.
No,
But
because
you
that's the
just
really
don't
weird thing to me, is that a lot of the Globers subscribe to Flat Earth channels, and they just come in to troll and to just like, oh yeah, we're opening up the phone lines, and or like onto Discord, and they can just come in here anytime they want, and then they just do a bunch of nonsense. If there was a 24-hour Glober Discord channel, I would ban that shit from like anything. I mean, I would go into like the actual code of Discord and fucking make it so that I can never see that again. No, I have no interest in anything that they have to
Andrew,
say. They're,
have you never been to Jem's channel? That's a 24/7 Globe channel.
Who?
Gem Pandas. Have you never heard of Gem Pandas channel?
I've heard of Gem Panda. I think he was on Nathan Oakley's stream quite a bit, right?
If it was, it would have been a long time ago. But they have a channel called Debate Flat Earth and More, and it was run by a guy called Gem Panda, and it's a bit like this channel, but it's like 80% Globers and then only 20% Flat Earthers.
Yeah, I've got no interest in doing that. I have more sense of self dignity for myself.
To be honest, it's good. It's a good place. I go in there when I fancy a debate.
Well, what are their main talking points?
Well, what they do is they basically have set up as like a place for new flat earthers to come into. So they flat earthers who, let's say new flat earthers will probably come into that channel thinking, it's a flat Earth channel. And there are genuine flat earthers. I think Jin, if you know Jin, I think his name's Jinnah or Jin Carr. He's in there a lot. Chemo used to be in there a lot. We get a couple of the guys who are in here, who come in here, go in there occasionally. I know One Deck goes in there to slay a few people occasionally. But yeah, it's like a good place to go. And they've got all of the McToon arguments, all of the straw mans, all of the fallacies. And if you know what you're doing in there, you can just upset them really easily. It's quite fun sometimes.
Oh, I'm sure I could, but I would just be met with a whole bunch of resistance. So I'm not really interested in trying to talk to. It would be like if I had a particular medical condition. Let's just say that I was still smoking cigarettes, right? And I was. How do I say this? I were to go into a channel that was still smoking cigarettes. But I'm like, I want to quit smoking cigarettes, but they were all pro smoking cigarettes. Like that doesn't do me any good. I'm looking for a channel to.
That's a very weird analogy, though, because obviously I don't see anything like that. Like I would never be tempted to go back to the globe. How could you go back to the globe now?
Well, no, it's weird. I just made that up. I'm not very good at on the spot analogies. Yeah, I do apologize. That wasn't very.
Yeah, that wasn't a good one, dude.
All right. Well, okay. But I'm not going to go into a globe debate when I know that they're obviously lying. Okay. You see what I'm saying? It's like if a whole bunch of smokers are telling me I should be smoking, but I want to quit smoking, or I want to learn that it's good for me. Obviously, smoking is not good for you. Yeah. I don't know. Probably not the best analogy, but
I do get it though. What's the point, sort of thing, in like degrading your health or your sanity?
Yeah. It's just like, why am I going to go there and waste my time? Kind of situation. And that's the other thing too. Is like, why are they coming into the Flat Earth channels and wasting our time or even their time? I think they are probably either paid for or they absolutely have nothing else to do. I mean, how fucking pathetic is that? I mean, what would your life be like if you did that?
Yeah. See, this is my thing with the debates too. I feel like you're giving them attention by going in there and even allowing a debate to take place.
Yeah, Paul, I kind of agree, but because I go in there quite occasionally, I know the flat earthers in there. They've got some good guys in there who basically fly the flag on their own. And I've noticed when I do go in there and I do speak up, it is appreciated by them. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because you're feeding into their fucking bullshit.
No.
So
I think you misunderstood
name
me.
some of the, aside from like Gem Panda, like who are some of the main names in there on the globe side?
On the globe side, you've got Jim Panda. He's not really a heavyweight in there, but you've got Curved. You've got Scott Veach. He's another one. Was Australian guy. There's a good number of them, to be honest. But we also have some flat earthers in there as well. Like I said, Jin, he's quite good in there. There was a guy called Jeremy, who spends most of his time in Earth Awakenings now. He was in there a lot. There's a few.
There are certain globe that I will speak to, and other ones that if I ever hear their voice ever, I will immediately just go to sleep, or I will just not listen to them. I'll just listen.
Yeah, sometimes I think a
Yeah.
couple of times a group of us have gone over there together just to have a bit of fun. You know,
What, like to troll them or something? Because I don't know. I don't
well,
do trolling.
just to debate them really, because I mean they have the same arguments we've heard a million times. They don't really have anything new. They're just way more in the weeds with the math. So you know they'll sit in, but they'll use genuine tactics to win the argument with you. They're not actually interested in proving the shape of the Earth. So it's good practice to go in there.
Or are they
And
winning though? See, that's false, and that's why it's
what's
because it's
false?
not to say that they won a debate. Because what I'm
You
saying
can
is
you
sometimes
can win a debate and be, hold on. You can win a debate and be wrong, like with the premise of your debate, but you can win the debate by being a better debater,
yeah. So
right?
okay, but how does that help of the subject matter? Like, how are we? Because we all of us, I think a lot of us don't care about really changing people's minds and forcing them to believe, or you know what I mean. We want you to just see where we're coming from and then go do it for yourself. These people aren't doing that clearly, right? They have no interest in that at all. So it's a totally disingenuous, it's not converse even when you conversate sometimes with them people, but a debate, you're not winning anything.
Well, you're winning the room, you know, because they have. I mean, if I have a look now, they have triple the amount of people that we have in here, and I'd say a lot. Yeah, Jim, I think Jim's in there now actually, but yeah, a lot of people are on the fence still in there. There are flat earthers in there as well, so I think you're influencing the room.
Yeah,
You know, because and that's just I'm in a kind of mood where I'm just challenging you. I don't mean to challenge. I'm
No,
just kind
yeah,
of
I don't I don't know, I don't have all the answers. I'm not saying I'm right and that's wrong. I just don't get it from the standpoint of like a lot of times we say we have these conversations, we let some of these globers in here and we let them spiral for maybe somebody that's just listening. And a lot of people say that, well, that's why we do the debates too. But for a newbie to listen to a debate and then there's no conceding, there's no winner declared. The Globers feel like they won and flat earthers feel like they won. So the newbies confused because so much of the information is so over the top, high level shit. Like you guys know your shit, right? And can recite it verbatim very well. But so what? You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah.
yeah.
I kind of agree. I suppose it depends on whether you're me personally. I like to be able to understand the arguments. Mayhem talks about this a lot. Really get these arguments understood and practice. CB talks about it as well. He wants the silver guys to practice a bit more. You know, and that practice I think comes from the debating, and it comes from actual real experience of being in the thick of it when it gets heated, you know, and leading on them conversations yourself, because at the end of the day, you know, you've got the truth on your side. As long as you're not falling into traps and things like that, you don't have to make claims, you know. So
I feel like
yeah.
going to their platforms and giving them sharing the stage with them in a debate is a trap.
I have to half agree. I half agree. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win them over. You're right, and especially the anti-flat earthers, you're not gonna win them over, and you're not gonna. They're not gonna concede. You're right from that respect.
Yeah, because I mean, from my understanding of debates, is like there's supposed to be a winner, or like somebody's supposed to concede their point, or am I wrong about that? Like, I don't have any real experience like in school about debating. I kind of thought that was like the idea.
No, you've got to think of it like a boxing match. At the end of the fight, no matter how bad one guy got beat up, at the end they still both stand there with their arm up, claiming victory. You know, it's just how it goes.
Yeah, but there's still a declared winner.
Oh yeah,
well,
yeah.
The winner is declared by the judges currently observing that. Like all the people in the audience, they can, like, every single person in the audience can say, "Yeah, Mike Tyson won," but the judges, based on certain types of specifications in the boxing match or the debate, say, "No, Mike Tyson did not win because whatever else."
System in boxing of scoring, right? And that's how the judges determine the winner. And with the debates, like the people that are on the Globe side and the people that are already come in there on the Flat Earth side, there's no there's nothing happens. You know what I'm saying? You already go in with the mindset of you're gonna win. And it doesn't matter.
That's what I was.
Truth doesn't matter in fiction at all. There's no, there's no truth in it. There's no honesty in the platform. That's how I feel. I don't really give a shit.
No,
that's something I brought up earlier. Is that in a debate, people are going in with the preconceived notion that they are already correct. Otherwise, they wouldn't necessarily, in most cases, even want to go into the debate. Like, I'm not going to go into the debate because I like to listen to debates for a tiny little bit until I see a bunch of the nonsense being espoused back and how bad the moderator is. And because there is no actual declared winner, you can perceive that on your own, just like in a political debate between presidents or two political people, whoever. But there's no declared winner.
Yeah, but there never is with Flat Earth.
Well, I think we already won, so I'm not really sure.
That's every time you share the feed with them.
Yeah, you're right. Like,
that's why they're still here.
But remember, Andrew, like, we know the Earth flat. Yeah, we know this, right? Okay, but there are Globers out there who will say they know this as well. You know, whether we truly know this, or whether we actually believe this, is up for debate. But I think it will always sort of, no matter what platform you set up for the debate, whether it's a Globe platform or a flat Earth leaning platform, you can declare a winner, but really in the hearts of the people, is it declared? It's not over. You may have won that debate, but the answer won't be, it's not like a consensus thing. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I feel like this topic, you come to it sort of on your own, like people help lead you, but you have to, you can't force it on people, right? And I feel, yeah. And real honest people that are really curious and interested in the topic are going to come here and be inquisitive and be genuine and not fight for this globe.
Well, you would assume,
my buddy,
right? No, you go ahead, bro.
My buddy Anthony, this was the third person, roughly, aside from like elementary school nonsense, is when I heard about Flat Earth. And I went over to his house and he showed me a couple of Flat Earth videos and evolution videos. and he started. Man, it was fucking my brain up real quick. So he said, "All right, I'm gonna send you a flat Earth video." It was an Eric Dubay video. He said, "Watch that, and if you watch it and you don't like it, just tell me to never ever bring it up around you again, and we can still hang out. We're good friends, right?" So I watched it. 30 minutes in, I called him up. I was like, "You fucking asshole." Said something like I was perfectly happy believing that the Earth was a sphere because it was that convincing at the beginning, but it wasn't completely convincing because I still had to go through like 4.5 to 5 months of nonstop research, and I mean nonstop, like every waking minute that I had. Like it was bad, but at that point, and I watched every single flat Earth debate that I possibly could. It was mostly on the globe side, stuff like on the other Discord channel, like Red's Rhetoric, that kind of stuff. And I just saw how dishonest they were. So, not just dishonest, they were also disrespectful and just condescending assholes. And then I started seeing, this is what's going on. I didn't even know this was a debate. Why is there's so much contention about this subject? So I started going out and buying my own equipment, my cameras and lasers and drones and blah blah blah, whatever, and having my friends come along and help me out doing long distance tests and relearning math in very basic ways. It's just basic algebra, and then looking at all the websites, and I just didn't have anywhere else to go. So I was like, all right, well, at this point, seems like the globe Earth is a whole bunch of bullshit. But what really solidified me into the flat Earth was seeing the nonsense. This is what I told my buddy Anthony way before I actually convinced myself or was convinced. Said just because NASA is lying to us about the moon landing doesn't mean the Earth is flat. And then his simple text back to me was like, "Yep." So he was just what's the word for it? He wasn't leading me into it. He was just saying, "Yeah, no kidding." So I was at that point, I was compelled to use my own amount of research to figure out if NASA actually was lying. But then when I did find out that they were doing that, that was the stepping stone into learning the next step of the reality of where we live. But the
for you to
Globers,
have that experience,
they
bro,
couldn't even take that step though. Huh?
well, for that to even happen, there has to be a process that takes place within your own mind where you have to actually realize that you just believed this and it's totally molded and shaped your entire world. And you just accepted it, and you have to come to the realization that you you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't nobody can give that really to you. You have to do that for yourself to humble yourself and admit put yourself in that situation like holy shit. And you feel kind of stupid cuz like how could I fall for this, right?
Yeah, and that was the most difficult thing for me is to realize that one part of my belief was false because I watched every single Carl Sagan video of the cosmos. I mean, I would fall asleep to listening to like ancient aliens and these different fucking space movies and shit like that. It was like really comforting for me. Now I look back at that and I'm like, nope, never mind. That was stupid. And it's not easy to deal with. The same way that if someone suddenly realizes that, hey, God or creation is real. Like, oh, I was an atheist or agnostic. I was agnostic. It's very, very difficult to accept the fact that you were wrong. And it's not easy. And I don't think a lot of people have the mental capacity to deal with that.
It's hard to imagine too. Like, how could this be true? Like, how could everybody? So everybody's lying. Like, it's it's really a process that takes place within your own mind, and so that's why I don't like the debates, because those people that you're talking to have not gone through that process, have not, put that shit that they were taught in reality in any way. They didn't go through those steps that you did in your own mind. So there's something wrong with that.
I'm going to ask you guys a question, and you can answer it if you want. But what level of education do you guys have, honestly?
Why?
Like
Okay,
officially?
like, why does that matter? What is?
Well, because I have like a theory that they are more inducted. Like a lot of these anti-flat earthers have degrees in either physics or surveying. Well, or they might be a survey in their profession. And a lot of these people are so down the well and so in the weeds that for them it's harder. So for someone like me who, I wasn't professionally trained and I wasn't interested in math and I didn't even like reading really, it was a lot easier for me to see how the math and all of this confusing stuff for me didn't make sense. I then now started to learn this and became interested in these things afterwards. But I find that a lot of these anti-flat earthers are very arrogant and are very stuck because they are fully in it. They're in the profession, or they have a degree that's so related and based on, these ideas.
Well, and those degree, and for me, okay, this is where I've come from with that. The education system is not a real metric of intelligence at all. All it is memorization and regurgitation.
Yep. But I'm
Okay,
not giving it. Let me just say, I'm not giving it any respect here. I'm telling you, in their minds, because they have their ego around it, their career around it, their identity around it, it's a lot harder for someone who is, well educated and had their confidence built and their personality built off that. It's for them, it's not just the shape of the earth. It's not just the government is lying. For me, it was as simple as, well, this shit didn't make sense to me and I can understand why. Now it's easier for me to understand. So from my perspective and where I'm coming from, it was easier for me to drop it all. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm not. I don't. I'll answer your question. I dropped out of high school my junior year. Later, in life, in my 20s, I went back and earned my HSED. But yeah, that's as far as my education in that area goes.
Yep. And for me, I dropped out of university as well, and I was very I liked PE, I liked drama, I liked music. So English was about the strongest academic subject I had, but in general, yeah, same for me. So when I see people like QE, or I see people educated people who have broke free, I find them more interesting because I think it's harder for them, a lot harder for them to break free.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really respect those guys. I really do, because that's gotta really. I mean, it would piss me off even more if I spent all those years in the higher education and yeah.
right? And you build your whole identity around it. You marry a girl who's, you know, from there as well, and you would literally have nothing left, bro. These people are not balanced people.
Yeah. It's
Well, to answer your question as well, I have an associate's degree and I'm working on a bachelor's degree. But in regards to life experience, working technically in a field of being an electrician, then I technically am on the verge of earning a master's degree if you want to give it like college credits without actually having college credits. That's sort of, it's kind of weird.
That's good, bro. Well done.
Well, I
And
mean,
it's good.
it's not
It's good to
exactly,
have these.
it doesn't work that way. I'll just say that. It doesn't work quite like that. So, but I mean, 20 years as an electrician, 21 years as an electrician, yeah, you learn a lot. You get college credits that are kind of transferable, but not everywhere.
Yeah, and it's good. These are tools that can, you know, help your career to make you earn more money. So, you know, we need to give them value. We need to, but we need to understand what they are. They're just pieces of paper that say, yes, I can remember and regurgitate what you've told me to be, you know, if it's history or if it's English, I don't know, you can be a lot more creative. But yeah, with science, you can say, yes, you know, you have taught me the basis. I can repeat, I can understand. And that's good. It's good to be able to have that paper and say, right, I want to get a job and I can qualify for a higher pay bracket. But if that's what you're about, if you're not about earning money or progressing your career, it's completely unnecessary. And you're just opening yourself up to a whole lot of brainwash for no reason. Because if you can be self-educated, if you can be autodidactic, you don't need to go, you know, you go down these paths of academia and you can very easily get lost. No matter how strong your mind is, if you repeat the same things again and again and again, you'll begin to believe it. So I believe these anti-flat earthers, most of them believe their stuff because that's what they've been about. They've repeated it. They believe it. It's a religion. And it's even harder.
If I were to, if I were to ask someone, assign anyone a 10 question quiz, and the quiz is multiple choice. You have 4 options, you know, for every single answer. And then after that, you have the quiz, you get some of them right, some of them wrong. Then I show you the answers. And then after that, I give you a test. Like, let's say 3 days later. This is an actual example. Okay, I'll explain in a moment. Then I give you the test with the same questions, but the questions are rearranged and the answers are also rearranged. But you had the answers to the quiz. So you know which ones you got right, which ones you got wrong, and the correct answers. And you were able to take that home. And after that, you got to memorize that. And then you go and take the test. And then all of a sudden, you can score on the test. Does it really mean that you know the information? Or is it just because you memorized the answers? That is the key that I always try and instill in the classes that I teach. Because I'm telling them, it doesn't matter if you can memorize a test. As an example, I don't really know much about quantum physics, but if you were to give me a 10-question test on that, and give me that same exact example, quiz, and then test, I can pass the test. But it doesn't mean I know anything about quantum physics. Even the quantum physics.
Well, you know some. No, I'd argue you know something about quantum physics.
Barely.
Like it. Well, you know the accepted science. The accepted explanations. You can put them into context, so you know enough. But you're
Well,
right. You're no expert.
quantum physics is not the perfect example, I suppose.
Yeah,
You could
it's
choose
not because.
any subject at all, right? Something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that I
yeah.
have no idea about, and just give me a quiz on it. I don't know much about it. I can just randomly answer the questions, and then you give me the questions back with the answers. I can study that, and then go and take the test after that. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I know anything about that subject. It just means I memorized how to the certain type of test example that's being presented towards me. This is a flat Earth and a globe Earth thing. So it's
Yeah.
something that's very important. Okay? It doesn't mean that you know the subject material. It just means you memorize and know how to regurgitate.
Well, let me put it to you that where we started the conversation, going into the arenas will give you enough experience to say that to me, because to me that's the real test, when you can be questioned, when you can go back and forth on a subject and take it in and out of different areas. And I think that's where the real test is, isn't it? When you get questioned on something. But if you know the questions, then you're not really being questioned anymore. Well, the question the question is, what is questioning?
Well, that's the point, though. That's where I'm coming from, because if because we always put the question back on the Glober, and we say, why do you believe the Earth is a ball? And the honest answer should be, I guess just because I was told. I was told it. That's the only really honest answer. So all of us that are here, we've already went through that process, So why is the test to go get questioned by a fucking Glober who hasn't even asked themselves those questions? You know what I mean? They haven't even gone through that process yet.
Well, because they're a representation of everybody. Everybody who isn't a flat earther is basically a glober, and that all the conversations you have with your loved ones or people around you are going to have similar responses. Yeah, they might not know as much, and you might not be able to go as far, but you'd be surprised at how much random people know. I had a conversation with my 14-year-old nephew the other day, and he was questioning me because he heard that I knew about flat Earth, and he knew more than most of my family do about just science in general. You'd be surprised at who can come up with these so-called anti-flat Earth questions. It might be your nephew because he was in the room, or he has followed a channel that has allowed Globers to have the rhetoric and own the room and own the arguments. So I kind of think it's up to us, the people, to learn these arguments, whether you know it in and out, like it's part of your profession. I don't think is important. I think what is important is that if you can be in these conversations, go back and forth, and you can debate, then you're valuable. And then if you can be in these arenas, you can influence these kids and these people who are on the fence, who could become anti-flat earthers because they've never had somebody able to answer these questions. And when you speak to the guys in Jim Panda's channel, they tell you that's what they're doing. Jin talks and laughs about, and he comes in here all the time, but he told me in here that the reason why he's in there rather than here is because he is fighting the fight. He is out there. The reason why Mayhem is on TikTok right now is because he's fighting the fight where it needs to be fought. That's where the real action is, and that's where the real influence is, and that's where you can build actual, you can really build and take over things, because I think that's the only way the message will get spread. You're not going to be able to take people from the bottom up. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, it's it. I guess we will find out event well, maybe not. Maybe I will never see it in my lifetime. Um but yeah, shit, who knows, man.
Yeah, I just got very serious there. I do love it though because I feed off this stuff. Yeah,
That's why I'm
go
not
ahead, man.
big on the heavy hitters in the YouTube that put out a lot of content and have a lot of followers. I've seen some of their stuff and it's great, but I don't I don't know. I'd rather come here and actually engage with people and talk. Because what I don't know.
Yeah, bro, this is home base. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say go elsewhere. Like, I wish these guys would be here more because I call this home base. And I think a lot of people do treat this as home base because you will get all sorts of people in here at the right times. So I think this is home base. This is where a lot of new ideas, you know, the ideas of, this is a think tank, in my opinion. This is like a think tank, and this is the place where you can expand and launch from, you know, and go and attack TikTok or go and attack the channels, the anti-flat earthers, what it is, you know. And this is also a place for, and as it should be, new people and new flat earthers or globers, anyone to come in here 24/7, you know. And it's an arena it's our arena for them to come to, you know. And if they want to do their work and they think they're righteous, you know, if you're a glober out there and you think you know the truth, you should be coming to our arena and you should be coming and test your knowledge, test your skills. That's what we want from them.
What
Yeah, I
is
think
the purpose of people that learned about globe Earth, flat Earth ever since, I don't know, however many years ago? The globers have been completely resistant to it because, in my experience, they are just completely atheists. They don't care. I mean, they think they evolved from a rock or something. It seems pointless to even talk to people like that.
Well, we were all globers.
Right, but then at some point we learned from other people, and I mean, for me, I learned from other people. I did my own tests, and then realized I was wrong. And I was never someone that thought I came from a monkey or a rock or a banana. But they all still think that, and they will probably tell you that openly. So talking to people like that is like talking to a child where you say, 2 + 2 = 4. They said, no, it doesn't. It seems stupid and irrelevant.
And I don't want to create a bunch of flat earth followers. You know, I want to I want to make them leaders on their own, you know. Cuz that's what good is that to have a bunch of put a bunch of content out there and then you just have all these people following you because they're looking for somebody
Yeah,
to lead them.
it's an echo chamber at that point. Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah. And those people are useless too because something else shiny might come along and distract them and now they're they're not true. It's not a true awakening.
So what would be a better or a true awakening in your opinion?
Well, what we do here and the conversations we have here about we're not trying to convince you and you have to discover this on your own. But here's a doorway, you want to walk through it. I don't, but I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I like reaching people on that level.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Because it's a personal experience. It's a journey that you can only have really on your own. People can help.
And going back to the journey part, the way that I feel about it, this may not be the best analogy again, I'm going to try, is the analogy of you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink, right? So
Yeah.
I felt that I was led, if I was a horse, I was led to the water, and I got to figure out if it was water and if I should drink it. But if I was a Globy, it was like, well, I'm being led to something, and there's no water. So there's nothing, there's no substance there. It's false. But they think that there's water. They think that people went to the moon. They think that there are these scientists telling them the truth that are leading them in the right direction. But in reality, they're not. Once again, probably
Well,
not the best analogy, but that's what I have for now.
Not thinking at all, because they take all this, what they think is evidence, and they say, look at all this globe earth evidence. How can you deny it? Well, hold on. You're not really scrutinizing that evidence at all. You're not even looking at it. You're just accepting it off jump. It and I did it. We all did it. We never scrutinized any of it.
But were you an atheist or agnostic?
No, I was raised. I'm sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I was going to say, were atheist, agnostic, or were you specifically religious in any sense of that term?
So, yeah, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school for the first 8 years, and it actually kind of turned me away from God. And that's my experience with the globe too, because I was always searching for truth and answers, and I couldn't find it in Catholicism. And so I started to believe, space and all that shit, and thinking, wow, maybe there is no God. This is all bullshit. Maybe this is real. And I'm like, wait, no, government's bullshit, man. They lie about everything. Oh, it's aliens. It's these ancient aliens. That's where we come from. Fuck yeah, that's what it is. And I'm like, wait a minute, that shit don't make sense either. And so that's kind of was my process, and to the point where I was completely lost for fucking years. I didn't know who I was. I didn't really discover who I was until I was like 30 fucking years old. And then when I found out about flat Earth, that this is an actual thing going on, a conversation, and I dove into it, it changed my life again. And I was like, fuck, God, there is a fucking creator. And somehow I always kind of, I think, knew it, but you're so confused, and they steer you with that fucking globe, all that other bullshit, and even religion. Like, religion, in my opinion, is not fucking necessary. But anyway, that's a whole nother topic. Fuck that. You don't need, God doesn't need religion, and you don't need that shit. And flat Earth completely changed my life and made all my worries and fears just go away. I'm not afraid of anything anymore, because I'm so grounded in reality, and I do have a purpose. I was created. You know what I mean? I'm not scared anymore. Like, I don't care what happens. Somebody could come kick in the door right now and kill me. I don't care. Creator's real.
Well, I care. I don't want them to do that to you, bro.
But you know what I mean? We give them the power. They control us with our fears, and control us by.
Yeah. No, you're preaching, bro. Preach. You're talking 100% truth. I mean, I'm really about this at the minute, and I think, like, I don't want to start. I don't want to start a debate here. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Finish your point. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. No, man. I say this shit. I feel like I'm constantly repeating myself, but it's important, right? Because It's fucking reality. And that's everything is a system of control and fear. And once you and everything you feed it, everything you feed into, like even the voting, you really think your fucking vote counts? They're not counting your fucking vote. That's a
Yep.
trap. That's a
That
fucking
shit don't matter.
no, that's a trap. It's all a trap to give. You're giving them your power. We're giving it away. And if we all said no and said, "Holy shit, Earth is flat. Creation is real. God is real." You know that fuck. I'm not afraid of you, and I don't need you. They would lose all their power. We live in a prison of the mind, and we build the walls ourselves of the prison in our mind. I mean, they kick it off with all the fucking lies that they feed us. But then we start to construct it really ourselves, and we get trapped. I'm sorry, I'm gonna shut up, man. Let's let somebody else talk. Fuck.
No, bro, you're good. I'm listening.
Yeah, you can talk for as long as you want, man. So here's the thing, is even if I was convinced by some sort of imaginary miracle, well, it wouldn't be imaginary. It would have to be factual that the Earth is actually a sphere. It would still not convince me that people went to the moon, and that is a huge part of. I don't think there's anything at this point that can convince me that people went to the moon. So that is a huge part for a lot of people in this flat Earth mentality. That we've been lied to on a massive scale. The pictures we're being shown are false. And therefore, there has to be something else involved in it. And when you look deeper into this falsehood of deception, then you start to see the flat Earth kind of connection with it. And that's how I started off. When people deny that the Earth is, that people went to the moon, then you start to see their mentality. Oh, you understand that you were lied to. That's cool. A thumbs up kind of situation. And then other people will just go along with that same narrative, no matter what. And they'll make up these mental gymnastic type of explanations. So there's definitely, I don't like to use this term very often, but I will throw it around because everybody has been NPCs. Some people, and like one of my very best friends that I grew up with from a very young age, he's totally on board. I mean, he's very logical, and smart, but has almost no education at all. But a very, very smart guy. But he's still on board with everything that he pretty much sees and hears in regards to the globe Earth and all that stuff. So it's really hard to conversate with people like that. Even like very close friends and family of mine. But when I actually heard about that and used my own logical brain to go out and test it myself, and I failed at proving any curvature, not just once or twice, but many times, then I'm pretty much left to one solution. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I do
There
have
you
to
go.
mute for a little bit. Yeah, I've got to mute for a little bit because I got to take care of some stuff. I will be back in a very short bit.
I think that
All right,
what you
man.
brought NPCs, that's a real thing for some people. That is their reality, unfortunately, where I think some people are destined to die and never wake up and never understand who they are, where they are. Uh, that's sad, but I don't understand the purpose of that or why that is, but I think that's a real thing.
Yeah, well, we can talk about it. It's Sunday, so anything goes on a Sunday. But yeah, I think it could be really deep. It could be. I like when Dave Weiss uses the term the Soul Lewis system. There could be a whole element of cycling through. Until certain things are realized. Maybe this is about us going through something very deep and profound. And there might be a whole sense to it.
That like a soul trap, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Like, I mean, that sounds very nefarious or whatever, a soul trap. But it could also be a, let's say, a training camp or an education system where an experience generator. You could throw any of those words at it, but it could have the purpose of building up our spirit, our understanding, our dimensionality. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's the point of all this too. Is I am willing to accept even what I think, because this has been my whole learning process, my whole life. Every time I think I actually know something, I later learn on as I get older. I didn't know that shit at all. I just believed it. What do
Yeah.
I really know? What can I prove? I mean, I can prove things that have happened to me throughout my experience. No, I can't even prove it. It's just an experience that I had. You didn't have it, so I can't really give it to you, right? Like even from a biblical sense, I've had an experience where I actually, for the first time in my whole life, I understood what it meant to believe in Jesus and have faith. My whole life, I never knew what that meant, and I actually put it to practice once, and it saved my fucking life. So,
What do you mean? You
I
put it to practice?
I put actual faith, and I prayed to Jesus, and I gave him my problem, and I said, I can't do this without you. I need you. You say you got my back. Have it, and I have no worries. It's in your hands now, and I'm not fucking scared. And it saved my life. Now, take that how you want. To me, that has meaning, and it was real. You didn't experience that, but I fucking did.
Well, it's like the power of prayer, isn't it? Something works when you have that. And I believe that the church and religion in a whole is good for the individual, because I have seen so many religious people who get it, who are happy, who are good, who are honest, and very simple. So this is a very personal thing, isn't it?
Well, it's about fear. Fear just controls our whole world. And if you say you believe in God or Jesus, but yet you're still afraid, you don't have faith, my friend. Because when you pray to, say, Jesus, and you give him your problems, they're now gone. So when you come out of that prayer and you come back into the world, and you're still thinking about those problems and still scared, you don't have faith. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. It's just a very personal experience, because for me, the way I got rid of my fear, or the way I get rid of my fear, is forgiveness. I look at my mom, I look at my dad, I look at my relationships, and it's because I went down a path of, like, what am I? After learning about fallacies and realizing I was using them, I was like, well, who am I? And What am I? So you get to the point where you realize you're observing, aren't you? You're observing thoughts. So you can start seeing where I think you can actually observe yourself enough to a point where you can start seeing where your shortcomings are coming from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah, yeah,
about
yeah.
experiences and a learning process and continuing to grow and trusting ourselves and our instincts and our senses, which has all been stolen from us.
Okay, question for you. Why did you pray to Jesus and not some other, like Thor, Odin, Zeus, or Shiva, or
Yeti.
something? Yeah, some other deity. Why did you pray to Jesus?
Because the Bible to me is kind of like a guide to live your life and a history book. It's not like a novel that you pick up and read once and then okay, I'm done. It actually is a way. I believe that if you put those fundamental teachings of the golden rule, morality, and you put that in practice, the sky's the limit.
Yes, I'd argue some of it, but also some of it will create that fear that you said we need to get rid of.
Yeah, like, what do you mean?
Sorry to hijack the question. I think the question was why pick one deity over the other.
That's a good question. I think you have to. Maybe it's rooted in the going through Catholic school, but it resonates. The the Christian Bible resonates with me with everything I experience in my reality as far as creation goes. Like, I see it. I can see I can see it all. You know what I mean? I can see what's happening around me.
Isn't that just your awareness has risen?
My
Because
awareness.
I can see a lot now, and I feel I can see a little bit more than the people around me. And to me, it's logical, but for most people, they're looking at me like, what? And then all of a sudden, when you're right, it's a bit spooky. But I feel like that's intuition. I feel like that is experience times intuition times confidence, and that can be achieved. That can be achieved with mastery. If you can master yourself and then, I'm not saying I can master myself, but I'm saying if you work on that and then try and master a profession and then try and master, you know what I mean? Just your approach like that, then you can just get there, can't you? It's inevitable.
Well, I don't know
if
if
you
you
do
can.
the right things.
I don't know if it's possible to master yourself because in a lot of ways, we're constantly our worst enemies, right? Because we all have. Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't have an internal struggle inside of yourself of
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah. So I mean, what is
But
that? Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but everybody does have that internal struggle. But what I'm saying is, this is what I mean. If it's all about is the glass half empty or is it half full? It's about your attitude plus your experience, and then your awareness grows. And then once your awareness grows, are you the type of person now who makes excuses for yourself? Or are you the type of person who says, right, okay, what have I learned? What do I understand about this? How can I improve this? And I think people who have had a lot of struggle in their life adapt to that very quickly. Whereas people who have not had as much struggle, they will blame and they will make excuses and they will hinder their own progress, because no matter where you start from, the only way is up if you've got the right attitude.
Isn't like a struggle kind of like an objective thing? Like, we all struggle in different ways. Like, people that we see that we think have were raised with a silver spoon in their mouth, they have struggles that you have no idea about.
Oh yeah, but there's levels, right? I mean, if you grew up with third world just the fact that we lived in in the developed world. If we lived in a third world country in a ghetto, we would have struggles that are monumental compared to the struggles we have. No matter how bad we think it gets, there are people out there, who are like amputees with bills to pay, gangsters on them because they live in a slum in a favela. I mean, bro, there's so many levels. The fact that we live in 2023 means we don't live in the medieval days where you get your head cut off for even saying the wrong thing, or because your king is a tyrant. So I just feel like the levels now today, the struggles we have, we create our own problems by this circular reasoning, by being, making excuses and not trying to get out of the situations that we're in. I blame
So I need
comfort.
to continue up with what I was asking earlier, because I have a very good buddy who I had lunch with today. He is Hindu, Punjabi, and he prays to Lord Shiva, which is Hindu. So why would he pray to Lord Shiva versus praying to Jesus, Buddha, or Thor, or anything like that? So why do you pray to Jesus and not one of those other ones? Because he has a very good life. He makes a lot of money, and he's healthy and all that kind of stuff. So why would you pray to Jesus?
That's sort of I don't get your metric of he has a good life. Like, so what does that mean? Well, because that's kind of
He's healthy. He's successful. He has a good life. I mean, what? That's a good question. Like, what is your metric of a good life?
be a horrible person on this earth and still live a good life. Like,
he's a flat earther that and he's honest. I'm not really sure. He doesn't harm people. He doesn't believe in the thing that happened in the last 3 years. He's wise to the nonsense that happens around us. So I would say that is a baseline metric for me, which has multifaceted steps and qualifications. So I would say that is definitely a qualification.
I don't know what I don't know Hinduism, so I can't share in that experience and what it means for him and the bigger picture. So I don't, and like I said, that's not I don't know, the measure of happiness and success, and because you can be a totally wicked person and still be successful and happy, right? You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know what you want from me. Why didn't I pray to? Yeah, whatever. Dude.
Well, no, I'm just asking like why you pray to Jesus and why that made your life better versus someone else that prays to a different deity, like Ben Bullerson. I'm not sure if you're aware of who he is. He is he prays to like Thor, things like that, and his life seems very, very good, but that's not Christianity, not anything aside from any other religion, but he's praying to a deity. So why do you pray to one versus another?
Yeah. Well, I guess from my point of view and why I'm sort of stuck with it is because I was in a life or death situation. And when I put myself in that vulnerable position, my life was saved. Now, I don't know what I don't know what Thor is. Like, I I don't know what any of that shit is. And to me, like, the Bible is a important, collection of writings and that people have witnessed accounts. You know what I mean? Like the zoo, like Zeus have that, and I don't know.
Well, okay, the reason I'm asking this question now is because if you're getting into a flat earth conversation with a whole bunch of atheists, they're going to ask you these kind of questions. And
Well, they're not, because I'm not, because atheism. What is an atheist? There's no such thing as an atheist.
I would tend to agree with you. Okay.
They have no. They're in total thing is a contradiction. So they don't believe in any sort of like good or bad, evil, morality, but yet they say, you shouldn't hurt people, you shouldn't hurt your neighbor, but you should be able to do whatever you want, and you don't need God. And well, okay, then I'm not doing. If you really believe that, what I can't really do what I want then if I want to hurt my neighbor. Like, where does that come from? How does that work? And there's no good, there's no bad, there's no point to existence at all.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you in regards to if there's no point in existence, then why are you even trying to continue your own life? That is a very sad and sadistic thing to say to people.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like if it doesn't matter, then why did you have children? Why are you even trying to procreate? Like, just why are you even here? There has to be a purpose of some sort. Love.
Yeah, and I
learn,
appreciate
and
your questions, but I've talked to atheists, and I've never had any of them ask me any of that shit. But that.
Oh, I have.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I've gone to the extent of this. So some of them are not going to be quite as out and out about it. But I'm asking you, what is the point of worshiping one deity that you've never met? It's just written in a book, versus someone else that is Muslim or Hindu, and they're worshiping those deities versus Jesus. So I've asked all of these people that same question, and no one.
No, it's something internal in myself that there's something there. When I see truth, it instantly reveals itself to me in a way that is it's coming from somewhere else. You know what I mean? It's in the. Go ahead.
So are you saying that you had? I'm not going to ask you your personal situation that you just briefly described. Well, not really briefly, but you had a very difficult time in your life, and then you prayed to Jesus, and then all of a sudden something miraculous.
Well, no, it's more complicated than that. Those are very simplified. It's my total experience my entire life.
I'm trying to
Andrew,
find out because
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Andrew, I want to hear what your thoughts on the same question, like back at you. I don't know what you believe.
Myself well, but you know what I mean. It's not that simple. And when truth is revealed to you, it's undeniable, and you feel it inside of yourself. It's made evident to you. What is that? Where's that coming from? Go ahead, Andrew. I want to hear you talk.
Well, I'll say this. When I came across Flat Earth, I found out that creation is absolute. And that's theism, put it simply. We are...
No, you broke up. That's what?
It's deism for me.
Deism.
Yeah. Deism basically means that I know that we are created, and that is as far as I can take it. That's a really simplistic way of putting it. And taking it to a further extent, saying, well, Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha or whatever else. Now, I cannot prove that. All I can tell you is that we were created with intelligent design, and we are here, and that's where we are.
So okay, that's fair. But you made me think of something.
Hold on, can I ask him a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, dude. Let me just ask him a question. So, how do you discern then what's valuable and what's important in terms of the religious books and the religions? Because obviously, all the religions have claims. There's potentially, you could argue, there's truth in all religions. So, where are your lines drawn?
Oh, that's a good question. And I would say in books like the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita or just other books, there are certain messages that say you should not lie, cheat, steal, or kill. Those are pretty simple, right? And things beyond that, when they start getting real complicated, I think those are a whole bunch of poetry that I don't think people should be listening to because it confuses people, because it goes into like allegories, things like that. It's too complicated. The Bible can be one page. That's it. One page.
Hey guys, I don't mean to interrupt. Tony
Yeah.
here. How are you?
Too deep on this.
If you guys are looking on the YouTube stream, I just shared a post, which I don't want to throw in here. I threw it in last week, but this one's a different one. It's David Banner with One Man and His Detector, and you can go to One Man's YouTube page as well, and he's got everything there. But he puts it together in a friendly manner with people that are very interested and goes along. And it's exactly what you guys are talking about. It is symbolism. It is mushroom. It is this. It is everything that is God and presented and deceived and the distractions and where we're going and what we're doing, and it really does make sense to me. It's very clear to me everything that he's saying. So I just wanted to interrupt and not take over the stream as I sometimes do.
You want to put that in the live stream voice text?
I put it in the YouTube live stream, yes.
The Christian Bible.
Only because the chat's not moving here, I didn't want to throw it in here, so it's just sitting there. But I'll happily throw it in there. It's not a problem.
Yeah, throw it in Sunday.
All right, Speculation Sunday. We're allowed to do it. This, honestly, guys, jump on that. It is a 2 hour, like skip forward a little bit. But once One Man and His Detector come on and the faces come on, just sit there. It's 2 hours that'll just open up your eyes to go, wow, what have I been deceived with? And they put it in movies and everything. You'll be amazed. I don't want to speak over what these guys are going to tell you. So
Yeah, we'll save it.
I'm not going to fumble
But
around with it. But
very quickly, Andrew, just on what you said. Yeah, where are the lines drawn? I mean, why the Bible for you? Why the Bhagavad Gita? And why? I mean, you say the things that shouldn't be or are too complex should be thrown out. I mean, who gets to judge that? And is that going to be, if it's not you, is it going to be a certain religion? And if it is, why them?
You talking to me or Paul?
He's talking to Andrew. I thought he was asking you.
Yeah, is he not there?
Oh, me?
Is he gone?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was responding to your answer because you basically said, like, the fundamental truth, there's a creator, but anything that's more too complex, the Bible could be a one-pager and everything else, really, I think you actually said, people shouldn't be able to have access to it or shouldn't really listen to it because it's too confusing or something. So I'm asking, who is the judge of that and why them, in the same way you're asking Paul, why Jesus? I'm interested to know your thought processes. Why one page, and who decided the rest was too complex?
Okay, well, first of all, I don't think I ever said one page. I'm sorry, too complicated. One page, I did say that, and that might have been a little bit of a overstatement. So it could be more pages, but it depends on how small the writing is. When it comes to the simplicities of how do not lie, cheat, steal, or kill, it's real simple. Then you can just abbreviate that really quickly. And then there's like a couple of other things you can also talk about. So when it comes to other religions, it's pretty simple. They all agree on the same thing. So what is the holdup for other people trying to go on to one deity versus another one? That is my main point of context right now.
There's other things in the Christian Bible that if you take a look around where we are and the things that are happening, it's all explained in the Christian Bible. Everything. And look how reality is subverted and sort of spits in the face of that word, that living word that they call the living word of God in the Bible. Like, how do you take the rainbow, right? In the Christian Bible, the rainbow is the signature of God, or the symbol. It's his sort of flag. And now look what it's being.
Hold on, real quick. You just said the Christian Bible. What does the Bhagavad Gita or the Talmud, the Torah, or anything else? What do they say? Trust me, I'm not atheist. Trust me, I'm not trying to bag on you. I'm just asking questions, okay?
I don't really care, because
the rainbow. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't care, because the Christian Bible is not steering me wrong in any way. And I am surrounded. Go ahead.
Look, honestly, the only thing that confuses me with any religion is murderers can get away with murder as long as they know that they can be saved by forgiveness.
What, who, me?
And asking,
Or
and
Andrew?
that to me, and also I am trying to keep this short, and the fact that good people, bad things happen to, like floods and the like. We can go down quite a few avenues that way, and then they look at the God that they've been worshipping and been a Christian or whatever their whole life, and a perfect ideology to the society that they've presented themselves to as a living faith. That is the most confusing part for me. Like, who's forgiving who if you're looking for an entity?
The answers to all said are all explained in the Christian Bible.
Which Bible?
The Christian Bible. The reason why our experience is the way it is, and why bad things happen to good people, and why is how can poor little babies be murdered? Like, that is all explained.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful, okay, at all. I've had this conversation many, many times with different close friends, and they say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go ahead and buy you the correct version of the Bible," and then they never do that. So, is it the King James Bible? Is it which version of the Bible? There's like 2,000 versions.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, right? Because the word of God, the true important bits are still there. Like, there has been probably some sort of manipulation throughout the different translations, but the truth is still there.
I see a lot of justification through actions of people, especially those in so-called power. And I do sort of relate it to the justification to globe math, to globe science, to pseudoscience, to theory. It's sort of like, well, we can justify it because of this. It's a bit like in gravity, gravity onto something you can't actually measure. And I think that's what faith is. And like you're saying, it's all explained in the book. I do believe there's a good book with beautiful scripture in there. There is the word of God, the word of self, the word of one. But what is one allowed to get away with before they become the lie? It's sort of, to me, it's a really confusing subject. And yes, I'm not well read in the book of the good one. So my confusion might be as simple as you might be able to make it. I'm all ears.
Well, I can't do it for
To be
you.
clear, I'm not questioning God. Well, the Word of God or whatever else. I'm also not questioning creation, but I am questioning the religions, all of them at the same time, simultaneously. So, if someone's going to say this religion is better than the other one, I want you to tell me why.
Am I a Christian? I'm not a Christian. I don't call myself a
I don't know.
Christian. No, I
Never
don't.
made a claim.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, religion to me is separate from the Bible. I know it's the Christian Bible, but it's not. You don't need those structured religions. Those steer you. Well, I don't want to preach, man. You can discover it on your own, just like we tell people that are interested in flat Earth. You just got to dive into the book.
Well, I've been trying to. That's why I'm talking to people like you and other religious people, or whatever you want to call yourself. I'm trying to learn. That's how I came into flat Earth.
Yeah, and I'm not.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, and I'm not quoting scriptures and stuff. Like I'm terrible at that. I'm terrible at all that stuff. But yeah, man.
And I do hope you understand my skepticism when it comes to
Oh sure. Yeah. I
asking
totally
questions. Right?
I totally, because I was yeah, I didn't understand either. I didn't get it. And it took me to awaken to the flat earth, and then I understood it, and it all made sense to me. It sort of clicked.
So, what in the scriptures, like in regards to flat Earth, like clicked with you at the same time?
This entire experience that I'm having on on this flat earth, it it's not one thing. It's everything.
I got you. It's the preponderance of evidence, not one thing. It's everything.
Yeah.
As Bob Nodell so eloquently said. And it's all right.
I'm sorry, I missed what you just said.
So Bob Nodell, the great globebuster. Do you know Bob Nodell?
No.
Oh, okay. So Bob Nodell just passed away recently, and he was asked the exact same question. And he said, it's not one question about flat Earth. It's about the preponderance of evidence for a flat Earth. So everything else was put together into like a big old puzzle that he figured out. So the same thing can be considered when it comes to religion. So if there's a whole bunch of things in regards to religion, and I'm looking for that answer. And so far, no one's been able to provide that. And I've been asking a lot.
So I'll give you an example of like the subversion of the reality and the things that these these sort of rulers that claim to care about us, and then they do things that completely contradict everything that we're sort of taught, right? And that's all explained in the Bible of where that's coming from. Like our globers, they're not our enemies, right? They're just um they're trapped and lied to. Where is that coming from? That's coming from man? You think just coming from evil men? Or could it be being steered by something else, something unseen? And everything that really they do, and when you see it, it's a total slap in the face, and it's goes completely against God's creation. And they do it because they hate us. They're jealous of us.
Okay, that was like 3 different questions, I think. I don't mean to subvert anything, but I do actually have to use the restroom. That's a very unfortunate situation for me because, you know,
Did you
I don't
think I
mean
was
to
saying that?
divert from the question, but, you know, when nature calls situation. But
Take a wee
I
break
will say
and come
this
back in a
before
minute.
well, I'll say this, okay? Yeah, I would actually have to hear the question again. The 3 questions. Can you summarize it like real quick? So like one question?
I don't think. Did I ask a question?
Well, you made statements that were in the form of a question.
Trying to show you like the flag, for instance, the rainbow. Think about how that symbol is being used right now, and and what that. I mean, think about that.
Oh, dude, trust me. I live in Silicon Valley where that is
that
being. Oh,
you think that's
I
an
fucking
accident?
hate that symbol.
You think
Okay,
that's an
I'll tell you
accident?
that.
Well, you don't need to hate that symbol.
No, I hate what it represents.
It doesn't represent that though. It's
Come over
in
here. You'll see.
No. It's the rainbow is it's in the Bible, and it's like the signature of God. You know, it's his. And now they're taking that and using it against that's something that's against creation, and it's against. It's really, it's not humane. Sort of. It's doesn't. It's I don't know, man.
Okay, so I do need to go on mute for a tiny little bit, but the very awesome lady who's Muslim, Alpha Cat, I do believe her name is, and she was on this stream, and I was asking her all about flat Earth in regards to the Quran, and she was very, very knowledgeable. Very awesome lady. I hope to speak with her again. And she was also referring to God as Him. The Bible does the same thing. So why? Why does the Bible refer to God as Him rather than her or it or? And trust me, I'm not in regret. I am not going along with that whole nonsense of the modern sociological bullshit that's happening nowadays. I'm just questioning why people refer to God with a gender. which has been happening for a very long time. And trust me, I know that men and women are different. Okay.
I don't know the actual answer, but this is how I don't know, but if I look at the Bible, I could justify by saying God created man in his image, right? And we're men and we're in his image. We're the only thing created in his image. Women are not created in the image of God. He created women with us. He we came from the earth. He molded us and breathed life into us, whatever. And then
They breathe life into us, Paul.
I'm sorry, what?
They breathe life into us. They create life. I can't understand where you're going with that. That man is the image of God. Like, that to me is a well-read person that is unwell thought, to be quite honest. But that's my opinion once again. Andrew, I must admit, Andrew, you're going to love that. You're going to love that post that I put up about David Banner with the questions that where I think your head's at. I think you're really going to have a little bit of an eye opener to what's been presented in that first stream that I posted. But sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Nah, yeah, it's okay. And it's I don't know. It's like, does it even matter? Like, yeah, because I don't know. None of us know. Why do we have to know why everybody says him? I don't know. Why is that important?
Is it because I hold women as life? Is that what sets me different to most men? Because I do feel different in many ways to a lot of men in the way they think. So this is a good learning curve for me, and I'm trying not to interrupt, but I've got so many questions as well, and explanatories that spin around in my head that don't seem to go anywhere. So please, I'm happy listening, Paul. I don't mean to interrupt.
Sure. And I don't hold any answers, but the answers you're seeking are all there for you to discover on your own.
I agree. They're all within, and all you need to do is tap into them and connect to them, and the source will be given, and light will be shown, and you can shine on for forever. But that's an ether that I tend to go with in my quietest times. So I'm once again I'm very interested in this image of God that dismisses women. To be quite honest, so I found that quite shocking. So please go ahead.
That's I think you're being kind of harsh. It doesn't dismiss women. But we're not the same. Men and women aren't the same. We're different, right?
Oh yes,
we are
100%. We're different.
It's not
For sure.
It's not a negative thing. I'm not saying that to disparage women. Women's experience is very unique and it's special, and I can't even really understand it because I can never be a woman, and it's unique in itself. And we need women because we're supposed to procreate, right? That's part of the whole thing. Is we're supposed to procreate and what speak truth and pass on truth. What is truth? Where does that come from?
The yin and yang meme that I just threw in. Well, I don't know. I read that and I just go, yeah, that's 100%. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, like to me that makes sense. It's men are masculine, women are feminine. We are the day, they are the night. Negative, positive. Like in so many ways, like it makes sense. I can put heaps more in. I don't want to spam the chat. Once again, I don't want to take over the chat. So I don't know. It's just the way I am. I respect women too much, Paul.
Well, why do you think I don't respect women?
I'm not saying you don't respect them. I've just never, those words have never come out of my mouth. That man is the image of God, and yeah, women second, right? Because they are the creator, as far as I'm concerned, and we all share a light, we all share a connection. So to me, segregating one or the other, where we're not united,
Paul, are you talking to someone in this channel?
is dumbfounded to me, Paul. Yes.
Because I can only hear you talking.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah, are you having a conversation with somebody in this channel?
I think so. Yeah, why?
Big Root, can you
I can
not hear
literally
me?
only hear you talking to yourself.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Are you still talking to Andrew?
No, I'm talking to what is it? I'm not looking at a screen.
One big palm, Tony.
Oh, that's
Well,
crazy.
definitely.
So I'm hearing me having a conversation with myself.
Well, I
Bro,
can
it's
see
been for a
myself having.
while. I didn't want to jump in because I thought maybe I'd muted someone. I was trying to figure it out.
Well, maybe Big Root's got me silenced and he can't hear me, but I can definitely see myself lighting up on YouTube. So
I'm interested to know who you were talking to because I'm trying to figure out why I can't hear them.
yeah, Paul, tell me who you're talking to, Paul. This is fun.
So the yin
All
and
right,
yang
sorry
thing
guys.
that
This is Andrew, and I am still listening in, but I'm doing something in the background, so I can't really chime in. So I'll be here.
I feel like we're doing sort
Yep,
of
I
the
hear you.
stream of probably leave and go somewhere else, and if we want to continue this conversation, I think this went on too long, and I don't know why somebody hasn't stepped in to move us or tell us, hey, get back on topic, but
I told you, it's Paul. You are good, my brother. It is Sunday. You're speaking some good. You're creating a good conversation, and you are bringing it back, you guys, occasionally to the flat Earth as well. So you're good until other people are, trying to get in about flat Earth, and you're taking it away from flat Earth. It's not a problem on a Sunday.
okay,
Just
cool.
be mindful of the YouTube rules, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I just feel like I've been missing out because I'm not sure who you were talking to in the last 5 minutes. But I couldn't hear their side because you were having a conversation and somebody said that you're not respecting women or something. That's what you said, and I'm thinking, who are you talking to? Who's upset?
Yeah, so because
Paul, ask Big Root if he's got me muted because everyone else seems to be able to hear me.
do you got him muted or something? Like what? I don't know. Did you try going out and then coming back in?
Bro, who? Sorry.
Can Big Root not see me lighting up and see me in the chat? Or is he?
It's bizarre. I can literally only hear you talking.
Is everybody else here experiencing that too? Can you all only hear me?
I can hear you. Andrew's chiming in occasionally, but it sounds like you're talking to somebody else, not Andrew.
Yeah, I am. So I don't know. Maybe we. Or I don't know. I don't know how.
Who are you talking to? Is it Big Pond or?
Yeah.
He's muted.
Well, why can't I hear him?
Exactly.
Wow.
I can
Big
hear
Pond, are
everything
you there,
just
bro?
fine. Yes, mate. I'm loud and clear coming through. Yes.
This just got really weird. So I don't. I don't know.
I don't mean to bug you out or anything, but
No, I don't want to continue. Like I don't know the solution to the issue.
But no, anyway, I liked a lot of the stuff you were saying. You know, I liked you're good, bro. You're speaking some good things. You're starting the good combos.
Thank you.
I hope I'm not interrupting any phantoms in here that are trying to talk to Paul, but I will say I like the things you were sort of saying more from the the historical point of view. I've been looking into sort of the origins of religion a little bit, and it all seems to you pick a side, you pick a religion. That's great, but it goes back, in the etymology. The words are in all the cultures, the ideas have come from older and older. It's like there's no new ideas under the sun, and these are just the new faces of the ideas.
Yeah, and if I pick up the Bible and I read it and I can put it and have it make sense in the reality that I'm surrounded by, why would I need to look at anything else? You know what I mean? It's all around me. And I've tried to pick up. One of my friends has he reads the Quran, and I picked it up one day and I tried to read it, and I don't know, I didn't, and I didn't really dive. I just opened it up and started reading. I was like, I don't know, it didn't go anywhere in my mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it didn't resonate with you.
Yeah, in any way. If the Christian Bible is false, why does it really explain sort of where we are pretty well? You know what I mean? The the beginning of Genesis, like, you can really, it's there. Why I see I'm looking at the live stream on YouTube and I see one big pond, like he's lighting up. Can you not see that you can't hear him? Huh? That's crazy.
It's a very strange conversation, isn't it, Paul? Like it's bamboozled me a little bit at the moment. Yes, we'll see if Big Road jumps in or not, or whether he wants to jump out and jump back in. And am I the only one he's not listening to? He's only hearing you and Andrew.
Yeah, I guess I don't care. Whatever. I think too you can sort of look at, like, Native Americans, sort of the stories they tell of how things were, and the stories that they passed down. You can fit all these things into the Bible too. Like, it's everything is like puzzle pieces, and it is spread out, and it's you got to find them and search them. But you once you do, and you can kind of really fit them in there, into that fundamental. Cool. Yin yang. Sure.
Do you have your Bible with you there, Paul? Is there a scripture or something you can pull up and just go, wow, this really hits home with me? I'm actually interested in where you're going with this.
mean, I could, but do I want to? No. Yeah, well, you should. Maybe you should. Why don't you do it? And let's see what happens.
As a young man, I used to go to Baptist church and did get a little bit of the good book thrown at me, and tried to resonate that a little bit, but bringing it into my life and my work life, it didn't seem prevalent to me at the time. So hence my apprehension right here, and hopefully I can connect with something that I haven't connected with before, Paul, and he might be the savior that I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Oh, Paul, you never know, mate. I've turned people around from dark places, mate. So I just want to give a shout out to Baked Goods in the chat as well, because I've never spoken to him, but he seems very nice in chat. So shout out Baked Goods. Don't let me stop the chat. I'm looking for inspiration here, Paul.
Are you? Are you really?
Every moment of my waking day, I am looking for answers. Every conscious thought throughout the night is willing and waiting for a connection through there as well. So I can't tell you about my dreams, but I can tell you I feel a lot more when I sleep, and as I wake up, especially around the 3:30, my sleeping pattern follows the moon. To be quite honest, I'm actually a moon follower instead of a sun worshipper. So maybe that's why I connect with females a little bit more, because we are all water beings, and the moon definitely brings the moisture, the cool air, the night sky, the light that is right for my eyes, to be quite honest. So the sun's too bright for me, I think, and that's why I don't like the sun as much. But then again, I've worked in the sun for so many years, so like it's nice to be a little bit of a night owl every now and then. Got a beautiful 23% moonrise, waxing crescent moonrise this morning around about 10:30 here in Queensland. So that was quite awe-inspiring, and yeah, I've been resonating with that for a little bit. I did post it on my media channel. So yeah, look, I'm looking for, yes, as stated, Paul, I am looking for inspiration, and if it doesn't come from you, I'm sure it will come from someone.
Are you not interested in trying to just open up the Bible and point and read something, and maybe that'll give you inspiration?
I don't possess a Bible. I'm happy to look at it on the internet, and there's plenty in chat here that I can go through and peruse over, and I'm sure a few people that I've listened to will happily talk my ear off as long as I'm willing to listen. So look, as I said, I'm open for it. I'm not against anything. I do like the Sheba and the elephant with all the arms, man. And if you watch that psilocybin mushroom stream that I put up there, you'll understand where I'm coming from with that as well. So without being tagged into any form of religion, including the book, the awakening is what I'm more about than, or connection to self, and then being enlightened, and then being open to speak about it, because I've got so much information. There's a mountain of songs and words and lyrics and whatever going through my head 100 miles. This is why I fumble with my words. They're like, oh, I could have thrown that in, I could have thrown that in. But Yeah, I go all over the shop, mate. But maybe that's what I need. I need a little bit more grounding in that aspect.
Yeah, apologies, Big Pond. I actually somehow muted you, but I can hear you loud and clear now. Mystery solved.
Thank you, Big Red. Nobody else thought it was anyone else but you. But anyway, hey, it's nice that you sorted it out, man. And thank you for the apology.
Yeah, I tried to have a look at your profile just to see what the tags they'd given you, and I must have pressed mute by mistake. Sorry, and I probably missed out on such a great convo. I'm gutted.
I have that effect on a lot of people, to be quite honest, Big Red. A lot of people want to mute me, but it's hard to silence somebody like myself, man. I just keep persisting at them, man.
No, I'm sorry, dude. Sorry, but I hear you now, loud and clear now, and I'm definitely going to watch. I'm definitely going to watch that link though. This is right up my street.
Oh, it's beautiful, man, and like the week prior, it was sort of a little fumbly. The guys sort of stumbled over each other, but this week they had a lot more sorted out, and it flowed a lot more easier, and people were right on board with it and going, yeah, these are the answers, and yeah, it was a really good vibe, and I watched it late actually, so I didn't get to see it all. I had to rewind it all and go back, so I didn't speak in the chat. But yeah, I love David Banner, man. He seems one of the most genuine, down to earth streams that's going on at the moment. So it's quite inspiring to watch him every now and then, for sure. And definitely go and sub if you haven't already subbed to him, guys, and give him a thumbs up. He's trying to do his best, man, and that's all any of us can ask for.
Good stuff. Now, I have heard of him. I'm sure I follow him, and I might have even seen this pop up, but I definitely haven't watched it. So, yeah, good shout, bro. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I try not to spam too much, but I'm pretty good at collecting a lot of stuff, a lot of what some people call conspiracy or rubbish. So, if you want to know what's going on, give us a call. I've probably got some sort of meme for it. Don't go look at the memes and funnies, because it's probably pretty much all me. It's sort of like I've thrown so much stuff in there. I'm amazed I haven't been banned, to be quite honest.
So are these guys and yourself, are you sort of approaching the subject from a multidiscipline, approach, like archaeology and genetics, also etymology, and then, the ideas and themes? Are you going in like that, or?
Oh, when the symbolism is displayed everywhere, it's just an awakening. So yeah, everything sort of comes in to, as Flat Earth does, an awakening to, wow, we have been deceived with a fictional ball CGI, a composited image that is clearly not a picture. And yeah, it's sort of the mental state I've got with religion or Christianity, and I'm not trying to dismiss anything that Paul's saying or Andrew's trying to work out, or whatever's going on in everybody's mind with religion. It really is, wow, if it makes sense, connect to it, and that's sort of all that's all I've got. The rest is up to you. I can't really give anyone answers. I've never been a doctor of thought. I've always been an advisor of my education, and yeah, I've been wrong more times than right, that's for sure.
Haven't we all, mate? And isn't that the beauty, like growing every day, becoming a student every day? I love coming back to the same subjects and building on it. I think that's what it's about, isn't it?
I see it as a gift, and I really do, Big Root. I see being open every day is a lot more uplifting than regurgitating or finding the same information educational to a few. So that's sort of where I stumble and why I don't get on most of the time, because it's sort of like, well, you guys talk so much of the stuff that you're happy talking about, and I'm happy listening, because every now and then there's a little snippet that I go, oh, that makes sense, and that to me is the gem of the day, and we grow from there.
No, I understand what you're saying, and like I just love the fact that you guys are here, and on a Sunday you can be a lot more, open to how we speak. But what their guys have set up here has a specific purpose, and it's here to be like a big cornerstone within the flat Earth sort of group, community. So I think it's really important here that we do sort of focus on flat Earth, focus on the 3 points that Miggy set out, and really focus on what we can and can't prove, because we're in an information war, and whether you choose to partake in it is completely up to you. If you think it's relevant to you and important and you have that calling, then I think it is important. But if your calling is elsewhere and your contribution is going to be somewhere else, then I can also understand how you may not see the value of how they do things or why they do it this way. You know what I mean?
I'm not dismissing anything there, Big Red. If you go into the Asylum or Fight the Flat Earth channels, you'll see my response to Craig and his disrespect of what Bro Sanchez and he had yesterday, and he's trying to make a claim in the YouTube stream to try and get Bro taken down because he says that he was racist against him. Like, the pettiness of the globe head really does mine in, and that's why I'm here. So, like, well, you guys, we seem to speak a lot more truth than what they're willing to give. They have a mantra, and that mantra, this channel is about deciphering, and that's why I'm here. I want to decipher people's brains just as much as you guys do, but I'm happy listening to the 3 points, and I'm glad that I have heard a lot of conversations. So I've definitely been educated. On the YouTube stream, as funny as what that is to the Globers, it is an awakening that you don't get in the real world, so to speak, as in the labouring world.
Yeah, definitely. So have you watched that Bro Sanchez versus Fight the Flat Earth debate?
I watch Bro as often as I can. I've been watching Bro for a good 6 or 7 years now. I actually started with around Poncho Pete and a couple of other channels, and David was one of the first ones that I joined up as well. So I've been in that sort of mentality that we talk about everything. So when I come to this channel and we're sort of setting our ways to sticking with the 3 points and everything associated with that, and just laughing at everything that's globular. To me, it's quite comical. So that's why I laugh at everything. It's sort of like, well, this is so funny because it's so true. Yeah. So I'm with you 100%. I just not the best talker when it comes to pulling up all the points and trying to belittle people, because that's never been my mantra either.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to belittle anyone, really. I mean, forgiveness is the reason why I think people are here, because we actually would like these people to wake up. Someone mentioned you can't bring a horse to water. Sorry, you can't make him drink when you bring a horse to water. I agree, but if you love the horse or you care for the horse, let's say the horse won't drink because he's been fed Pepsi his whole life, and he doesn't even know what water is. Now, I don't want to have it. You would want to educate that horse, wouldn't you? You would want to let him know that the water can save him in that situation. So for me, a lot of us are here through love. A lot of us are here to try and figure out how to be better communicators,
Yeah, for sure. So when we're talking about water and if there is that fluoride in the water, it's sort of detoxing that. So if fluoride binds all the chemicals that they put in all our medication throughout, I'm not trying to bring any strike or anything on it, but if if that attracts all the metals that they're putting in, everything in our food, in the plastics that they're putting in all our food, all that sort of stuff, that's what I want to decipher. That's what I want to learn how to detox from, and that will clear our minds and awaken a lot of people in that way.
Yeah, and we can talk about it. But I want to ask you, how did the debate go? Because I know this Bro Sanchez and Craig has been debating for probably about 6 months now. And I did see that there was another one coming up this week. So has that happened? And have you watched it? And
Yeah, for me, it's 11:15 at night. But this was their debate was around about 12 hours ago now, about 10:30, 9 o'clock Australian time. So yeah, and it did go as per I expected, which was another shit fight from Fight the Flat Earth and his mantra of calling everyone a complete fool and just belittling flat earthers as all fools and trying to get as much money as he can through Extreme. That's all I see him as, a money grabbing thief, to be quite honest. And I wrote that, and please go and have a look at what I wrote. It's quite. He called me a moron and whatever, and I said, well, next time you're live, even though he was in the chat while I was in the chat talking to JJ, like Bloods Thicker and a couple of others, yeah, he wouldn't come in because he's a gutless piece of shit. So, yeah, I'll happily go and I'll definitely go and talk to him when he's live next and make sure I interrupt him and make my point loud and clear to his face.
Hey, oh, sorry, bro.
Oh, you're right. I was just going to say I've never wanted to back down, but please go ahead, Paul.
I just want to ask you a question. If you could, like, tell me more about yourself, and so I can get to know you better and where you're coming from and how you see and interpret, your experience on the flat Earth. Like what? Because, like you were saying,
I'll try not to dox myself, but I'm the most open person I know. But anyway, just briefly, at 1978, it wasn't a good time for manipulation in my hometown of Geelong. So I went to school at the age of 9, and the teacher tried to explain the globe to me, and then she laughed at the flat Earth model that people used to think about, and they'd all fall off the edge. And I actually pulled her up. I was the only one in class that did. And after that, I put my hand up and I said, well, is the Earth flat or is it a globe? And everyone laughed at me and said, of course it's a globe. We've got science. You know what I mean? As kids do, because they've been listening to the teacher. So from the age of about 9, yeah, I've been denying the ball for a long, long time. So as I said, I was a tradie for around about 36 years. Plasterer painter, and I did my own renovating pools. I've tried a few other things. I'm not going to go on about it. It's just labour work. But I never educated myself while I was doing that because I was all about my family. I got 2 boys, and creating homes. I had 3 homes in Victoria. Sold up, moved to Queensland, threw it all away. I didn't throw it away, but I'm sure I get blamed for some of it. But I'm sure it was a shared thing, but anyway, that's my sad story. But putting it all together, I refuse to let her poison my son any more than what's going on right now. And this is happening around about 7 years ago for me now, 2015. I stood up to what I seen was a control on her behalf, and I said, no, that's not for me. And I want a healthy life. I've lived really hard and worked really hard for what we had, and yeah. So I woke up, and I've been trying to fight the system since. I've been trying to educate myself in law, believe it or not, and trying to understand. So this is why I don't get on and try and remember everything you guys are talking about. For me, it's a flow. You either know it or you don't. So that's the way I always am. So when I get to talk to people in that field, I think I can flow with them, with their discussion. I'm not going to bring up any points like I do here. I try not to bring up too many points because I don't believe I'm right in any way. My life is right, and that's my goal in life, to make sure that everyone around me is safe, protected, and not being manipulated in any way. So that's my brief, to be quite honest, Paul. But thank you for asking.
So how do you stand then on the whole creation matter and things like that? What does that sort of mean to you?
I'm really I really love Dave, New Perspective, and the Outer Ponds and that sort of stuff. So I'm all for a stationary level existence, but Outer Ponds and Outer Lands and new worlds, that have been hidden from us, technology, information, just consciousness, to be quite honest. I think our consciousness has been dumbed out so much, and they're still doing it. They're wiping out all Tartaria, all that sort of stuff. To me, that's where my head's always going, always thinking, always wanting to fit all that sort of stuff into everything that we're talking about here. And that's my flow, to be quite honest. So that's the biggest reason why I can say I don't get on and talk too much, because the guys that get on are very confident in what they're talking about, and they just talk over me because I don't want to talk about what they're talking about. I want to talk about everything else. So so that's me without doxing myself anymore. My name's Tony. So enjoy, and
Wait a second.
I'm with you guys 100%. I hopefully can put a little bit of rhythm and rhyme to whatever's coming up. So a little bit of music, a little bit of singing, all that sort of stuff. So I'm trying to ground in that way as well. So eat healthy, live life, laugh a lot, and you should be fine.
I'm sorry. Did I miss something? I'm confused. You mentioned like the outer ponder stuff. What? So is this a part of creation? A creator? Or
Have you heard of Vibe Cosmos?
I can't. I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you repeat that?
Have you Vibes of the Cosmos? Have you heard of them?
Don't think so.
Okay, yeah. So they're sort of like, they say there's a reflection on the moon that actually shows us more land, and they've deciphered. There's been plenty of stuff put in the chat before, Paul. So
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and as Admiral Byrd said, there's land beyond the poles bigger than Little America, as he called it. Look, that intrigued me, and that piqued my interest. If that is a lie, I'm living a lie. You know what I mean? You can call me a liar, but that's my faith. That's my God. That's my religion. It's sort of like, wow, there's so much. So we're told, so much life underground that is being created for, and it seems like we're all being, bred into. Yes, I don't want to say too many words here, but the depopulation of whatever you want to call life above ground. So I'm not sure whether we're going down some bright future or some dark hole. Who knows?
Yeah, you glossed over the moon as a reflection. I'm interested to know if Paul has seen or looked into this one much.
Yeah, I have seen people say that, but I don't know. So what? Like, what does that have to do with creation? And I don't know. I'm confused about the out of ponder stuff. Like that stuff's cool and it's fun to think about, but I don't know. We don't have any. Do we have evidence of any of that? Like, so then you'd have to say that if for the order for that to be possible, there's other suns.
You can then go down. You can then go down into the cosmic egg if you go and the way he's got those laid out, and the Saturn, Jupiter, they're all sort of part of that that goes outside, and they might be reflecting the sun and light for the outer ponds. I'm going to post something here.
Who's doing this?
Look, the guys at the asylum sort of touch on it a little bit. We got the other
All right.
cave, which is a good one.
Vibes of Cosmos on YouTube has a lot of information on this, and there's other YouTubers as well that have been basically talking about this for years. But there is definitely what it looks like a landmass very similar to what we would consider the flat Earth arrangement. It very much looks like the Earth is on the moon and some more land. But if you haven't really seen, Paul, the YouTubers and the footage of the moon where they actually, Vibes of Cosmos breaks it down and he highlights the map, puts it actually over the moon, it's hard to deny.
All right, Paul. That's a just over 2 hours of a video that might explain a lot. But jump on their server there and have a look on their channel. There's a mountain of information, man. So look, we can keep you busy out of that Bible there for a long time if you like. But if you...
I'm really sorry, guys. I had to step away for something, so I missed a lot of what you guys just said.
That's all right. I'll try.
You know, I love that conversation, and like I love looking at those maps because it's very intriguing, right? I find that more interesting than space and all that shit because I do see how that could be very, like more possible of reality. Like I can see that, but I just don't. I don't know. It's still just a fantasy. Like I don't. Where is any of this? Like I don't know where this information's coming from. I don't know where that map came from. Is there a like how is this explained? And is it in somewhere in history and recorded and passed down through, anywhere in history, like those maps of all those outer areas?
If it was clear and evident, I think we'd all be jumping on it by now. There is a lot of speculation. There's a lot of old maps, but what is being suppressed and what is being forced onto us in the last 350 years, Paul, is maybe the reason why the Bible is pushed as well. So that's just my thought. I'm not trying to dismiss it, but there's look.
Me neither. But I'm curious as to like start of it all. So like, where is these things that are the thing that we call they? What? How do we explain that? What are we talking about? Who?
Yeah, it's hard to put a word on. They are the suppressors clearly, or they might be the aliens that are coming or being presented to us now. Like everything's a laugh, everything's a joke until proven otherwise. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
We have suspicions, though. In history, we have resets. When you dig into the primary text and the primary information, you can start putting pictures together that sort of back up the idea that a lot of all the religious ideas were stolen. A lot of the people were who disappeared were sort of wiped out. Things happened, but there was definitely a rebuilding, and the rebuilding was to create a mental prison involving our law systems, creating our religions, creating our new borders. And I think markers are when maps are rewritten, when the Spanish Inquisition, when religions are outlawed. These are markers for the resets, and you can kind of trace things back and start putting the picture together like that.
So that's sort of like idea. When I think about it, it's like that planning and that orchestration has to be coming from somewhere else because it's a long-term plan and it can't be coming from another man like me. There's no way, in my opinion. I feel
Yeah,
there
no,
had.
I agree.
yeah, and I thought that was very well spoken there, Big. But yeah, look, I agree with you there, Paul. Who's going to put their hand up? Are we going to call it the Freemasons? Are we going to call it the Illuminati? Who is actually hiding it? Are they being suppressed by what they call their god? Is it a god, or is it an evil entity that's actually running the world? Are we being dumbed down and technology being hidden, as I said about 20 minutes ago? These are many more questions, Paul, is what you and I should be asking. But I'm happy pushing it onto the flat Earth because look at it. It's a flat Earth map for sure. It's just out of ponds, and there's a big landmass at the back. If you look at that bottom left picture, they call that Tartaria in the Cosmos streaming. So we all heard about Tartaria, so it sort of makes sense in a lot of ways. So look, I'm all for it. I'm definitely open to this more than what I'm open to going to space. That's for sure, because I think we can touch this. We can't touch space at the moment, you know. So everything's a pipe dream up there. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's like one of the ideas that there's, let's not aliens, but humans, right, that live on one of these outer ponds, and they are superior advanced in their technology, and they are hiding themselves from us to manipulate and control us. Is
Are we
that an
are we
idea?
purely are we purely just GMOs to their DNA? Like that is a very good question, Nepal.
Yeah, I don't know. That's wild.
That's a lot to think about, dude. You can't just take it in and expect an answer straight out. Otherwise, I would have given it by now. I'm that forthcoming, man. I throw everything in everyone's face.
It seems to just create more questions. Like, I don't know.
Thank you. That's the psyop that we live in, man. Pseudoscience or psyops. It's a wonderful world of wisdom, and yeah, no one seems to have any answers.
But I feel like I really believe that this, where we are, is we have a lot of power, and that's been stripped from us in many different ways. There's many different structures that have been set up to manipulate and entrap us over our entire history, right? And they're always trying to shift it and change it and make it better.
Yeah, it's always out of reach, isn't it?
I don't think it is out of reach, because I think we have the ability to break free from it. And all we have to do is just stop playing the game. Stop giving them power. We're giving them the control.
Yeah, they take a lot as well.
Because I think
they program us from birth to fit into their model. If their model was true, it would be quite clear and evident to me, as a 52-year-old person. The ball that we've been given is immeasurable. You know, everyone's got every bit of piece of paper to tell you that it works, but no one's showing us anything. This is why we're still here. We're not dismissed like the ants that they're trying to treat us like. Did that make sense, or am I just talking to myself?
Yeah.
Cool. It's a lot to take in, man. Sorry, man. I seem to confuse a lot of people.
Yeah, it's just I'm trying to figure out like why that resonates so well with you. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to like put myself in your position and look at all that and figure out what is this telling me? How is this giving me any actual answers to my experience here? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? It's not really resonating.
Well, that's a great analogy, and you can also put that analogy to why do people defend the globe so vigorously without any evidence but paperwork? Like the world is run on paperwork. If you've ever been assaulted by the law, whether it's a speeding fine or whatever, you'll know that it's run on paperwork, and you can't fight the law. You can only fight the paperwork. No man will put their hand up to say, I am the law. You need to sign here your right away, your straw man, your worth, your evidence to being a being. Yeah? And that's where I'm at. There has to be more. They've suppressed it all. So get off your butts and let's go find it. You know, that's my mission in life, man. Let's get out there and prove the globalists wrong.
This is a really fun conversation, guys. I'm really really enjoying it.
I've definitely never claimed to be right there, Paul. I've always had more questions than answers, that's for sure. So most of the reason I don't want to talk is because I've got more questions, and most people don't want to think any further than what they're happy to talk about. And making people think is a mission in life, as far as I'm concerned. I've just been doing another certificate. I've got a few, but yeah, I said, oh, look, to the people giving me the mission, I said, look, I'm happy to dismiss that. We'll start a new one. So they're going, but you've only got a couple of weeks. I said, yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm educated in that now. I'm not going to put it up on my wall, and it's not going to be my mantra. I'm not going to speak about it for the rest of my life. Give me something new to go on with, and we can make a new adventure from there. And I look at life exactly the same way. I don't care how many degrees, pieces of paper, or whatever I've got. Just give me more information so I can work it out. So one day I might be able to talk to you guys and make a little bit more sense than what I'm able to actually making right now, Paul. So I do appreciate your input, and I do appreciate your silence, because it means you're thinking.
Yeah, there's a lot I want to say right now, but I'm dealing with something outside of this right now.
Maybe we all need a little bit of psilocybin mushrooms, and we take a little bit of a trip, and we see where we end up.
Yeah, that's another thing that I don't know. I'm not sure if I like that, because what are we really? I've had one of those experiences, not with mushrooms. Like mushrooms, I have had experiences where like things sort of started coming to me that I wasn't seeing, and like I was getting all these answers, right? But I don't know what. So what? Like it wasn't really something that I could really verify. It sounded good in my head, but it was just a drug, and it was affecting my perception of things and information, and the way my body was dealing with that sort of information it was given. But is it a reality? Like, you know what I mean?
What isn't a trip, to be quite honest? People are fed medication every time they go to the doctors. They're generally not looking for healing; they're looking for a mask. So, what mask are we trying to put on, and what is really nature, and what can it show us, Paul? That is my sort of question, and what I see in life. So, well, why not try a mushroom? Why not give it a go? Like I'm not trying to be an advocate or anything. I'm not pushing it onto anyone, but mate, watch the video that Blood Slicker is in and David Banner presented, and yeah, like honestly, man, like you might look at life slightly different and go, okay, time to get my head out of the book and explore what's in this little grey matter and try and wake it up a little bit more. That's sort of, I don't know, that's my answer to life. Waking up is hard to do. It's such a cool song, Aaron. Sorry, I had to get that in.
Yeah, what? Like it's not the way I see things and the way I see the systems of control that are used against us, like religion, for example, and then the new religion, the globe. That's talked about in the Bible.
Yeah, and NASA actually puts out that we live on a stationary level plane, so the Bible may have plenty of scriptures about flat Earth as well. Like, do you want me to get them? There's 200 down there that I put in biblical. I'll happily go and grab a few if you like, if that's where you want to go.
No, I don't. No, I'm just saying, like, what am I gonna? Hmm. So if what am I? It seems like there's no sort of reason in your entire philosophy for things. Like, what is like morality and all that shit? How do you in the good and bad? Like, where is that coming from?
As I spoke to you earlier, and you were speaking about God, and I said, well, God allows murderers to get away with it once they ask for forgiveness, and that is where my confusion starts. So we
That's
try to
see
get
the real.
Sorry.
I'm saying you're saying that God allows that, or is it possible that maybe we are the ones he's leaving it up to us, and we are allowing it to happen because we're not doing anything to stop it?
Well, I'm also on nature's side, where nature allows animals to kill each other as well, and that is the cycle of life. And a lot of people live their life that way, and they accept it that yeah, we can take the scum out when applicable, or we can kill and murder those that we don't like, that we don't get along with, and that is my biggest gripe in life. It's sort of like, well, I seem to piss everybody off with every conversation I have in life, but these people that seem to fit into the system and can get away with whatever they like, doing things that I wouldn't even dream about doing. So that to me is no. There's no God for me in the aspect of what they're getting away with and what I feel is should be true for everybody, or just a natural state of being. Yeah, like I'm not trying to be a vegan or anything, but I don't need to kill. You know, sure, I eat a little bit of meat every now and then, but I do see it as poison. Like there's fear that goes into every death. You know, you can't say that there's not. What is adrenochrome? You know what I mean? So, yeah, like there's so many avenues that we can go down in that aspect on what's right or wrong. I'm just as confused as what you sound right now. about what we're trying to present or what I'm trying to present to you. So I'm with you, Paul. I'm happy being silent and still learning. So please explain what you know, and I'll try and give you some sort of logic if that's what it is. I'm not sure. I'll shut up.
Are you coming from a standpoint us and the other animals and things? Are we equal to them? Do you think? You think we are no better than they are?
No, I don't think we're equal. I think we're lower than the animals, mate, to be quite honest. We're lower than the trees, we're lower than the grass, we're lower than the dirt. The way what people will push for just being alive, for being in existence and not producing anything in life. Yeah, I think, to be quite honest, I think we're the poison or we're the virus that's on the earth, to be quite honest. But that's my opinion, and I don't mean to bring anyone down because there's some lovely people out there. and this serves for them, to be quite honest. I'm not trying to be a prick, are I?
Sounds like the globe's point of view that we're nothing. You know?
Yeah, are we just a speck on a floating ball in space? And that's what they want us to believe, is it not? Here is 200 proofs, and Baked Goods actually put this into biblical quite a while ago. So hats off to you once again there, Baked Goods out in the chat there. So if you want to look at those, they're flat earth verses. So I'm not sure, Paul, how much you've read or how much you connect to, but I've had a little peruse through that, and a lot of it makes sense to me. So I'm not trying to dismiss the good book in any way. If you connect to it, you connect to it. I'm just trying to give my point of view, and I'll happily be kicked around like I usually get, because I've got a heart of gold and thick skin like a rhino, mate. So I don't know. Throw the boots in, and we'll see where we end up. Did any of that make sense, or I'm just dribbling on? Should I just shut up?
No, it made sense. Like I understand, but I don't. You know what I mean? I just can't connect with that at all. I just see things so much differently.
Yeah, please, give me your point of view, because I'll happily listen.
I really believe that we have the power to really create this place into something special, and we can tap into something, I think, that is powerful, and we have the ability to stop certain things, but we don't. We don't, and I believe we don't because of a lot of people's they're not willing to accept what I'm coming from, like the Bible teaches that they just can't, they won't get it and accept it. And like you think you're like a cancer on the earth, like, huh?
Look, to the point that you made, I believe that us as beings, as humans, as man and female walking the earth, are destroying it, and nature is replenishing it every day, but we're taking it quite quickly. There is an awful lot of land that we're not using, and they're not showing us as well. But I do feel that our consumption and our greed of the Almighty is not justified in many, many ways. I think we can live a much simpler life and still grow. And if you have you ever heard of the Venus Project, Paul?
Yeah, I probably.
Yeah, the Venus Project is Jacques. Oh, I can't think of his last name, but a Frenchman who died back in 2019, I believe. Yeah, he had a vision that we all lived on the computer run the entire world. Everything was eco-friendly. We ate out of towers that grew all their fruit and vegetables and all that sort of stuff. If you were well educated in science, there was communities that you would go for that. If you were well educated in labour work, there's communities for you for that as well, which is exactly how the world is. It's just that we're all segregated into fighting each other for superior race, and those that have a little bit of money think that they're better than everyone else. And that's where my biggest argument is with the world and the way it's run, is there really should be a wage cap. And once there's a wage cap, you won't get all the dogs like cops and the politicians and I don't want to say too much more, but all these people doing criminal acts for fucking money, mate. Like, it's fucking filthy, to be quite honest, with what's going on. So, look, I used to earn some decent money, mate, and I never ever thought I was better than anyone else. I always give away whatever I could and helped out whoever needed it, to be quite honest. So, yeah, look, I think there's many things that need to change in the world. I don't think I have any answer, but I definitely have a vision that there's a better life out there for us instead of the one that we're being presented with right now. And the good book might have it. Who knows? I haven't read it.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
it's interesting.
People always go silent after I talk. It's so annoying for me because I don't want to talk all the time, but I feel that the empty space should be filled, the void. So,
Oh yeah,
uh,
I'm
uh,
I'm really thinking about what you just said. You know, I'm really trying to make it resonate with me, and because I want to, like, I want to get with you and try to, like, really experience what you're telling me, and then I want to be able to try to, like, communicate that with you, and it's hard to do, because I see things so much differently.
yeah, as I said, please share what you say. I will try not to interrupt, but you
It's
say so many things. I'm like, oh, I've got something. I get all excited because I don't get to talk very often, so I do have to learn to shut up.
it's just it's difficult. It's so I don't know where to begin almost sometimes. You know what I mean? It's a like I said, we give up our control. Like, why are there bad cops? Right? Are all cops bad? If there's one bad cop and everybody else is not crooked, well, who's the crooked one and who's the bad one? If the good cops know that guy's crooked, but they don't speak about it and they don't stop him because he's like, well, he's one of us, and
Just to be clear, I don't want to talk about authority live, but I'm happy to go to another channel and bag the shit out of him if you want me to. But I'd rather not do it live if you don't mind.
yeah, you're right. You're right. It's just all these systems of control, but we are submitting to all of them.
You're exactly right. It is a submit, and most of it's forced or indoctrinated into us, or a fear campaign that we all live on, and we've all experienced over the last few years. That Venus Project, I'll give a really short video about housing, but connect to him. There is so much information, and it's really going on right now. This is already going on right now, especially with where the magnetic world and the levitation of trains and transportation and all that sort of stuff. There's heaps and heaps of information on the Venus Project that's actually coming true right now and in the next 2030, the 2030 agenda. So please, Paul, have a look and release your mind from a book and see what other people are presenting and what the world's actually connecting to, because I'm not as crazy as what I sound, not all the time.
I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy.
Thank you. I do overthink. That's sort of a downfall that I've got being a Virgo. I think a lot of Virgos are similar to me, all the people that I've met and things I've read. That we do overthink and analyze way too much. But look, I enjoy my life, and I wouldn't change it for anything. I love my kids. I love everything. I love the world. I've never hated anyone. I never wished ill on anyone or anything. And believe me, I've met a lot of narcissistic people in my life, and I can give you plenty of examples. But I'm very new. So yeah, it's a strange world, mate, and I keep smiling at it and laughing at it. So something's resonating with me enough that I don't hate it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Please, someone shut me up and start talking. Otherwise, I just keep interrupting with new stuff. Who's got that beat going on? May I ask? Is that you, Paul?
The what?
A beep. Have you got like a fire beep?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. I'm just imagining things. Maybe. Yeah. Who knows? I'll shut up.
Beep. I don't hear a beep.
Yeah.
I'll mute myself. I have a fan going.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with the fan. Every now and then I can just hear a little beep, and I'm pretty sure mine's not done because I only just got it tested a couple of months ago, so everything should be fine, hunky dory and sweet, so they say. So please, someone take another topic, put it back onto flat Earth, please, guys. But this Venus Project, love it, man. I love everything. He's such an awesome visionary that is definitely well worth having a look into. Hey, don't get me started on music. And Sydney, I don't know what's going on with your channel. It's gone again. So, and you put some awesome stuff up as well. I almost subscribe to
I can't
whatever.
being
Yeah,
serious.
thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, evening, afternoon, good night to everyone else.
It is a lot.
Almost, it's
Have a good
almost
evening.
midnight. After midnight, I turn into a pumpkin once again.
And I delete them myself after I get it out of me. So next time I won't invite anybody like I did the first time.
Nice. Okay, yeah, cool. Hey, thanks for the invite last time then. Awesome, and I do appreciate it. So yeah, I've got a channel, but I haven't invited anyone yet. I'm not sure where I'm going, but I'm putting a little bit of stuff in there, so I should steal a little bit from here and start throwing some stuff in there so I can go and talk to myself.
Yeah, it's yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
for
glad you really. Sorry, I am listening.
I was just saying thank you for everything that you said. You and I share a lot of similar perspectives and experience. So that's all.
Thank you, Sydney. That is nice to hear. From a male or female, it's awesome. I know there's a lot of guys over in David Banner's that think alike, and we like to be open to everything. So yeah, I'm all for it.
What was the name?
I put a stream up if you go up a little bit. David Banner. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Noted.
who put in that? Oh, tossed it. Oh, where am I?
You have
Here I go. I think on live stream. Sorry, man. I'm here.
Thank you.
27 past the hour, I posted David Banner. You will be welcome with open arms. Whoever goes there, to be quite honest, Sydney. But yeah, definitely, there's a lot of girls in there that just love the place. You know, like we all get along, we're all happy, we're all respectful. So if you want a good place to go, definitely David Banner will show you the respect. As long as you show him, everyone's a wrench. So go there, be nice, you'll get a wrench. You know, so it's pretty cool, man. Yeah, like he's pretty open, and yeah, we appreciate him and respect him enough.
10-4. Thanks.
If you want to talk, Paul, all I wanted to say was I'm going to head off and do a little bit of channel surfing, and I'll pop around and try not to interrupt from now on. But thank you all for listening, and love to all.
Hey,
Hey, thanks for.
big, you go, mate.
Yoga time. Y'all have a good morning.
Oh. I just watched that video of the Venus Project, and I have no idea what the hell I just watched. What? What was that? Is there anybody that understands that and can explain to me what that was?
Jacques Fresco's Venus Project.
I'm sorry, what?
Jacques Fresco and the Venus Project?
Yeah, I just watched the video that One Big Pond put in the chat, and I have no idea what they're talking about. What?
Oh, it's got the Venus Project in here. Has it? That's a very, very, very old project. It was like a utopian project from. It was in the original Zeitgeist movie.
Okay. How does it work?
Oh, I'm not the biggest fan. It reminds me of technology-focused socialism.
Seems really bizarre. I don't. I'm not. There's something I'm not getting.
New World Order to me.
That was super confusing.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me better now. I was saying it felt a little bit New World Order to me. What do you think?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me.
I mean, it felt like this technocracy / socialist utopia feels a bit New World Order.
Yeah, and I'm confused. How is it achieved exactly? Like what? I don't know. What the guy was saying in the video? Like you just say I want a bigger kitchen and it magically appears. Was that? Am I getting? Did I hear that wrong? And for some reason, we can't have this because of why? And how is this making my life better? I'm confused.
I don't know how it's still circulating. It's like 15 years old or something. To be honest, I thought the Venus Project had failed because it's gone nowhere in the last 10, 15 years. It's the same old videos.
I don't even understand why he posted that. I don't. What was I supposed to get from that? What is he getting from it? It's a shame he's gone. It said a whole lot of nothing in like a minute.
Yeah, I remember feeling gaslit when I watched the Venus Project. It's almost just virtue signaling, isn't it? It's ideas.
No way. No way. Has everyone just twigged what Mitchell's about to do?
It's a place called Lake Pontchartrain. It's the transmission lines in Louisiana, United States. This image was done originally by a YouTuber named Soundly. There's tons of videos talking about all of this. And this image was virtually modeled on a spherical Earth with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers. The model made a prediction that if zoomed in at the specific height, what we should see. This image is what the model showed. And when this shot was done in reality, that's exactly what you see.
As you just heard, the glober's argument now becomes comparing a model of the globe to what we see in reality.
I'm arguing about the geometry of the planet. I jump to what is some of the best evidence for curvature of the Earth, and that is Soundly's Lake Pontchartrain Causeway observation. The length of the causeway makes it possible to see the curvature of the Earth directly, given a clear enough day. When atmospheric clarity allows for it, you'll be able to see the causeway literally curving with the Earth. What is amazing here is that this observation was virtually modeled with the assumed size and shape of the globe. And when you compare the computer renderings to what was actually observed, they match as expected. This shows that the round Earth model made a prediction, and that prediction turned out to be the case. This is great because only models that are able to reliably make predictions are the ones that should be followed and trusted. And I think it's safe to say that the round Earth model has passed that test.
Well, hold on there, Red's Rhetoric, because this is where this video gets juicy. It is claimed that this image shows Earth curve. It starts with the assumption that the horizon is the geometric leading edge of a sphere capable of physically blocking things like those transmission lines. Now that Walter Bislin has rendered a globe model over the top of the image using the assumed geometric constraints of the globe, we now have a claimed distance measurement to the horizon in this image. So from the observer's stated height of 10.3 meters, the distance measurement to horizon in this image is 11,700.
No way. No way. Has everyone just twigged what Mitchell's about to do?
Yep. Clever.
Clever. I could kiss you, Mitchell. You're a genius.
And 54 meters. Now that we know the distance to the horizon in this image, we're going to see if this actually does match the official geometric limitations of the globe, like Red's Rhetoric claims it does. To avoid any cries of strawmanning the globe's official geometry, MC...
I just want to put one more thing out. Do you hear that? Do you hear that sound of my voice while I'm trying to get the words past my smile? You could hear that in Mitch's voice just then. Did you hear it?
Yep. This is fantastic.
This is delightful. I've got goosebumps.
We speak.
It's the sound of being in the know.
Cool. Right, I won't ruin it for the audience. Let's continue.
C-Tune has pointed us to the Earth Curve Calculator on a website that uses the correct maths in the formula for the distance to the geometric horizon on the globe. The link takes us to another one of Walter Bislin's websites, the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, where we can see the formula used for the distance to the geometric horizon on the globe indeed matches the official globe geometry of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or 3.569 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. And in agreement with MC Toon, Wolfie6020 also recommends Walter Bislin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
I was very happy this morning to see an email from Walter Bislin. Walter's new Advanced Earth Curve Calculator sets a new standard because it gives you a visual representation. This is really an excellent calculator for allowing us to conduct real observations and then using this calculator to predict whether the real observations are matching a globe. So thanks again, Walter. Your contribution to research is just outstanding, and I can't speak highly enough of your work.
Great, so now we can use the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, approved and endorsed by the Globers, to confirm if the distance to the horizon measured at Lake Pontchartrain matches the official globe geometry. The observer's height in Soundly's image was 10.3 meters. Entering this into the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator from 10.3 meter height, the official distance to the geometric horizon on the globe model must be no more than 11,460 metres. This is the official geometric limitations of the globe from that height. That means that the distance...
Before he makes his conclusion, is everybody in the chat clear about what Mitchell has detailed so far? Because it's the first half of the modus tollens. Everyone clear from the chat? If you're unclear about what Mitchell has now prefaced, let me know with the number 2. If you're all clear in the chat what Mitchell's about to do, let me know with the number 1. They might be thinking, why are you
use the reliable model, isn't he?
Before we poison it for the audience, right? I just want to know at this point, because obviously we do have a mixed bag of audience members, and I want to know, as everybody else, as we just did and we went through it a couple of minutes ago, is everyone else going, yeah, man, wow, this is epic? Or are people scratching their head as he lines up the modus tollens to make the conclusion? No,
It's
not a
a
single.
unanimous one.
Yeah, I was going to
everywhere.
say there's not a single 2. Wow. Okay, let's crack on. This is brilliant, Mitchell.
Distance to the horizon in this photo taken by Stanley has to be no more than 11,460 metres. But as you can clearly see, from Stanley's observer height of 10.3 metres, the distance measurement to the horizon in this image is further than that, at 11,754 metres. For those playing at home, that means that this image of Stanley's, used by so many globers as proof of Earth curve, this horizon, in fact, exceeds the geometric limitations of the globe. This image isn't Earth curve proof at all. In fact, it is the Lake Pontchartrain Black Swan. That's right. This image captured by Stanley at Lake Pontchartrain is a black swan.
Boom! Oh
Rest
dear.
in peace.
The Lake Pontchartrain Black Swan. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Why did none of us think of this? The demarcation point for distance is so nailed down by them that it cannot be disputed. It's not like the oil rigs, right? What are they going to say? Refraction? No, you've all told us how this is Earth curve. This is a monument to Earth's curvature. Unlucky.
With a very accurate model that models correctly, so we know it's right. So we know we're using the right thing. Brilliant, Mitchell. These are all their claims, and they're the ones that have gone to the effort to model it to prove their Earth curve. Thank you.
Very
Paulus
good,
and Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Thank you. That saves us quite a lot of work.
This should be Black Swan 5.0.
This is brilliant.
Just as a quick point, did they use the Walter Bislin Earth Curve calculator that calculates the horizon below sea level?
Yes, they did, yes.
Okay, just making sure that was the same one.
Yes, the horizon that they're claiming in this image when comparing it to the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations used by Walter Bislin would claim in their maths that this horizon point at about the midpoint of the camera that's taken the image is actually below surface level in their geometry. Utterly absurd. Obviously, you can't see a physical geometric limitation to your view called Earth curve below surface level, but that is precisely how the differential calculator we fondly refer to as the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator utilizes the differential between eye level and sea level to infer there's a geometric horizon that we cannot see and only exists in the maths, not in pictures of Lake Pontchartrain, is below surface level. That's correct, John.
Right, so every horizon is technically a black swan as far as their geometric claim is. Like, even if it was 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and feet.
Right. This one, the ballers have gone to the effort to model it to prove it's a black swan for us.
Yep. Certainly saves us a lot of trouble, doesn't it?
Sorry, Nate.
I'm just saying it saves us a lot of bother.
Question.
Sorry, go ahead, Chocolate. I've rumpaged you twice saying the same. I was just saying it saves us a lot of trouble, but I'd already said it, and now I've said it 4 times, and Adam said it too. But go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure. Can you build a monument to a refracted horizon?
Apparently so.
What? Depends where you'd be expecting to see it.
I mean, short of burying the headline, do we need more? I mean, I know Mitchell's probably put more work into this. Do we want to listen to a bit more of his video?
I have a quick question. Is this Mitchell from Master
Yeah.
Beach, Australia? Mitchell, Australia?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good, because I'm giving
So
him
how
props.
does
I
this
wanna make sure I'm
devastating
giving the right
discovery
person the
debunk
props.
the globe? Well, this black swan asserts Earth's geometry as a sphere as a positive assertion. This can be used in a Motors-Tollens argument. If P, the Earth is a sphere with radius 3959 miles, which is a positive assertion by the globers, the consequence of that in geometric terms is, then Q, every distance measurement to horizon has to be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or 3.569 times the square root of the observer's height in meters, because that's the straight line tangent point horizon in the Earth curve maths that asserts the horizon is Earth curve. This is what every glober claims when using this image as Earth curve proof. But embarrassingly for them, not Q, the distance measurement to the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image exceeds the geometric limitations of the official Earth curve maths. Therefore, not P. Not only is this Earth not a sphere of radius 3959 miles, the Earth is not a globe. Earth curve geometry does not match what we see in reality, nor does the globe model rendered over the top of the image. So what does that mean, Red's rhetoric?
This is great because only models that are able to reliably make predictions are the ones that should be followed and trusted.
And I think it's safe to say that the globe model has absolutely failed that test, Reds. The globe model can never
Again, props, good use of sound bites to rub it in their face.
be followed or trusted, and this is why Soundly's image of Lake Pontchartrain debunks the globe. This is humiliating for the globe believers when their Earth curve proof turns out to debunk the globe. But this by itself isn't the most epic debunking ever. Yeah, this gets a lot worse for the globe. Just when you think the devastation for the globe is over, this isn't the only one of Soundly's claimed Earth curve proofs at Lake Pontchartrain, is it? Let's have a little look-see at the Causeway Bridge. From a height of 41.2 metres, the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator tells us that the distance to the geometric horizon on the globe model from a 41.2 metre observer height must be no further than 22,910 metres. But in Soundly's image, we are told this horizon distance from a 41.2 metre height is far beyond that at 26,457 metres. So in another one of Soundly's Earth curve proofs, the distance to the horizon in this image again exceeds the geometric limitations of the globe. This image is another black swan.
Boom! Right, I'm going to do a quick shout out. Shout out to James Richards, who says, notice at the other end of the lake is perfectly flat. The sphere is symmetrically curved in all directions. Come on, man. Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Ed?
This is one of the, on this picture, you can see actually how the image has been perverted. You can see the same humps in the foreground. So you can see the perversion that's going off in the lens. Now, the way they did this is I demonstrated it, and I still stand by it because it's been unrebutted by them. But I did it with Lego. I built a Lego Lake Pontchartrain. If you look up their setup, they've got the telescope looking out across the lake, and then they put the camera up to the telescope. What you got to do is kind of get things out of kilter and use the extremities of the lens, and you can get these curves. I'll go and dig them out, but I've taken a straight Lego bridge,